This is surreal. Like a total altered reality. Just staring ahead, listening to the noise. Well, there it is. I did a thing. Confirmation. Cocodona 250. It's going to be happening. I think I'm the last person to enter the race. Hey folks, welcome to the ultra length coverage of the Cocodona 250. This is the longest race I've ever done, and commensurate with that, this is going to be the longest video I've ever done. So just a word of warning to everybody out there. This is going to be 7 hours long, and it's going to take a bit of commitment to get through it. So it literally is an ultra just to get through this video, but it'll give you from beginning to end a great idea of what this amazing event was like from my perspective and the perspective of a lot of different runners. So welcome to Full Tilt Ward YouTube channel. If you are one of the precious few people who make it to the end of this video, I fully expect you to comment at the end, subscribe, pop a thumbs up, share the video. I'd love to be able to have your support in that way. My life right now is in a bit of chaos because we are moving out of the place we've been renting here in Vancouver, BC. Everything is going into storage, and I'm going to be leaving Canada for a while until they get the travel restrictions lifted, because I am not into being incarcerated every time I come back into the country, and I'm really looking forward to getting out and having some quality miles on a 200-mile course. It's going to be different. I've been training, but not training super religiously or strictly, so this could be a bit of a challenge to get through the whole thing. I think I can probably do it. I'm going to take you along for the whole ride, of course, from beginning to end. 255 miles, 50,000 feet of climbing. We'll see how it all goes. One thing we're going to do with this video, which I haven't done in other videos previously, is divide it into timestamps. So if you look in the description below, you'll be able to see the various sections. So if you want to look at one thing in particular, you can punch that in and look at the timeline in the video below and just get to the part you want. Also, I expect people will probably watch this in sections. If you do that, more power to you. Tell me what you think of the format when you're done. I view it almost like an ultra itself, in that you've got these little aid stations partway through the video that you could stop at, go get a drink, use the restroom, go out for a run, come back and keep going. At the airport, through customs, bags checked, getting ready to jump on a plane to Dallas and then Phoenix for the Cocodona. Looking forward to this. Empty airport. Kind of nice being on the airport on the road again, traveling, because it has been a while. Although all my normal stomping grounds, like the lounges, are closed. So more than 20 new food and beverage destinations arriving at YVR in 2020. Boy, they hit the timing wrong on that one, didn't they? They have an ultra runner sign here too. Look at that. That's going to be me out at about mile 220.
Merci de votre attention, mesdames et messieurs.
No, I don't have the wheelchair, I have the UN.
Yeah, go. Hi, my buddy John, crew member extraordinaire, picked me up at the airport. We got all the baggage, heading out. Gonna meet Dax and Mike and Ben and their families. And it's no longer Vancouver weather. All right, gang is all here now. We've got Ben and Brittany and Sarah and Dax and the other Sarah inside, and John and Mike, all in one big happy MTV Cribs Airbnb unit. There's all kinds of gear coming out now. We got suitcases and tubs and what's that? Oh my God. Dax is checking the steaks off the grill.
Mike,
Ben is massaging the steaks.
Perfect.
Mike and Sarah on veggie duty. Looking good. We are having a world premiere as we speak of the Colorado FK Tree movie that Matt Van Horn put together. The last pass, which was... So we are following Mike and Dax to race headquarters to check in. It is a very balmy 93 degrees outside, which somehow does not work so well with my snow training, but we'll see how it goes. Might be a new thing.
Hot Springs event parking.
Wow, here we go. Look at this. Coming to the race headquarters. It's getting real.
Stage spots already.
Getting some goosebumps going. They got lights for tomorrow morning. You got rental trucks. Those mountains there are probably what we're going into. Stuff is getting real. Oh my word, this is going to be interesting. There is the start for tomorrow. Oh my word. And we got a few familiar faces here and there, which is nice. Ah, there's Howie. Hey, you get some stuff? Oh, look at you.
That's like a nice hard.
Fancy,
It's
fancy.
hard to hold that up.
Fancy, fancy. Hey, good to see you, bud. Look at you, wearing the gear.
Yeah, we're in the gear. I mean, they actually gave us a shirt with our name on it.
Sweet! Official.
What?
Official.
Official, yeah.
Yeah, good to
These guys
see.
know what they're doing.
Yeah, they do. How cool. And Howie as well.
All right.
Kerry, behind the mask.
Oh, hey, man.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah. I'm excited. It should be fun. Official temperature taken.
Alright.
And this is the check-in dog. Who is this?
This is Fox.
Hi, Fox. How are you? Yes. Oh, yes. You're very sweet. Very sweet. Yes, you are. So sweet. Look at that.
Thank you. Good luck.
One fascinating thing about this particular race is that because I entered at the very last minute, I was put into the 6th starting wave. There are 6 starting waves starting 10 minutes apart. So the group 1, which has most of the runners in it who are the elites or who are the ones who are expected to do quite well, are in that first wave. There's about 40 people in that first wave. 10 minutes later, those who are a little less quick are also then launched onto the course. 10 minutes later, 10 minutes later, 10 minutes later, and then at 5:50 a.m. for me, 50 minutes after the first people have been let go, I start my race. Now, I'm not one of the fastest people, but I'm pretty solid, so what's going to happen is I'll have a chance to work my way through people and through the field. And as a byproduct of that, you'll get to see more people than you would otherwise. In fact, most of the competitors who are in the race at some point you will see in this video. Dax and I are just commenting on strategies. This is the first race we'll actually do together. I love this guy. We've known each other for 20-some years. You know me from before, Indigo? Yeah. So Indigo's 21, about to turn 22. So this will be fun.
Yeah, finally a race together.
And when I say together, I mean Dax will be way in front of me from the start to the end. Yeah, 15 minutes and then probably stretching out. We might caterpillar a little bit. Matt, where are you from?
From LA.
LA. Matt's just saying the Moab video got him into this.
I'm sure you've heard that.
His Bigfoot video got me.
Bigfoot did it to you, huh? And you can't walk through a crowd without hearing that voice.
Oh, and hearing the...
Yeah, very
that's Gary's
distinct.
voice.
That's awesome. Well, I'll see you tomorrow on course. Where are you starting?
5:30.
Okay, I'm starting behind you.
Are you? Oh,
I'm the last wave because I just entered last, so maybe I'll see you on the course this summer. look at this, first gate. Or you can take the expert cow catcher route. Look at everybody dancing over.
To get injured.
Look at these people.
That's not
Like a bunch of gazelles flying through. Doing our warm-up runs. Ben's leading the way. Tomorrow when we run this, it's gonna be darkish. But getting a good idea of what it's gonna be like. Dry, hot, cooler in the morning.
We'll find out who's who.
This is lovely. Dry river down there. Looks dry anyway. We got a healthy wind, which I'm sure you can hear in the mic. Oh my gosh, this is just a ticket to low carb wind. He was running in front of me for 100 miles on the FKT, so I know the low carb wind. This is a gorgeous section here. Running down into the canyon where there's a bit of a divide. Some horses or cattle down there.
I'm probably gonna head back.
Yeah, let's just do it.
Okay, that's it.
Oh, he's got a windy hanger.
Oh my God, oh my God. Look at that. Look at that.
Someone cut it.
Oh, dude.
Someone give her-
Woo. That is it right there.
Low carb burger.
The glamour. We've done our back, collected Sarah again, and just cruising back home. So good to get some miles in on the course and just loosen up the legs. Coming in to the end. We can pretend this is the finish line, Ben.
Oh, we can. There you go. Turn.
This is it right here. We did it! Woo!
Yeah, there you go.
And I are now in Costco. We're getting some various essentials: olives, pickles, berries, nuts, bacon, grapes, sparkling water, ginger beer, chips, mandarin orange packages, and I'm gonna get a better camera because this one is unreliable, and we'll demo this for this run, see how it is. So I'll let you know when I swap over to that one, but we'll see if it's up to snuff. Gotta love Costco before a race. Is the replacement. I just don't trust my GoPro, so I'm gonna bring this along and see how it goes. Just getting gear together here. I might do a quick gear check real quick so I can show you guys what I'm bringing in my pack. It'll be a little lighter than some of the 200s that I do. So I'll put that together. I also wanna have a quick chat with Mike and Ben and Dax beforehand, just talk about the race a little bit with them and from my perspective, so that you guys know what to expect as this thing unfolds, because this will probably be a pretty long video. So buckle up. Since we were in a household, 4 of us and our crews who were in the event racing with Mike, Ben, Dax, and I wanted to get a pre-race interview from each of us so that we could share our thoughts on what the race was going to be like. So this next section is just talking to the 3 guys and having a chat beforehand, the night before. The night before all hell breaks loose on the Cocodona 250, if you will. All right, Kerry here. I got Mike McKnight, who is a pal I've done some runs with, who has done some pretty fantastic things in the world of 200s. Cocodona is a race we've got a bunch of friends running. And because I probably won't see Mike on the actual run itself, since he's starting 50 minutes ahead, we'll probably finish maybe 20 hours ahead. We'll see.
Oh, don't say that.
Well, what are your expectations? What are you thinking out of this?
I mean, I don't know. I hope sub 60. That's my goal, but I mean, I did 59 hours at Moab, and this is 10 miles more and 12,000 feet more. So, but I haven't done 200s before this, so I feel like 60 is just kind of like a good reasonable thing, because
So
it
60.
all balances each other out.
And are you like weather? Are you just going to press no matter what, or are you keeping it in the bank a little bit and then running as you get further along? Like, you come on strong in the end of races.
Yeah, that's my strat. I'll do that. I'll probably dial it back just a little bit more than usual for that 22-mile climb. 'Cause I
That's
don't
the
wanna-
beginning, first day.
Yeah, the hot section.
One of the first things we've got is this 22-mile, hottest time of the day, farthest south climb up this mountain.
8,000 feet of gain.
And everybody's a little intimidated by that because it's coming right off the bat. But it'll also be good to get it in the rear view. So you're gonna take it easy and then bomb down the other side?
Not bomb down. I'll take it easier than normal and then go back to my normal, consistent pace.
And you've got, there's 3 types of terrain they're mentioning. Single track, which seems like it may be a little bit technical,
Yeah.
a lot of up and down. The double track, which is just fire roads, and we're gonna be going through towns and hitting some actual paved roads. What's your strategy for each?
Just hike the ups.
All of them, even on pavement?
It depends on the grade. Like, if it's like 15% or less, I might run it.
Here's my grade. If it's like this, I'll run it probably. If it's like this, no way.
I mean, that's what ends up happening for me too.
Okay. And then,
Yeah.
and then you've got your wife crewing you.
Mhm.
And do you have people pacing as well?
Yeah, so somebody I coach, Hector Rodriguez, is out here.
Fantastic. We met him earlier. Good guy.
Yeah, solid runner. Josh Knuckles, who paces me for almost everything I do. He lives up in northern Utah with me.
Okay.
And then my coach, Jeff Browning, will do
Oh, really?
the final 40 miles with me.
Wow.
Yeah, he just moved to Flagstaff, so that's his territory now.
That's awesome. You have a local pacing you at the very end.
Yeah, and my
All right.
coach.
Well, dude, I am so excited for you. I'll be following you along from behind. There's a very, very slight chance that at some point maybe I'll see him in the distance, but I don't think I'll probably see Mike at all during the race.
Don't say that.
So it's nice to have a couple days beforehand to kind of hang out. Dude,
It's gonna be fun.
I hope so. Cheers, man.
Hopefully
Good
that
luck.
wind's here.
Yeah. All right, I am now here with my pal Ben Light, who I most recently also was on the Colorado Trail with. He was the crew chief extraordinaire for Mike, and he and Mike also did the Brawl 300. And how many 200-mile races have you done?
This will be my 13th start, let's say it that way, 13th start of a 200+ mile race, or distance.
That is nuts. How
There's-
many has Mike done, do you know?
Like 5?
How many 200s have you done, Mike?
6?
6. Okay,
That's right, it's triple twice.
so Ben
And Brawl, so that's 7.
Ben has done more 200s than Mike and I put together. And I know you tell me what your goal was for the run this time.
I'm shooting on a sub 65. It's a goal. So I'm stretching, and I'm seeing how far I've progressed in my training and in my ability, and I think it's achievable if I do it smart.
I have a lot of admiration for these guys for trying to get a time like that, because I know you went through, you calculated, you created a spreadsheet. Share what your moving pace is and how much time you have at aid stations if you...
So I'll be watching my watch pretty religiously to make sure I can keep a consistent sub 14.2 pace.
That's 14.2
miles an hour. So
minutes per mile.
minutes per mile. So
Which doesn't sound fast, but over 250 some.
it's a fairly decent clip. And so basically I just want to keep that under, bank some time. But I do have 5 hours of aid station time built into that sub 65 with that 14.2 miles per hour. So it's not like, I still have some cushion there, but it's going to take keep moving.
And you got 21 aid stations with 5 hours, 300 minutes. So you've got, say, 12 to 15 minutes per aid station, roughly.
Yeah.
That's moving through an aid station pretty quickly, too.
Yeah, that's,
Any sleep?
That's what I'm trying not to do. My plan is we get to night 2, the second half of night 2. I'm going to go through night 1 for sure. Get to the second half of night 2. If I am on track I'm going to motivate myself to keep moving forward and do not lose pace, because I'll be finishing right around 10 o'clock at a sub 65, 10 o'clock on Wednesday night. So I don't have to go into night 3. But if I'm off track, then, and I'm going to be going into night 3, then the smart play is to actually lay down for, you know, an hour and a half, get some shut-eye, get back up and tear through the next night.
So a couple of these guys that I'm talking to have GoPros that they'll bring on their own. I might try and get some footage from them to share moments. I'll have quite a bit of footage from other people on the
I think
course.
that'll be fun to get like 3 or 4 different runners' perspectives, and we'll be hitting different areas at different times of the day.
For sure.
So there's things that you might not see because we went through in the daytime or something and you went through it at night, or vice versa.
So here's what I'm asking you though. The moments that you want to least bring out the camera.
Yeah, that's when
that's exactly when I need you to bring out the camera, because that's like the real stuff. Not like, oh, it's great, look at this, it's fantastic.
Believe me, when I hit start on my camera, all of a sudden the smile comes on and you're like, hey, we're this many far in and it's going great, and look at this beautiful scenery, and the minute I hit off, then it's like back to like,
well, I'm excited to be I'm excited to be in a race with these guys again. It is unfortunate we won't share miles at the beginning. That's why I'm doing this little bit of interview at the beginning, so I can get some time with them. And then maybe if you folks are still at the end when I'm finished, we'll have a quick chat and just see how it goes.
yeah, we do it. Or we could do like a post-race Zoom call.
That is also a very good idea. I would totally do that. We could arrange that and get that done.
I think this would be an awesome video to watch, to be able to see the pre-race, to be able to see the inner race and what's happening to a couple different racers and the situation. Because I mean, when you got four racers, anything can happen. Everybody's going to be facing different issues. Things could go sideways things go sideways for everyone at 250 miles.
But amongst the 4 of us, Mike is shooting for sub 60, Ben is shooting for sub 65, Dax is shooting for sub 70, and I'm shooting for 80 hours, maybe 85, something like that. And I may finish faster, we'll see. But these guys are very much racing it, whereas I am getting through the experience and enjoying myself.
You gotta document it.
That's true. I will be documenting. That'll take a bit of time, but it also gives me a story to tell, right? So who knows? If I get through faster than 80, that'll be a big win for me. But I'm not expecting that. And I will be incredibly impressed if each of these guys hits their goal. If we all hit the goal, it'll be Mike, Ben, Dax, me, and we'll
That's like a royal flush.
yeah. Who else we got to have? We got to have like Maggie Gooderl or someone in there. Yeah. So, it's going to be really fun to be out there with you.
Yeah, awesome.
Good luck tomorrow morning. I'm not waking up quite as early as you, bud. All right, I got my pal Dax here, longtime friend. I think we were talking 23, 24 years.
24 years, probably.
Something like that. I knew Dax through swing dancing, and then I was perhaps his gateway mentor into the world.
Most definitely.
into the world of ultra running. Yeah. So this is actually super cool because this is the first time you and I will actually both be running in a race together. I've run a couple races with him, but pacing him.
Yes.
And
thank you so much for that, by the way.
Oh yeah, you're very welcome. I enjoyed the heck out of both of them. We have videos for those, by the way. You can see both those videos. Bigfoot. And your Kodiak.
Kodiak, yes.
But it's also going to be kind of interesting because I expect Dax will probably finish a good ways ahead of me at the end. You have some goals for the race. What are the things you're shooting for?
Potentially ambitious, but I'm hoping to finish in under 70 hours if I can.
Okay.
I would love for that. If I figured a few things could get uncomfortable and I'll still be able to manage that. That's my goal, but you never know with these things. That's what makes them so interesting.
You've done like Moab. What was your time in Moab?
Moab was, I think, 72 hours or 74 hours.
72, 74.
And that was, I slept a lot at Moab.
Ah, okay.
I had some nutrition issues and then I slept a lot.
Are you thinking of sleeping
No,
during
not
this?
for this one.
Like not sleeping at all.
Well, what I realized is the best sleep I got was on the trail, and
Yeah.
the worst sleep I got was at Aid Station. So my plan is really to nap on the trail when I'm unable to safely proceed, and then I will take a little lay down, hopefully without any rattlesnakes cuddling up with me, and then I will proceed, with those 2 to 5 minute little trail snoozes.
Yeah, and you've got an interesting crewing situation here, right?
Yes, quite interesting. I have my wife and kids.
Sarah,
Very interesting, very
Beaudry,
exciting.
or Bobo and
Bobo,
Huxley.
yeah.
And so I think actually between Mike, Ben, you, and me, the person with the toughest job
It's
is
gonna be Sarah, my wife. I know.
She's got to drag 2 kids around and
You
show
put
up.
what all of us have to do together, it might be comparable, but Sarah still
my
might
God.
take it. Yeah, they're
Sarah, I should actually interview
handfuls.
Sarah. I should interview Sarah after. I should do a before and after interview with Sarah. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I will definitely do that actually.
Yeah, that would be good. to get
So
that
but for
perspective.
you, is that like I would be terrified to have my wife out there. My wife would not have a good time.
I
know Sarah's
I
been out.
really tried to convince Sarah not to do it, but she was very adamant. And the backstory on that is actually, and I hate to throw Michael under the bus, but yeah, the idea was he his wife is Sarah as well, and so Sarah and Michael were going to bring their
Different
kids.
Sarah.
Yeah. Both Sarah with an H, but so Michael and Sarah were going to bring their kids, and I told my Sarah, I was like, you should call Sarah. There's a lot of, it's going to maybe be potentially confusing. And just ask her a little bit about how she is going to manage 2 kids and crewing Mike and this and that. So they had a nice talk, and the idea of them getting to hang out, and our kids have played together before. They do so very well, and it
Similar-ish
seemed- yeah,
ages.
it seemed like a really great plan. And then
How old are the kids?
mine are 2 and 7.
2 and 7.
Yeah, and there's like maybe 1.5, 2.5, maybe approaching 2, and Killian is 6-ish, or I could be off on that though. So they all play really well together as a group though. And then a few days before we head down here, Michael and Sarah are like, oh man, we hate to break this to you, but my parents decided to watch the kids. So now, and Sarah had already been like all in, like mentally prepared to do this. She's like, it's fine, I'll be fine. We're just gonna make this all happen, And I think something that's really amazing about Sarah, my wife Sarah, not that there isn't amazing things about the other Sarah as well. I'm just saying, it's
not a
really,
contest.
it's not a contest until tomorrow.
Till tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I will be happily pulling up the rear. Although I think I'll be finishing up in the order of 180 runners, so closer to the front than the back, but I'll be the slowest guy in the house.
Well, you never know, Kerry.
You never know, but we'll see.
That's the beauty of these things. But Sarah really gets a lot of personal fulfillment out of like the support role. It strengthens, our relationship a lot, because these are such emotional experiences. Like I can't even count how many times I've just started crying during one of these events. Or the worst was after finishing Tahoe, which for me, no, that's the wrong shirt, but that for me was like the race that I thought I was going to quit in.
Yeah.
Because I was having so much trouble. And when
I remember you calling me after Bigfoot saying, hey, do you think I could do Tahoe? I'm like, well, how are you feeling? Like, I feel pretty good. I said,
Yeah.
all right, go for it if you like it.
Yeah.
Can you pace me? I can't do that one either.
No.
And I'm like, what are you going to do? And he said something along the lines of, I think I really want to go out and be competitive. And I'm like, oh, no. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
that,
So taking this into tomorrow, how are you going to ratchet back? Because it's heat again, and it's so, and
heat and a lot of climbing in the beginning, a
Yeah.
lot of carrying water. I think what I had this time that I didn't have, because when I did the Triple Crown, it's like I did my first 200. I had no idea what to expect, if I could do it or not do it, and then I finished it.
finished fantastic. Fifth, were you fifth?
Fifth place.
Fifth place at Bigfoot,
in
amazing.
like 63 hours or something.
Fantastic time.
And I had good energy the whole time, other than blisters. Blisters slowed me down a lot, and that was right when you started pacing me. I had actually like 2 miles with you, and I was feeling good, and all of a sudden my feet just blew up, and then we had to cross all those rivers and swim across the rivers practically. So I think what I wasn't able to do is like soak in the experience and learn from it, and then train while thinking of what it would be like to do another one. I just did another one 4 weeks later, and then another one again, and I didn't have time to really understand the whole process and how my body can go through it a little better. And what I feel like I have now is a little bit better understanding of my body, nutrition, how many calories I can take in per hour while pushing, my heart rate, and not getting stomach distress. And these are things like...
How has training been for you? Have you had a solid training block up to this?
I think I had some injuries. There was the Brawl project that I was in, and I did 100 miles of that, and I went into it with an injury that caused my left knee to blow up because I was compensating during all of that, and that was just, I shouldn't have started, but I started because I was kind of committed to a project. Right. And it was like not a race project, it was more of a personal project, so I just wanted to give it a go. And then that injury put me out of running for quite a while.
So leading up into this, you're back in?
Yeah, but I re-injured during training. And I was like, okay, I'm pushing too much too soon and getting back into running. So I've dialed it back, and then I was feeling a lot better. I have a nagging pain in my left shin, which I know is going to bother me because it bothered me a little bit on today's little...
Oh, really?
Yeah, but not when I'm running. It's when I'm walking. That's going to be dangerous.
Well, great.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be good. Just run. I hope I can eat enough to keep up with the problem I have, which is I can only really run without feeling discomfort. But once again, it's still hard to tell how your body's going to react under the stress of the situation. So, and I also learned that if I am dealing with like issues, like I was throwing up in Tahoe, and I also had a similar thing in Moab, I'm just going to stop for a while and sort of reset the body, as opposed to like keep doing slow miles over and over. I think I'll just take a good chunk of time, sort of reset, and then reevaluate how I'm going to finish.
Yeah, I think if you get into a distress situation in one of these runs, you can push forward and suffer indefinitely and maybe finish, but you'll be slow, inefficient,
miles.
It'll be miserable.
Yeah.
If you do a hard stop,
watch some Netflix at an aid station.
That's right.
Get a full series in.
That's right. Get a massage and all that, and then reset the stomach. You can probably get out and be a lot more efficient.
Yeah, and enjoy it more too. I think like, let's say you net the same amount of time, but like 150 miles of misery is just not nearly as wonderful as...
I love that race, 150 miles of misery.
That would be a good one. I'm pretty sure we can put it together. We probably come up with a few good spots to do that.
Well, dude, I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yes.
I don't expect to see you on the course, but there may be at some point where we combine at Aid Station briefly. You never know. Although starting 50 minutes ahead is probably a pretty big...
It is a big little jump, but I believe in Kerry. You can catch up.
But don't encourage me. The last thing I want to do is try and push and catch you guys.
I'm waiting for you, Kerry. But I'm not slowing down, but I'm waiting for it.
Cheers,
All right, man.
All right, so the lighting's a little bit different.
We're in the garage.
That's right, because everybody else is going to sleep because it's 8:15 and people are waking up in about 6 hours.
Including you.
Yeah, me too. But I wanted to introduce you to Sarah, Dax's wife. I've known her for quite some time, actually.
Yeah.
Probably 20 years for you, almost too.
Yeah, when our oldest son was a baby, right?
Also, your wedding.
Yeah. Okay.
So Dax and I are joking just a little bit that Sarah might have the toughest job. So you are, what possessed you to volunteer to crew for Dax?
What did possess me? I don't know. Dax, actually, Sarah McKnight, I sort of got suckered in a little bit because Sarah was going to do this with her 2 kids, and she's been a champion mom crewing lady, and then they were able to get their parents to help just like a week before we came, and I was like, what? Now I'm all alone.
So do you have a strategy? I mean, 20 different aid stations, hours apart, you're gonna have to get from one to the other. You got 2 kids in tow and 1 giant kid with Dax.
So we definitely had to pack, and we're gonna be living out of the minivan.
And the minivan is actually our tripod here right now. You got a mattress in the back?
I do. It's like a memory foam roll-out from Costco. We just try to pack as minimally... Oh, we're going cricket.
That's good. That's all right.
We try to pack as minimally as we could, but even then we have so much stuff in the car, so pretty much I'm going to have to take everything out every time we want to sleep, which is going to be crazy. And I have no idea. Things like, I have a crazy 2-year-old who will I brought a leash because he will run into the cactus, he will run into the woods. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I have to go to the bathroom, just strap him to a tree, or I don't know, we're gonna have to
keep
fly by this
the chola comb handy.
Yeah, I know.
So Sarah's obviously got a lot of energy, which is a good thing.
For now.
But this is gonna be 3 days
Yeah.
straight of 2 kids, 2 and 6?
2 and 7.
2 and 7.
But we did have one strategy. I very, very thoroughly looked through all of the aid stations, exactly where I'm going, the estimated time of day, so that I also knew here's where I would go with the kids, here's where I could have dinner and eat, and I had to not just think about Dax, but also that I have to take care of kids at the same time. And we did decide that it just so happened that at St. John Vianney, the way they have the trail is you have to go up and then back an hour and 45 minutes to go to Black Tank and then come back around. I mean, it was just so we did decide for me to skip that one aid station in the middle of the night. I'm so sorry, Dax, because he's going to be alone all night. But that gives me and the kids. Aid station
people are great.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that gives me and the kids a solid 10-hour chunk to take a break, and then I'll meet him again in the morning of the 3rd day. So.
Well, my hat is off to you. So much respect. I don't know if I would volunteer for that. That may be too much for me to try and do something like that. So my hope is, and I don't know if it'll work out, because at the end you guys will be probably hours in front, and maybe they'll be around, maybe not. The garage lights going out, so it's probably a signal. So I'll let you get to sleep. I wish you so much luck tomorrow.
Yes, you too. We'll see you along the way.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope you will, but you might not. We'll see. Back here with John, we've got the number on a belt where I can also put my Kogala light. I've got a sunscreen diaper rash combo. I've got squirrel's nut butter, a little bit of eye ointment, some chapstick, a toothbrush, a mini toothpaste, some S-caps, some tape along with a pen, a chola brush, 2 water purification tablets, an Advil, some Band-Aids, a couple alcohol preps, one other tooth floss device, a drink tab with electrolyte, a couple personal wipes, a couple more Band-Aids, some blister prevention goo, 2 little nipple chafing things which I will put on. Hopefully they'll stick on pretty well. Another alcohol prep pad for those, some sunglasses, a mask. I will be bringing my poles and a quiver, my official business Burning Man champion badge. I've got a couple pieces of food in here, electrolyte on this side. I've got water on this side, water in the bladder, and a case for my phone, and a little clip here that I put the GoPro in. A couple charging cables, and that's pretty much it. I will load up on warm weather gear and stuff like that a little later. Inside the pack, I've got gloves, a windbreaker, and a buff. So, and a hat, and those things will be my emergency gear, although I'm not going to need it for a while, so it should be a lighter pack than normal.
Here they are, getting ready to set loose on their journey across America in a van shaped like a dog.
That's bright. Good luck, man.
Hey,
have a great run.
Yes, thank you.
We'll see you out there. Good luck, crewing. Yeah, you too, bro.
Have a fun one.
Yeah.
Have fun. We'll see you out there at some point.
I hope you will, maybe, but I won't guarantee it. We'll see.
Did you take my list?
Yes, I did.
One of those. Have fun storming the castle, Dax. Oh, yeah. Rolling up to the start. Looks like a much more crowded parking situation than it was before. First wave is probably gone. Wow. Now I've got, let's see, maybe even the second wave is gone.
We got about a half hour before takeoff. Yeah. Wow, that's the excitement of the start right there. And they are off and running. In the 6th wave.
Oh, okay.
So I'll be starting a half hour after you.
Yeah, right on.
Maybe at some point we'll cross paths.
I hope so.
Or something.
Yeah, I hope so.
This is Wes. I know him through videos.
Yeah. I've been following you for a long time.
Nice shirt.
Yeah, thanks very much.
So what are your hopes and dreams for this race?
Well, first off, to finish. But I did Moab in 2019.
Awesome.
And I got injured halfway through. And so that I was a bit slower in that second half because of the hamstring injury.
Yeah.
So I hope to finish this faster than that, just because I hope not to get injured.
What was your Moab time?
Moab time was, I think, 96 hours.
Gotcha.
So I'd like to be a little bit less than that for this. But but at the same time, it's just to get through it.
Have a good experience.
I previewed the course just looking at aid stations, and it's such an amazing landscape that I'm just excited to travel through it and see what it's like and experience it. So it's gonna be a journey, man.
Dude.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Hope to see you.
I hope to see you out there. All right. Good luck, Kerry.
Nice to meet you, Wes.
Nice to meet you.
Something that you'll also see every time I mention another runner or competitor, you will see a graphic pop up from track leaders, and this is their tracking device data. There's a line on a map which is the start to the very finish. It's a red line. It's covered with blue as far as they made it. So if they made it a quarter of the way, you'll see a blue line extend about a quarter of the way in, and then the rest of it is red. So if they got a DNF, did not finish, you'll see an incomplete blue line, and you'll be able to see how far they go. There's also some data there, age, hometown, speed, that kind of thing, although it's very small print. But that's my intent when I show you that. If someone didn't finish, sometimes they made it through 30 miles, sometimes they made it through 200 miles. It's a big difference. So DNF is not a one-size-fits-all.
I just met Sam from Prescott. He's running 200 feet past his house today. Well, not today. I don't know.
If it was today, I would have
What's the
started
mile
already.
marker?
Like 79.
Maybe tomorrow during the day at some point.
Yeah.
Run by his house. That's kind of a nice deal.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Sam.
All right.
Cheers, man. This is the official start of the 3rd wave, so we'll cheer these folks on, then I'll go get my number. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo-hoo! Good stuff, Jose. Enjoy yourself out there. Look at them all. Nice work, nice work. Good job, everybody.
It's in the marathon.
Don't forget to smell the roses. There they all go. And they got the drone up there following them away. Well, that's pretty cool.
Spot.
Yes.
Got it?
So I'll put it on for you, but if you need to switch it out or anything.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty familiar with them. I think this is definitely the shoulder right here.
That looks like a good one.
Good. And if you could cheat it either slightly forward or slightly back so it's not right on the weight-bearing part, that'd be great. Like 50 miles in, oh, it feels a little bit. 100 miles in, it's like, oh my God. That is probably going to be fine. Perfect. Thank you so much. Morgan.
They'll swap it out in dead horse.
Okay.
For you, and then you have your 3 liters of water.
Yes. Although it's not all full until the next station. So, yeah, cool.
Are you going to change out your vest now?
The vest? No. I don't think so, unless something really goes sideways.
It does. That needs to go with you.
Understood completely.
Have fun.
Thank you. Is there anything else I need to do?
That's it.
Thank you, ladies.
Have a great race.
I'm really disappointed that check-in dog is not here this morning.
I know.
This is Steph from San Jose, who's going to wear a freaking Santa hat
the whole time.
I will be
Christmas year round.
shocked and amazed. So he did Bigfoot before and watched the video. So nice to meet you, bud.
Nice to meet you as well.
Have a great time out there, dude.
You as well.
Kerry, great to see you. Have a great time out there. You've got the outfit of experience on right there.
And it's great in the day, great at night.
Well, I hope I'll see you out there. I'll be starting behind you. So.
All right. Well, you'll catch me.
Well, last time we ran together at Delirium.
I don't know what they put me in this way up here. I'll see you later.
See you, Gene. This is Billy. I've watched a lot of his films too.
Wow, that is brand spanking new. You have the stickers on and everything.
That's because my GoPro was acting up yesterday and I went to Costco. I'm like, I can't have it.
There you go.
But
are you going to keep it on for protection or something?
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, the lens is uncovered. Well, 5-10 minutes to go, and then starting off. These experiences are pretty pivotal and interesting as everything strips back until there's nothing but moving forward left to do, and I can't wait to start. Jason here. I told him he's a quarter bagel from being ready.
Heck yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from Dallas, Texas.
What are your hopes and dreams for today?
To not die.
Equally, I have those dreams.
The risk is low, but not zero.
That's true.
Yeah, that's I
him right there.
All right.
All right. The last
You've got about 2 minutes. Do me a favor, tap on your shoulder, make sure you got that spot tracker nice and secure. It is going to follow you all the way across Arizona. 4, 3, 2, 1. Get it going.
And away we go. See you out there, John. Woo! All right. Glasses on and good to go. Have fun, everybody. Nothing but open road.
That's right. We're going to see that sun come up here in a minute.
That's actually very true. This is my sprint pace for the whole thing.
Nice and easy. I see they got a camera on Jerome Kerry.
Here's my favorite sign right here. Keep running, boys.
Yeah, I like that one.
Oh.
See, that's it. I'm doing the Triple Crown.
Are you?
Yeah.
Good Lord, Russ is good jumping in both feet.
Well, that's what I try. So, I try. Like I said, my last 200 a couple 3 weeks ago bombed, but it was my fault. I should have had more food with me and not relied on the aid station.
I met Russell at Mike's aid station at the Moab race last year, Mike McKnight station, which I worked for a while before jumping into pacing mode afterwards.
It was fun working at aid station.
The perfect trail. If you want to get on a trail and you're like, you have a picture of Arizona in your head and what it's going to be like to run in Arizona, I would say anywhere on the Black Canyon Trail would be the way to go. Probably this section is probably my favorite. You're climbing out to go to like Rock Springs Ridge. And that's where they're headed actually right now. It's going to slowly start to climb up.
That's me there with a couple of the others with Russell.
So we have a question here for Brandon Yankee. Would love to know what camera gear Jamil is carrying. The Jam Cam is honestly just a mobile phone. So I don't know exactly. I think he has an iPhone, if I remember right. But yeah. And he knows this course probably better than anybody else. So I know Jamil knows exactly where there's service and where there's probably not service. So that's why I knew when he was going to jump in and out. He just has it super dialed. But yeah, if you are watching us now,
there we go, right there.
We have this drone footage courtesy of our friend Tony Hill coming all the way from Colorado Springs. He was out there during Black Canyon, so he knows this trail well. This is actually one of the sections he was on during that race.
We got a photographer lying in wait right here.
I really want to be running out there right now.
Yeah,
Those trails, man.
The drone shots really just give you a lot of perspective on the race course here. It gives you a little bit more depth than like a ground cam can. Love the spirit there with the jumping heel click.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks,
really
guys.
the energy of some of these
This is my
wave runners.
editing spot right here in Lake Tahoe. I don't know if you can see it out there, but this is where I've been working the last couple days. Russ is just talking about a guy who came through the aid station last time. That was what, like 79 miles maybe into Moab. Hot day, tough day. And there was a guy there, bit of a drama king, looking for every excuse for the crew and aid folks to validate his decision to drop out of the race. And nobody would really do it. Yeah, I got to the point where I'm like, I am not about to try and talk someone who does not want to be out there into jumping into a course when he's got 150 miles to go.
Remember what he said? He goes, I hate you guys because I wanted you guys to tell me to stop. And we kept telling him, oh, you're actually making time. He's like, I hate you guys.
And he quit at the aid station. He took the sag wagon back to race headquarters. So wasn't in it mentally that day. You can see the others.
Oh yeah?
Looking good over there, people! Woo! Oh, I've decided to run off the front a little bit. I don't want to get my pace up too high, but I also don't want to feel like I'm slowing down just for company. Oh wow, there's up ahead the stragglers in the 5th wave, so I'm going to be in people again pretty quick, so it'll be good to have some conversations flagging across the river, which is totally dry and not flowing right now. I think it's called agua frio. I'm going to try and very deliberately walk little uphills. Oh, the sand. You can see I got a pair of Ultra Olympuses that I intend to wear for the whole run. So that's the idea. Rise and see if it's time for poles or not. I don't want to pull them too early. Oh, they're going straight, so probably pole time. See if I can reach them without. Ah, they're over there. Slightly awkward. There they are. Putting them back will be the trick efficiently. Nice work there, my brightly colored brethren. What's your name?
Have a great race.
Yeah, you too. What's your name?
Chris.
Nice to meet you, Chris.
What's your name?
Kerry.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, enjoy your time out here. I intend to.
We're meeting on Thursday.
Nice work, bud.
Good job.
This silhouette in the morning. It's a beautiful day. Looking good, my friend. I'll just slide past. Nice job. I'm Kerry.
Stan.
Stan, nice to meet you. How old are you, Stan?
73.
73? Give Gene some competition there, huh?
Yeah, he's a class by himself.
No, you know what? You're out here, which puts you in the fraction of a percentage of people who are out here. So, I'll tuck behind you, right? Thank you. What's your name?
I'm Linda.
Linda, it's nice to meet you. What are your hopes and dreams for the next couple of days?
Complete. Make the cutoff.
Make the cutoff. Well, enjoy. 2.5 miles in.
which is a milestone. That means 1% of the race. Got to do this 100 more times. But like I say, aid station to aid station, that's how I'm going to play it. Hopefully, if I'm sensible with my energy expenditure, I'll be able to move at a good pace at the end. Already tune up some olives, fueling and hydrating, trying to stay ahead of the curve, anticipating a warm day. Got people up ahead there, slowly making up ground, trying to avoid the chasing after the hare type of thing, but I'm sure there'll be a little of that. Look at this. That's why we have to bring a comb to pop those off in case you get a couple of those stuck on you. Over at the switchbacks, a bunch of people on that hill, they do not believe in going straight up a hill. Good Lord. It is just S-turn after S-turn to get up. There's the short way and then there's the other way. Woo-hoo! Not much life there. Oh, there's one. Yoo-hoo! Great work there.
Thank you.
Phyllis, nice to meet you. I'm Kerry.
Oh, hey, Kerry, I love your YouTube. I love it.
You're gonna make this one.
Yes.
What are your hopes and dreams today?
Just have fun.
That is
have a good time and enjoy nature.
That is perfect.
All right, have fun.
Nice to meet you, Phyllis. Hello.
Hey, good job.
Thank you, thank you. And Brett. Kerry. Where are you from, Brett?
Denver.
Denver.
Yeah, how about you?
Vancouver, Canada.
Right.
So.
You ever pink all week?
Nope.
I'll be able to find you.
You know, I'll definitely be changing.
Yeah.
Just above his prey.
That's right.
Scott Rokas, photography, race photographer extraordinaire. Hey, hey. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Very well. What's your name?
Kaushik.
What is it?
Kaushik.
Kaushik.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
1, 2. Good to see you, Scott.
Oh, you're from the San Francisco Bay Area?
Ah, yeah.
Originally from India.
That's where I was born.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Where in India?
I was born in New Delhi, but my...
Oh, wow. Oh,
my
really?
Yeah. My parents lived in Bharatpur for 4 years.
Oh, okay. Oh, so how many years were you in India?
Just 6 months after I was born.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I remember it very well. Or not at all.
Yeah.
What's your name up in front?
His name is Pradeep.
Ah, Pradeep.
Yeah.
I'm Kerry. Nice to meet you too.
I've watched quite a few of your videos.
I apologize for that.
So, yeah, where do you live?
I live in Vancouver, Canada.
Oh, wow.
So,
wow.
I...
We are like close.
I'm not a fast man. Today is just get it done day. Although I will tuck past on the left here if you don't mind.
Yeah, good.
Enjoy your time out here, fellas.
Man.
Nice to meet you. Another thing that I've been doing is just giving you their overall placement. I haven't been saying 3rd place female, 10th place overall or whatever. Because in this type of race, everybody's in it together. I'll let you know who the top finishers were in the women, but I'm really just focusing on overall placement, just to keep it simple. Some point.
Oh, that is debatable. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Moving along with the hat still.
Just trying to keep the heart rate down.
That's smart.
You know, with that next climb, I just want to not kill myself for the next 4 days. But
yeah, climbing is a great excuse to walk. It really is.
Any of these 200s are a great excuse to walk. Yeah.
Well, the hat thing, man, I got to tell you, like in
circus and showbiz and whatnot.
Yeah.
There's a thing called committing to the bit.
Yeah.
You are committing to the bit with that circuit.
I'm committing to it, absolutely.
With that hat.
Absolutely.
I love it so much, I really do.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. It gets a little hot, but with a little ice, yeah, it'll cool down.
Yeah, that wouldn't be bad. And at night, you're going to be looking
Oh, at
pretty
night it's
good.
perfect insulation. Yeah, I don't need to wear anything out there. Yeah, yeah. So.
Well, good luck, bud. I might see you at the next
good luck
station.
to you.
I don't think the next station is ridiculously far, so. Nice to meet you, Angela. So, the suggestion from Stefan, right?
Stefan, yeah.
Is do Full Tilt Fridays as a podcast.
As a podcast. Let him know. Let him know in the comments. Get the support building. Yeah. No, I think it'd be a great way. Yeah, and I think you'd expand your audience too, because I think there's a lot of people that'll listen to your charming voice while they run.
Yeah. Well, it's funny how many like are treadmills and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So past Howie back there. He's checking the gate. All good.
Got it. Okay.
You are a man of extreme talent. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Are some magnificent saguaro cacti around here. And we're on double track. Basically a road. It's like one of the last vehicles down it was a bulldozer. So it's starting to get a little warm. We've been going a little over an hour and a half now. So not sure on mileage, haven't checked. Haven't hit the first station, which is at 11 miles. No crew there. Wow, look at this. We're definitely on the march now with the hill that is actually a legitimate hill. How you doing? You enjoying yourself?
Yes.
Glad to hear it. What's your name?
Ashley Nicole?
Ashley Nicole?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Double first name.
I'm Kerry. That's Stefan.
Yes.
That's because there's too many Ashleys in the 1980s.
Yeah.
What are your hopes and dreams for the next couple days?
Just to finish.
That's a good one. How's it going there, my friend?
Just the fun part.
The hills. It's a good excuse to walk, right?
Good excuse.
Never
Dude, look at you with the Michigan.
Go blue.
I am a Wolverine. What's your name?
Sean.
Sean, I'm Kerry. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Sean.
Enjoy. Hopefully there'll be several Wolverines finishing.
Point.
Yours truly coming into frame here with Stefan in a Santa hat.
So Joe Sosa.
Got the pink.
Oh, sorry, I'm reading that wrong. Jose Sosa.
And yellow.
Jose
Gonna have
Sosa,
some fun with it.
Bib 81, based on his tracking.
You gotta play with the
on double track
photographers.
road, so I don't believe he's passed it yet, but it could be quite soon. There's the Santa hat, having a good time.
Yay,
And we
Stefan.
were just talking about wise hat choices. I'm not going to say this is an unwise choice, but it's definitely a different choice, and I love it.
That was pretty cool.
They got the drone up behind us, which is sort of neat. What's your name?
Stan.
Stan?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Is that Sam up there too? No.
What's up?
What's your name?
Brian.
Brian.
Yep.
Nice to meet you, Brian.
Nice to meet you too. How you doing?
So far, so good.
Good. What's your name?
I admire your bright colors.
Thank you. Yeah, yours too.
I'm Kerry.
Kerry.
Yeah. What we got over there?
Dennis.
Dennis.
Yeah, good to meet
I don't know you, Kerry, but I know of you. Famous YouTube guy.
Yeah, there'll be one. You got so hopes and dreams. Let's go. Okay, you each need to come up with 3 words. I'm gonna go to one, then the other, then the other. 3 words. You guys ready? Okay. Hopes and dreams. What do you got, Stan?
Relentless forward progress.
Very nice. What do we got?
Finish this thing.
And?
Don't ever quit.
All right. We got the motivational crew here. Their accessories line will be out next season. Good to meet you folks.
See you out there.
This vehicle right here. Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
Oh, good to see you again. This is our mystery drone pilot right here.
Hey, I watched your video.
What's your name?
I'm Troy Wicks.
Troy, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet Kerry.
I'll look for your drone now that I know what it looks like. Oh, you got two.
I will chase you down right now.
Well, then we'll run
Now
again.
we got to be running.
A little bit more coverage from Aravaipa Live. Here's Troy's car.
It's before the mile 11 aid station.
And we've just passed him and he said hello.
Where
and we
is
are
Versteeg?
right
Well, we don't
here
have eyes on Versteeg
waiting
because
for
he's
the drone to come out behind
pack.
us.
Well, he's in the front of the pack right now, but Michael Versteeg, again, just going to throw it out there, my pick.
Once again, gonna have a little fun.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. We got our runner in the Santa hat. Look at them having fun down there.
I love it. Between the bright fluorescent colors and the Santa hat and the...
That is how you run a 250-mile race right there.
Well, that's actually probably how you run closer to 270 miles. But, you know...
Funnily enough, that's about how far my Strava said.
More bang for their buck. So
yeah.
I love, but in all seriousness, I really love the enthusiasm. I love seeing everyone out there having fun as they're perusing the desert here.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Another thing I want to do is give hats off to Aravaipa for their live stream coverage. It was pretty audacious to figure, you know, we're going to provide 40, 50 hours of coverage of this event with multiple cameras and drones in different places and a studio setting. Pretty cool. I got a lot of feedback from different people saying that this was something they really enjoyed. Hopefully it's the wave of the future. It's a way to expose the sport to more people. I really, really liked that part of it. I know some competitors were getting updates from the live stream and their crew when they were hitting aid stations and things like that. So hats off to Aravaipa for doing the live stream coverage. Talking with Stefan here about running downhill and keeping your feet light, slower, or rather quicker steps, quicker, shorter steps, which enable you to go over quick terrain that has rocks and some technicality very easy. Stefan has a bit more of a long stride, so I was encouraging him to think of a mantra that I made up for myself after hearing Carl Meltzer's Speed Goats mantra, which is eat, drink, move forward, which is perfectly simple and elegant. But mine is light, smooth, easy, going downhill. And it just enables you to take advantage of the terrain and flow with it so that it's not a source of stress going downhill, like, oh, big, you know, big heavy steps. How you doing, fellas?
Hey guys. Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. What are your names?
Nick.
Nick, I'm Kerry.
Nice to meet you, Kerry.
Mike, that's Stefan.
Good.
Yeah, you are as well.
Martin's friend. You're my single, yeah. You know Martin? Oh yeah. You got an Avellino last year. Yeah. I did. Yeah, I did a race.
I love these connections. It's a small world in the ultra community.
Yeah, I saw that.
Race direction right here. They got a salt lick for the runners. That's hilarious.
I didn't know that was like a thing.
Oh yeah. I'm making a gel here before the aid station, kind of drink. How you feeling?
Hey.
Is your name actually Disco?
Disco? Yeah.
That is so awesome. I love that.
Thank you.
I was debating whether there's a nickname.
This is Stefan. I'm Kerry. Nice to meet you, Disco. You're automatically, I think, one of my favorite on the course already.
That's fantastic.
Let's wait until the
Are you
end.
listening to this?
No, I'm careful. I'm listening to some Arab dance music, actually.
Really?
Close enough.
Close enough. I was like, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'll see him, but my pacer, Miles, is a musician who specializes in the Middle Eastern instruments.
Oh, cool.
He might be at one of the aid stations.
He'll know who I'm listening to and all that. I mean, it's kind of...
Who is it?
I have to look this one up.
Don't worry about it then.
There's like this genre called Rai in Moroccan. So I don't know if you can call it pop music.
Moroccan pop music.
Huh?
Moroccan pop music.
So
yeah.
good.
Well, 100% approval. Lovely section with some big cigarros. And I see a tent up there, which leads me to believe first aid station, first section of 21, 11 miles in. Woo!
As I come into each aid station, you'll see it labeled AS1 for aid station 1 through AS. I believe there's 23 aid stations altogether. And you can see the mile marker for that aid station. You will see the time it took me cumulatively to reach that aid station. And then you will also see my placement according to the time, taking into account all the different starting waves. Fantastico. Gonna, if this is actually it might just be people camping. No, it might just be people camping. Or maybe not. Now it's here. Oh wow, look at all these people. This is gonna be efficient. I gotta get my mask on. The other thing that the different waves did was to offset the timing. So as I'm coming into an aid station with a couple people, I might have started at the same time as them, or I might have started 30 or 40 minutes later. So at the aid stations, the time and placement that I'm giving you is just based on cumulative time as related to in the big matrix of aid stations. What's your name?
Gavin.
Gavin's helping me get a little water into my other emergency stash. I think we're out of here in a moment. Have a great race, everyone! That looks like Gloria King according to her name badge. How you doing? All right, you enjoying your day so far?
Absolutely.
I'm Kerry.
Nice to meet you, Kerry.
Nice to meet you, Gloria. Thank you. What's your name?
Robert.
Robert, pleasure to meet you too.
Nice to meet you.
Good work, my friend. I approve of the blue color scheme thing you got going on. My color scheme is not nearly as regimented.
You're very easy to spot.
For a little while. So, came into first aid station early in the race. All the waves bunching up a bit. Seemed like there were 20, 25 people there. Way more racers than crew, which is sort of to be expected. So we got out pretty efficiently. Talking to Stefan, what do you think?
Yeah, no, we were in and out within probably 7-8 minutes or so. Just trying to make sure we have all the water and gear that we need for the next 20 miles. Should be the hottest part of the course.
I got a little over 3 liters of liquid, including half a liter of gnarly and maybe 10 ounces of nutritional supplement. And sure, I think boost comes later. That's for the turbo at the end of the race. That is a mighty fine straw hat, my friend. What's your name?
Jared.
Jared?
Yeah.
I'm Kerry. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
You enjoying yourself?
Not at all.
Then you're doing it all wrong. What are your hopes and dreams for the Cocodona 250?
Goal number 1, don't die.
Okay.
Goal number 2, finish. Number 3, minimal injury. And from there,
before minimal injury?
Yeah, I'll take injury.
A little, it's almost to be expected a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Something's gonna happen. It might just be a chafing injury.
Yeah.
Could be rattlesnake bite, something minor.
I did the Triple Crown a couple of years ago with 2 herniated discs in my back. So.
Oh, dude.
We'll wing it.
Dude, respect.
Thank you.
Yeah, Stefan here is doing Triple Crown soon.
What?
Aren't you?
No.
Come on, man.
No, I'm not.
He was just telling me how he wanted to do it.
No, I would like to, but I'm not set up for it. So.
That's right.
The elevation of this is shorter, is less, but than any of those 3, if I recall correctly.
No, this is is more than Moab.
This is definitely more than Moab.
Yeah.
20,000 feet more than Moab.
Oh.
Yeah.
It may be.
You're just blocking it out intentionally.
It may be more than Tahoe as well.
Ooh. I believe the only one that's more than it is Bigfoot. Yeah. Yeah. And only by a couple thousand feet. I think Bigfoot's like 45.
And that's only if you believe us.
Yeah.
Oh man, when you do Bigfoot, you'll believe every step of it.
You gotta believe in Bigfoot.
Yeah, that's the one I did. Yeah. Yeah. I loved it. No, it was great. Yeah.
Rock. How you doing? I'm doing good. Kara Scott, is it?
Yes.
I'm Kerry. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What'd you say?
Kerry.
Kerry?
Kerry Ward, yeah. Nice to meet you, Kara. You enjoying yourself?
I am. I'm excited to finally be out here.
Yeah.
Isn't it nice?
Yes.
It's like, now that we're out here, it's just simple.
Yeah.
All you have to
nervous about it anymore. Here we are.
All you do is just keep moving forward, right?
Yep.
Well, good work. What's your goal for a beautiful moment on this adventure?
Mostly just to finish, but 4 days would be nice.
Oh yeah, please.
I'd be happy about Friday.
That'd be real nice. How's it going? Good. I'm Kerry.
Cassidy.
Cassidy, it's a pleasure. Nice to meet you. Cassidy.
What's your name?
Stefan. Yeah.
Okay.
Cassidy. Hopes and goals. What's your hope and goal for Cocodona 250?
115. That's my guess.
115 hours, yeah.
115 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, 10 hours before cutoff.
Yeah.
That's the hope and goal. Okay, I can definitely.
Gives you some buffer.
I can see that happening for you. Just be relentless.
Depends on the long nights, huh?
Yeah, right. Thinking it's all dirt road. We got sections that look like this too. Just coming out of a dry creek bed. Probably all the creek beds are gonna be pretty dry on this. But so far, it's only 8:40 in the morning, so we're a little under 2 hours.
3 hours.
Oh, under 3 hours. Yeah. Only seems like 2. The temperature is tolerable. 1 or 2 o'clock, we'll see. But hopefully by then we'll have some elevation too, which will help. Desperado pool, Stephenson. It's like where the cows go to poop and pee and drink. But boy, it's water out in the middle of the desert right now. For now, it's there, which is impressive. Trying to run the flats and the downs, even if they're a little bit technical and burly. Also, I'm going to be interested to see how the footage is off this camera. It's the 9. I got to make sure I don't kill. I only have 2 batteries for this, so I'll be swapping them and seeing how long they last. From what I understand, it's not that long, unfortunately. Continuing upward. Looks like a Kirk in front. Where are you from, Kirk? Colorado. Whereabouts? Oh, really? Yeah. My good friend used to live there. And I used to live in Colorado for a bit.
Yeah. Where did you live?
Just for a year. I stayed in Aspen in between high school and college, but I still got a bunch of friends there.
I lived in Crested Butte for many years.
I went and visited Crested Butte for the first time in the fall, actually. Came through. I was doing sections of the Colorado Trail with a buddy. And yeah, Crested Butte sort of on the other side there.
Yeah.
Just
over the hill from Aspen.
Exactly. I wanted to go and do Conundrum Hot Springs. Holy geez, what a great little run that is. Have you been there?
Oh yeah.
Dude, I love it.
Kind of overrun now, but it used to be great.
Yeah.
Maybe you caught it on a good day.
The parking lot was full when we got back. And I had the little pool by myself. And we had...
Oh yeah, you're doing good.
Yeah, there were 5 people in the other pool. But wow, what a great spot to do a day run.
Yeah, the elk range is pretty fantastic.
Oh my gosh, yes. Well, what are your plans for the next couple days?
Well, you know, I think I'll keep putting one foot in front of the other, eat a lot of food, take a few naps, See some cool shit.
That's boiling it down to its essence right there. It's key having the straws on top of your bottles.
Oh yeah, makes it much easier to drink.
Yeah, I'm always trying to bend down, and yeah, that's a better arrangement. What's your name?
Ryan.
Ryan?
Yeah.
Nice to
Yours?
meet you. Kerry.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Ryan. Where are you from?
Yuma, Arizona.
Oh, really?
Not far from here.
Huh, sorry about that.
How about you?
Vancouver, Canada.
Okay.
We're trying to figure out if I'm alone as an international competitor or there are others.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know either. All right. What do you think are going to be your high points of this run?
It's too early to tell.
That sounds
hopes and dreams, right?
non-committal.
Hour in the sun now.
Yeah. You know, how are you feeling so far?
Fine.
Pretty good.
You know, this trail is just hideous. Yeah. This
You
loose
think?
rock, steep stuff is just brutal. So.
Have you done this one?
No.
No.
There's commentary.
Oh yeah, it's Jamil's commentary.
Yeah, watch his videos, but that's it.
Jam, everybody's dreading it because of you. Come on, man, get with it. You got to tell how awesome this is to go uphill for 20 miles.
Oh, this trail.
Everybody straight with that video. And he was like
Not the
dying out there
uphill,
without water.
rockiness is
Yeah.
every step's loose.
Yeah.
Ankle twister.
Yep.
We'll do it. We're on our way.
I hope so. Remind me your name one more time.
Matt.
Matt. That's right. Matt. Yeah, that's I think it's good to get people good to get their attention, but you also want to have them enjoy this stuff. Oh, look at this. Into the creek and up the hill. That's so much torque, it's just spinning out for control. What's your name?
David.
What is it?
Dave.
Dave? I'm
Yeah.
Kerry.
Kerry, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Hi, Stefan back there. And I can see by the number on his butt, that's Nico and Bradley. Yes. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Where's everybody from?
Colorado.
Ah. Whereabouts?
Rico.
Okay.
Top left.
Yeah.
You?
How-
Where are you
how
from?
about- I live in Vancouver, Canada. How about you, Dave?
I'm from here.
I'm right here.
Yes, sir.
That's kind of neat. You're local as well, Nico?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You come from BC also? I'm from the area. Okay.
You guys enjoying yourself so far?
Yeah.
Get in the country.
Valid question. You can fly in. Yeah. My wife, who has a US passport and a Canadian passport, drove across the border, and I fly out from Vegas to Seattle or Bellingham.
Right.
What's that?
Fly, but no driving.
Well, I've got a car now in the country.
Right, but you can't drive across the border.
No, I can't as a Canadian. I could explain that
Gotta keep the rough road out.
this is an essential race for me. So I'm an essential traveler. What are you guys' hopes and dreams for the run here? Finish. That keeps it pretty simple. Finish.
Keep it simple. Okay. How about yourself?
Have a quality experience. Make a nice little movie. Make some good friends. See some cool stuff. And embrace the suffering.
Yeah, I can agree with all those.
But finish is good. I like that too. Before? The 200s?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have. How you doing, JP?
Hi, how are you?
Very well.
Yeah, there you go.
You enjoying yourself today?
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm enjoying myself too. What a coincidence. Any highlights of the trip so far?
Yeah, any highlights?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the cactus. I'm from Montana, so if I just see
Oh,
these
Montana.
here.
Yeah. This is different, huh?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of that.
It'll be interesting.
Start with the giraffe gators there. What's your name?
Jenny?
Jerry.
Oh, Jerry. Nice to meet you, Jerry. I'm Kerry. You're doing good.
I'm sucking at this hill.
Ah, you know what? There's no hurry.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
We're almost at the top of the pack.
Well, I don't think you're ever almost at the top, but
Of the pass.
yeah. Of the hills.
Oh, hey.
We come up this long, sweaty road to seek advice.
Hey, huh?
What wisdom do you share with us? Hey, Brian.
Enjoy the shade. Haven't seen you since Tulare West, eh?
Nope.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
My lunch break.
That is a smart place to take it, Brian. Have a good one, my friend. Got a whole parade of people here.
Yeah.
Nice work, folks. Trail party. Where are you guys from?
Prescott.
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 Well, that's
Walking home? Yeah, we just got dropped off. We're gonna keep on going. Well, actually, we'll finish in Flagstaff and then hike back home.
Yeah.
That is the thing.
The way we do things, we'd have our bikes at the finish.
There you go.
And then ride home. That's how.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time, man. Not this time, but.
So it's Holly and
Jeff.
Jeff. Nice to meet you guys.
Rico and Turbo.
Rico and Turbo, yeah.
Rico and Turbo.
Out of Prescott.
Wait,
Very
are
nice.
You just Rico for Rico?
Yeah, that's me. Heard of me, huh?
I live in Rico. No.
I don't live in Rico anymore, but
I know.
That's where I originate from.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Not bad. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm Kerry.
You, Brian?
Kerry.
Kerry.
Yeah.
Doing good, man.
Yeah.
And you're Soon Chol?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
For now.
Maybe someone else somewhere else.
Someone turned the heat on.
You know, it could be worse.
Good job, man.
Yeah, good job to you as well. Super nice to see a trail skirt. I love that.
Makes it easier when we have to do a pit stop.
Ah.
Hey, I'm
Yeah.
practical.
Yep, that works. Maybe I'll try it out sometime.
I like this one has lots of pockets too. Sandy. You know, you decide what we're gonna take on. Just take everything.
Pockets are key. What's your, you too? What's your name?
Joan, and yours?
Joan. I'm Kerry. Nice to meet you, Joan. I love this getting to meet everyone. Paros. Your name is Cody.
It is.
Oh my God. Where are you from, Cody?
I'm from Chicago.
Ah. There's a dearth of hill training there.
There is no hill training there.
Yeah. Huh.
But I'm catching up on it right now.
Yeah, no kidding, right? There's 8,000 feet of climbing in this leg, supposedly.
Yeah.
Colin from Austin. That's a place that's getting a lot more attention these days.
It is.
How long you been in Austin?
About 10 years.
You like it?
It's okay. I liked it more 10 years ago.
Now it's deteriorating. Where'd you move from?
Cleveland, Ohio area.
Oh yeah, I grew up in Michigan.
Okay, awesome. What part?
East Lansing.
Okay. Michigan State area?
Yep.
Right.
That's
You're
it.
not a Michigan fan.
I went to University of Michigan.
Oh.
So what are you, a Buckeye?
I'm a Buckeye.
Oh my God, we can't talk anymore. That's it. That's it. Relationship was promising up until then.
Yeah.
Nice work, Ashley. I'm admiring your choice of shady spot on the hill just to take a moment.
Oh yeah.
That was, I looked at that and I'm like, oh, that's a spot. How you doing?
We're together 20 years and
I am good. Where are you from?
California.
Whereabouts?
Orange County.
Ah, yeah. I used to be in LA. Enjoy yourself. Nice work, nice work. Good job, good job.
Nice job.
I'm Kerry. Where are you from, Krista?
Minnesota.
Ah, yes.
So I like this at home right now.
Good job, good job. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Courtney, I'm Kerry.
Yeah. Gary?
Kerry.
Carrie, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I have
Nice.
that.
You have what?
I have that same GoPro and I was like, oh, is my button going
Yeah.
Ah!
I thought about that, but
You too. Good there, Laura.
Hey.
I like your earrings.
Thank you.
Snake earrings, that's perfect.
Oh, that's Dan?
I'm
Hey, who are you?
I'm Kerry.
Karen. How do you know my, oh, my name
was on here. I was like, I do know my name.
Yeah, that's right. I've got really good telepathic powers.
I always carry my name on my hat.
Just looking ahead at the hill up. Pretty sure that's where we're headed next. So losing our elevation, got to gain it all back again. Looks like you guys are moving well.
How are you doing?
Very well. What's your name?
Lucy, how about you?
I'm Kerry. Nice to meet you, Lucy.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, where are you guys from?
I'm from Southern California.
Ah, yeah. Whereabouts?
Orange County.
Oh, yeah.
How about you?
I just met Ashley back there, also from Orange County. Do you know her?
No, actually. But I will keep my eye out.
Yep. Yeah, I live in Vancouver.
Oh, nice. Welcome to the station.
Thank you. Although looking at the artwork on these legs here,
I know, it's very First Nation, right?
it's totally First Nation.
Yep, and
But-
I'm not First Nation, I just admire the artwork.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yes.
What's your name?
Tracy.
Tracy?
Yes.
I'm Kerry. Good work, Tracy. You're looking good.
Kim.
Kim, I'm Kerry.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Refilling.
Moving along nicely. So the people that I'm close to now are all moving better than the people like I had earlier. It's a hot part. This is the part I knew would be a little bit of a struggle, but there's a little bit of wind, which is super helpful. So I think this section will be challenging, but not ridiculous. I'm grateful for that. I've been hanging with Stefan a little bit. He's sort of coming and going a bit, which is nice. And some of the others probably be like that for a while. My man with the fashion statement. The jegging short shorts. I love it. If I had them, I would too. What's your name?
Michael.
Michael and Kerry. Nice to meet you.
You too, man.
Nice work, Christopher.
How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right. Taking it along.
It's the only way to do this.
Yep.
It's finely crafted trail.
Yep.
Does look like they threw a bulldozer over it in the last week.
What it looked like before they took it.
I'm Kerry.
Kerry.
Nice to meet you, Tiger. You're doing great. Moving along very nicely, efficiently.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Where do you live?
I live in Hawaii.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Which island?
Kauai.
Oh my God. One of the best places. I've done some good trail running there.
On Kauai.
And Kauai, yeah.
Yeah.
It is fantastic.
That's, along the coast, Nepali coast.
Yeah, Kalau Trail.
Yeah.
And then some stuff on I think the Alakai Swamps, is it?
I'm sorry?
The swamps up there, Alakai or something like that? Looks like the bulldozer's been through over the last week. It's fresh. It's either fortuitous timing or the race had something to do with it. It's kind of very rough and loose and challenging for footing, but maybe better than if they didn't do it. Just commenting, the clouds and breeze are awful nice at the moment. Danny Westergaard.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
LA.
Oh yeah.
How about you?
I used to live in LA. I'm in Vancouver now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful in Vancouver.
Super
Only been
nice.
once.
Oh, it's a great place.
Gorgeous, that whole area.
It's a fantastic place.
Yeah.
So, hopes and dreams for this race. What you got?
Hopes and dreams. Get
What
her
you got?
done.
Get her done, that's it?
Finish.
All right.
Yeah.
That seems to be a popular hope and dream today.
Finish with a smile on my face.
That's even better and more specific. I like it.
Yeah.
John.
John, I'm Kerry.
Kerry, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Where are you from?
Estes Park, Colorado.
Ah.
Yeah, yourself?
Vancouver, Canada.
Nice.
Yeah. Enjoying this climb.
Oh my. It's a hot one. But yeah, It's not bad. It's not as bad as I was expecting.
Could have been worse.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yourself? Yeah.
Why did you enter this lunacy?
Watching the video, the original video.
Oh, funny.
Yeah. Saw that and I was like, that looks fun. I've done Black Canyon a few years ago too.
Ah, yeah.
So knew Air Viper would do a good job. Have you done these before?
I've done some long ones, yeah. How's it going, Thomas?
Hey, who's that?
Kerry. I just read your name tag there.
Hey. Good to meet you finally, sir.
Good to meet you.
Always enlightening watching your videos.
Ah, that's good. It didn't help, obviously, because here you are.
Yep. Stupid.
Well, hopefully they provided you a little bit of insight.
Yeah. Too late now. I'm inside the insight.
Yeah.
I'm so glad they freshly bulldozed all this.
Yeah. The man with my second favorite shorts so far.
Yeah.
Right after the short jeggings.
Yeah.
Those were awesome. What's your name?
I'm Andy Glaze.
Andy Glaze. I'm Kerry Ward.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Good to be out here sharing the trail with you.
Yeah.
Loose road. Looks like that aid station was picked up by a hurricane or a tornado and dropped there. And also not an aid station. So, oh well. It's interesting. The double is so much steeper than the single. The opposite of where I'm from. Single is always steep. Double is never. But these are like bulldozer trails, fire breaks or something. Some type of cattle enclosure. Sleep station. Looks pretty tempting. This is probably used by a ranch or open range stuff around here. The ground in places is so sparkly and shiny from the mica in the soil. Pretty cool. Here's the man, the legend. Hey Joel.
Hey.
How's it going?
Somebody stuck some big ass hills in the way.
What is up with that? At least they're sparkly.
Got a tough buy-in into this race.
Yeah.
First 25 miles are uphill, it feels like.
Well, feels like it for good reason, man. How you feeling?
Pretty exhausted on the uphills. I feel pretty good though once we get to the downs.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I hope. What's your aspirations for the event?
Well, they went out the window on these hills.
Yeah.
I'd like to finish on Thursday. That's
a good goal.
72 to 84, but that's going to take picking up the pace.
Well, it's possible. It certainly isn't the fast section here.
Yeah. Can't wait for the long, flat, runnable parts.
At least there's more hills up ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty tough.
Yeah, I get the heart rate up and then I have to like
That's David. I'm Kerry, by the way. Definitely working on your tan today, my friend.
Yeah, there's on Chris already.
Is that Peter Ward? Yes. This is Kerry Ward.
What's going on, Mr. Ward?
How are you, Mr. Ward?
I'm hanging in there.
That's good.
Conserving water at this place.
Oh, really?
Not too bad, but I'm not too worried about other people. I brought 5 liters.
Whoa. That's a good bit.
That's excellent. You got a good bit left too, I think.
Yeah, I should come in.
Is this the lane mountain here?
I have no idea. I know we probably got like 7 or 8 miles left of climbing, climbing.
6 miles, I think.
I don't know. So always longer than you think.
Yes, of course.
Mike and the group took off pretty fast up front, so hopefully they're survivors. Who was in the group?
Oh, it was Mike and Corey and a couple other people. I caught Corey just at that house. He's not far in front of us. He blew up, but he also just got done doing an FKT.
Oof.
So he might have went out a little hard.
Yeah.
For his FKT, after his FKT. But
you run along the Red Cedar River.
Yeah.
What's your name?
John.
John from Lansing.
Yeah.
I grew up in East Lansing. So did you grow up in Lansing?
I grew up in South Bend, Indiana, but I moved to Lansing when I started going to state.
Yeah.
Now I live there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What do you do there?
Huh?
What do you do there?
Oh, I'm graduated now, but I deliver medical supplies for hospice patients.
Got it.
So it's a pretty nice time.
Ben is just saying what happened.
So 2 miles out of the aid station, I was running with Taylor Spike, and his water bladder, all of a sudden he started freaking out. His water was coming down the side of his pack, and he like rips off his pack and opens it up, and he got this hole in the side of the seam of his bladder, and lost about half of his water bladder. So you can only imagine.
Wrong section.
This section, and lost like at least a liter. But we were able to pull out. I have a super glue and duct tape in my blister kit,
dude,
and we super glued it and duct taped it, and turned his bladder upside down in his pack. But I know, I can only imagine he's suffering right now. I feel real bad. I wish he was up here with us so I can make sure he gets through.
If we see him, I have a little extra in my back, an extra half liter.
He's behind us.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, you passed him.
That was him laying down in the bushes.
Yes. He's pulling back to try to regulate. He's going to pick up my extra bladder for my wife at
that's good.
Aid Station 3.
I've got one too, if he needs it. That's good. Taylor and I ran together for Moab, the first Moab for a while. Really good runner, except he's been doing too many training runs, wearing out his bladder. Who's going back up to Everett, Washington on a road trip with his dad since the van.
I got into an accident on the freeway while we were down here. Busted up my sweet van that I've loved so much. But nobody was hurt, which is the most important thing. You know, one thing, Kerry, they say about ultras is that you make a plan and then immediately have to make adjustments, right?
That's right.
Well, my adjustments started before the race because I had to
get
a rental car and rearrange all of our plans for moving around and stuff. But yeah, it was kind of scary, but at least no one got hurt.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. So you're in this race?
Cocodona 250, my second 200, and I was inspired into 200s partly because of your videos.
That's awesome.
But specifically this one, when I found out I had the opportunity to do an inaugural race,
yes,
I thought about you because you made videos about like the inaugural Moab.
Yep.
And at the time, I thought to myself, how did he get to know about it? Like, how did that work? And of course, years ago, I wasn't in the scene, so there's no way I would have known. Now I'm kind of in the scene.
So now you know.
I found out about this, and I'm like, heck yeah, I want to be like Kerry Ward and do an inaugural race. So here I am.
That is awesome. Well, congrats, dude.
Thank you.
You're doing great, looking strong.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a tough section.
Woo! At some point, there's probably water running through here. But here, Black Widows and Turtle's Tub. Probably a legit warning. Feeling it. Now back on single track. It is steep and rocky. Ben's feeling a bit better. Went a little bit farther ahead. Maybe this is the mountain we're going to. I don't know. It's not runnable.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Todd from, do you say Detroit?
From Detroit, yeah. I'm out here because I watched those darn Kerry videos and he makes it look so easy. It's not. Don't get tricked.
You're doing great, man.
Yeah.
We'll see you out there.
Pacing.
Look at that. Doesn't get much prettier. Cool spot on the course. Cool spot on the course. Tree. Just beautiful. Noah, a little savior at the top.
Yes, sir.
Maybe that's perfect.
All right. Yeah, and right around the corner you hit the road, and then it's mostly downhill, but uphill first.
Oh my God!
More uphill.
That's all good.
Good job.
Thank you, my friend. There will be some people who are happy to see you. Well, word is a half mile, but that was the live streamer talking. I don't know if I can believe him for half a mile, but not too far to the aid. Flattened down. Happy for that. That section is brutal. It took a toll on a lot of people. I felt pretty good up until maybe the last 5 miles, and then started to slow down a little. Feel like I'm suffering. I'm going to take a bit of time at this aid, make sure I get hydrated, get some food, maybe change. Hopefully John will be there. Good to go. Whew. Be making up some ground tonight, maybe. That's a slow 50K. Just about the last of my water. This is emergency water here, I'm assuming. Yep. I'm fine, I think, so I get to the aid though. Leave it for people who are hurting a bit. Gonna have to take shoes off this time. I can feel a couple things in my feet, so do a little maintenance. Maybe put on some new socks. Woo! Cocodona ain't no joker. Ultramarathon running is one of these interesting sports where sheer tenacity, experience, and grit pays off big dividends. So you'll see folks who you might look and think, wow, I mean, that person's a lot older than me, or that person doesn't look quite as fit as me, but they are tough and tenacious and resilient, and they will get through that course. This is one of the things that's amazing about this type of thing. It also balances out the genders pretty well. So it's not unheard of at all for a female to outrank the men in the overall categorization. So in fact, Maggie, the first place female in this race, beat all the males who stepped up in Big's Backyard Ultra, which is one of the hardest races there is. It's a race of attrition. Everyone drops out, everybody DNFs except for one person. And she outlasted everyone. Amazing. I see tents. Oh yeah. That looks like an aid station to me. Happy camper. Whew. Let's see if John's here. Minor miracle. Woo! Thank you, thank you. Good to see you all.
What number are you?
181.
181. What can we get you?
We have my pal Steven here. What's your name? Wes. Oh, Wes. Sorry, Wes. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. I got trash. That's convenient right there.
Perfect.
I have a little cup. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to make you fill it like 12 times.
I'll fill it as many times as you need. I can sit here with the bottle of ginger ale and we can go back and forth. How's that sound?
Ice is the most important ingredient in this equation.
I got it. All the ice.
We'll put a little water first, and then I'm going to put this stuff in there.
And Pam, of everybody in the race, you are definitely my hero.
Oh, thank you.
I think you are so awesome.
Thanks so much.
I was,
I feel like a hero right now.
I was
Just wait till you get the whiskey at the saloon, then you'll feel like a hero.
Right. Do you need water filled or anything in the meantime?
Yeah, I'll have that too. Next aid station, 3.8 miles. 0.8 up, 3 down. And then I'll see John and do a proper reset. Cocodona 250, 255 mile race.
How many days?
As long as it takes.
You just doing a certain route back and forth?
Nope. Prescott, or sorry, Phoenix to Flagstaff and around Eldon and then back down. And then also going to be doing Sedona, Prescott, Jerome, a few other towns. 55,000 feet of climbing. Do you mind?
Driving.
Yeah, I'm looking. I can lend me your truck for a while.
You're doing good, man.
Thank you, appreciate it. Have a good one. We've got, oh, I'm saying half mile to go maybe to the aid with people. It's nice to be able to run downhill with without thinking too much. Happy about that. I've already had moments today where my mind starts to disappear. I'm just moving along, just going up that hill, interminable, hot, steep, 8,000 feet up, 20 miles. And all of a sudden I think, where am I? And I think, I have no idea where I am. What country am I in? What state am I in? What the hell am I doing? And then probably took a good 10 seconds of being mildly worried, like, oh man, until I realized, okay, I know where I am. Arizona, Cocodona 250. I think we're just about there, people. I'm pretty excited about that. Pam, how many ultras are you up to?
Ultras? Well, this is my 103rd 100 mile.
Woo! 103 100 milers. And how many just...
Oh my gosh, I have no idea. I've done, you know, so many.
I think she's like 300 plus.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I'm pretty sure. I saw it one time and I checked and you were the high 200s.
He's not going to tell you, Kerry. He's too modest.
I know. That's why when I told her she's the biggest legend in the whole field, she kind of blew me off and ignored me.
I sniped with my pacer.
Add special event ahead.
100 yards.
100 yards. What is it? Some kind of special event. I can't wait for this special event. Holy jeez, it's a whole freaking town.
Nice work, guys.
Thank you.
Well done.
Hey, hey, hey.
Good job!
Thank you, thank you. Hey, hey. Thank you. Oh, I guess it's just spread out everywhere. I gotta find John and the actual check-in area. Thank you, thank you. Oh my God, so exciting. And here we are. Hey, Brittany. He's right behind me. Yeah. I don't know if John's here or not. Okay, that'd be sweet. I'm gonna just go check in and start replacing. Hello, hello. Oh my word. Okay, here it is. Drop bags, of which I have none. And John, there he is. Holy, and chocolate milk, oh my God. You are the man. I love you.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, how are you?
Good, good.
And a 5-hour energy drink, dude, you're on it.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple quick things.
Someone in Norway wants to watch that.
Someone in Norway? Norway in the house.
I need to.
Oh, what?
When you're running.
Have it out.
Have it back. It's
Okay.
it's missing you quite a bit while you're out there.
Is it? Okay, I'm
Yep.
sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I just
not your
want to make
fault.
sure you get credit. We're good.
Okay.
Just make sure it goes all the way back.
I got you.
Okay.
Norway, I've got a ton of family up in Alta, above the Arctic Circle. The Ramsdals, that's my family in Norway. I've been several times. I love it so much.
Somebody's up at 1 a.m.
Kerry's famous.
I love that. No. Oh my gosh. Okay. I need a cup with ice. Oh, you've got it. That's so good. In my stuff, I've got a...
Would it be in this bag here?
No, Yeti cooler.
Yeti cooler?
The Yeti bottle.
Okay.
Yeah, thermal bottle. I need, and it's got milk tea in it.
Okay.
I want to use that at aid stations.
Uh-huh.
Put some milk in and have a good volume of liquid that I can just kill.
Okay.
So,
Like the chocolate milk or just that?
oh, this is all perfect too. John, you are on it. I went through everything.
Now this Kogala here, was this all charged up and stuff? Or?
It is. There's also an orange headlamp. I don't need it right now, but I'd like to have it.
Okay.
What's the next profile?
Right here. You got some climbing, and then some downs. You got some ups and then some downs, and typical stuff. You know, first leg.
Sarah, I get to see Sarah out here, which is kind of cool. Mike is rocking. He left hours ago, probably. Yeah.
Just an hour ago.
Mike, Dax beat him in, you know.
Yeah, Dax was cruising.
What's up with that? Good job, Dax. Holy jeez.
2 hours out of water.
According to Sarah, Mike had passed out 5 times due to lack of water.
Didn't pass out, but took trail naps
Trail
because
nap.
he was starting to black out.
Yeah. There's some strong runners laid at the side of the road.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's brutal out there.
It is. That is true.
Yeah, probably might make it to the next aid station before it gets dark. Yeah.
Not with that much climbing.
5 o'clock.
Not for us. Have a light with you.
No, he will. Yeah.
I've got.
But don't put it on right
The orange. Did you find the little orange case that had the headline?
No, I'll get that right now. So, actually, meet me at the intersection there.
I'll see you there.
Is this stuff John needs to take back, or are you taking that with you?
I'm gonna actually pack that because that's all like the best food. I want to eat it
Yeah, awesome.
on the trail.
He probably wants.
Check before you everything in your pack.
All right, here we go.
Looking good.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I guess it might be a little chilly tonight, but we'll see what happens. Your new trail pal, Mike. Who,
What's up?
He's good for some conversation. Works for the Border Patrol. We've been talking about Central America and travel. He's got 3 of his co-workers coming to pace him. 2 guys who have run ultras and 1 guy with big muscles who does CrossFit.
He front squats 400.
I guess the little stones across the trail give us oh, this does not look good, Mike. What happens when the Border Patrol finds one of these?
You need to call somebody. Call somebody to take care of it.
And you can make any commentary you like. Mike's volunteered to hold the camera. Woo! Hey! How you doing?
We got the creeper van up ahead.
This looks like black market. Definitely remote. And with the sun just coming down, we got some pretty beautiful light and scenery right now. Although we're on a freaking dirt road. In a burn zone here. Pretty recent fire. Nothing green at all.
revealing all of the cans and bottles people have been throwing out of their cars. Nice, Arizona. We're doing a run 5 minutes, walk a couple minutes. Terrain approved, as long as it's not uphill, in which case we just walk. But definitely going to cover miles faster than the last couple sections.
There are a lot of grizzly bears.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And there's been a guy just got killed fishing.
The grizzly bear attacked him?
Yeah, in
around Jackson?
Right by West Yellowstone.
Okay.
Yeah, I was in Montana, right? Yeah.
I'm having a nice life experience hanging out with Pam Reed here. She's telling us about the hot springs in various areas. Planning some slow run someday if I pass through. So I'm enjoying our conversation, Pam.
You're way more interesting than me.
Here he is. Get the light on him. One of these guys, if you're having a dirt nap, might kind of ruin your day a little bit. Look at this guy. That's my hand. Oh, he doesn't like having my hand there. And look at him, getting all aggressive.
Oh, dude, you just ruined me sitting on the ground.
Well, it is the next aid. It's about 9 o'clock in the evening. We got good people here helping us out. Had a bit of broth. Gonna get back on the road. Next section, 13 miles with 4,000 feet of climbing.
Yeah.
So we got that to look forward to.
I think I was rationing a little bit.
We are cranking along now on single track. I got the combination of the Kogala and the headlamp, so I can look off to the side with my headlamp and see stuff. And the Kogala illuminates the trail underneath really nicely and gives me point of reference, and in a different way than if you just have the headlamp on your head. You can't see shadows, but when you got 5 light sources on your waist, you can see shadows. It makes it much easier. It looks like this might be a pretty section. And we're about 10.5 miles with probably a good 4,000 feet of climbing, which is gonna be fun. So it'll get a little cooler. Everyone put on an extra layer. Pam's back there just a little ways, but we've been sort of connected with her. Nice to hook up with a little group. So we're getting into a very scrubby section where the brush is so tight on the trail. To grabbing my wires and stuff, just unplugged my Kogala light. And luckily I had Mike here to plug it in so I didn't have to futz with my backpack. And I've also learned that when a Kogala unplugs, it's freaking dark. So having the headlamp is a good backup. So enables you to see. Well, we have about maybe a mile and a half to the next aid. Polished off the 4,000 feet of climbing over 13 miles. And next one is going to be, I think, 6 miles, mostly downhill, to the next crew station. So it's a tough start. You don't get to see your crew for quite some time in their tough sections, lots of climbing. But we're back on a road now, and the road should lead us to an aid station. This particular segment has been a pretty good one for me. Cool temperatures are nice for me because of Vancouver, and I've just not taken any breaks, just powering through. And climbing is something that I'm used to doing a bunch, so I don't even know how many people have passed up on this segment, but maybe I'll try and find out. I want to keep a brief stop and then hustle down to the next one where John should be there. And my friend Miles Might be there for pacing too, so that'll be kind of nice. So I got Whit here with me. Shared the last mile. He's has one of the more interesting jobs that I've heard. He's a ridge runner on the Appalachian Trail. So he sort of goes back and forth on a 60-mile section and collects data and does maintenance. Goes about 20 miles a day, camps out there. So this is just sort of a warm-up for that. Very interesting. And you live here too, or what?
I live, they give me this historic cabin. It was built in 1917.
Here?
No, in Virginia.
Huh.
Right on the trail.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I've actually gone back in the winters to just be the winter cabin caretaker.
Be the cabin boy?
But I just, after a couple winters of being up there in the snow alone, I'm like, I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah, I don't blame you. This definitely looks promising.
Yeah.
In terms of aid station action.
See some flashing LEDs, that's always a good sign.
It is indeed. Campfire. Oh yeah.
Is this the one that has like a bunkhouse?
Here we go. Hey folks. Thank you, thank you. Wow, another Santa Claus hat. What's up with that?
Good, how we doing? Kerry?
Good, hey.
What's new, man?
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, how are you?
Good, how are you, Taylor?
Good. Coming back to life after this morning.
Yeah, I'll bet you are.
Jeez.
I'm gonna go grab a seat over here. Maybe. Woo. Yeah. Taylor, I think I passed you when you were laying down. I'm like,
oh, yeah,
hey, there's a dude with the beard. It could be Taylor.
I got a couple hours in.
Oh, yeah. And Stefan, you're doing great. You're right here.
Yeah.
Wow. We've got the Fellowship of the Fire Ring here.
Yeah. I did.
We got Van, Stefan,
Up and downs anyway.
Taylor,
Good strong.
Jeff, and Whit. I think this will be a shorter stop. Kerry.
Glad to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Greg. I've seen some of your exploits with your son. I'm telling him, oh, okay, you got your dad. You're all good.
Okay.
He'll look after you or give you the tough love. Here's my guy right here, actually.
Oh, all right. Cool.
We'll see you up there. Thank you, thank you. This looks like the place.
Nope.
Not the place?
Nope, sorry.
Number?
181. 181. Where is the... Right around the corner? Okay.
Where all the lights are there?
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is crowded now.
Are they sitting here? Right here.
We'll see you over at the tent. Let's see what we got. What's going on in these two?
So over here, this is chili, this is sloppy joe, this is vegan, and this is potato soup.
I would love some of this and some potato soup with a couple ice cubes in the soup, so to just cool it off so I can handle it. What is this? Courtney just walked in. She's helping out Jam, and Maggie too. So are you pacing Maggie then, or?
Yeah, we'll do them both.
So Kevin's doing.
He's doing
Jamil
right
for
now,
now.
Jamil, and then I'll do some with Jamil.
Okay.
And then we'll join Maggie.
I might jump in if he's good with that. I don't know what is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. We're getting him mobilized. He ate some sloppy Joe.
I did too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems good.
Yeah.
And he's right up by the.
Sarah.
Hey.
We're hooked up. Sarah is fresh as a daisy. She just jumped in.
Yeah.
Nate's done the first 71 now. Whew. Sarah's gonna tow him the next 100.
Yeah. I hope they allow bull straps. She has a little bungee back there.
And we also just stepped onto sort of a rough asphalt for the first time, which.
Can't decide if I like it or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Morning, Jamil.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
When it started? It was good, actually. Yeah, you felt good.
I'm Kerry, by the way. I'm the guy
Kerry.
who jumped in the last minute.
Welcome.
Thanks, brother. Yeah. Everybody was commenting about your video assessment of the sections of the course. And they're like, man, he says it's going to be really hard. So I knew to expect that, but holy jeez, it's even harder than what we thought. That was carnage.
It was very hard.
And we got Kevin here as well, starting to jump in for the pacing. How much are you pacing, Kevin?
Like 23 right now.
Next two?
The next two sections,
Yeah.
Going to Iron King.
I missed you when you came and visited the FKT Colorado crew. And I went out that day to do another run. I'm like, oh yeah, Kevin came by. I'm like, did he run with you? Nope, but he visited.
Popped in quick between crew and our buddy on the collegiate loop.
Well, it was appreciated, the gesture. I know.
Yeah, it's good to see him up there.
Dude, the dude, I can't believe he just kept moving.
Yeah, you know, we're just gonna stay with you so we don't get lost.
Oh yeah. It's kind of a tricky section.
Notice how he is falling off the back, gonna take a left turn somewhere.
Ideas. Well, I'm out here, you know.
Of course.
Like, what better way to?
Yeah, you're on the course.
Witness it. What's going on?
Yeah.
Like, I've seen a ton of stuff. I should just make notes before I forget it all.
I have seen things. Jamil was just saying there's 170 something registered, but who knows how many people started. And the Ward clan, Peter Ward from Anguilla and Kerry from Canada, that's the international contingency. That's probably going to be the last time you have such a paltry international turnout. How many are you permitted for this race? 200 or?
We did like 250 this year, but
okay.
I think we can get more.
Interesting.
We were originally shooting for 400. We would have to solve some issues probably. Like Crown King would be overrun.
Yes.
It was already packing.
Yes.
But I've got some ideas for that already.
That section, man, I was shocked at the carnage.
Yeah, we got to do something about that first. So the thing that happened is...
And it wasn't that hot.
Not as hot as it's been. But yeah, we had a different route originally. We couldn't get permission from a private property owner. And so it turned like, basically from Cottonwood, you just climbed straight up.
Yeah.
It was like maybe one little downhill, but as you saw, we were just going up and down and up and down and technical. And
I was running with a guy for a while, Border Patrol guy who lives in New Mexico, Mike, and he's like, yeah, I entered the race when it said the total vert was whatever it was, 25.
That was a huge mistake. Like,
then we went back, it was 45. I'm like, what?
That was a huge mistake, and I honestly don't know that it's over 40. We'll have to just see once someone finishes this thing.
There was that graphic that popped out that said 55 too. What's up with that?
No way. I don't know what graphic you're talking about. When I pre-ran 2 years ago, granted it change. I did like 33K of climb and 205 miles on the course from my GPS watch.
Yeah.
And then that didn't include Eldon, so a few thousand more feet. So I'm like, I'm thinking it's upper 30s.
Eldon is like the cherry on top.
Oh God. Yeah.
But people are like, oh my God, he really threw that on there. I'm like, you know,
Yeah, we might have bit off
you've come that far.
Yeah.
It ain't like you're gonna go, oh, I'm not gonna go this last part. That's gonna be grind it out, run down into town.
But then we lost a bunch of climbing just before Camp Keepa. We were supposed to go summit Spruce Mountain and I think another peak up in that area.
Man.
The Mexican spotted owls, but it was good because we gained earlier and so then we reduced.
I am in awe of the hoops that race directors have to jump through to do all the permitting stuff. I would just shoot myself in the head. I'd be the worst race director for that reason.
And then Jerome pulling the rug out on us like 2 weeks out. Oof.
So that was sort of a negotiation.
Yeah, I don't have all the details on how that was behind the scenes. I just got Steve, they invited Steve back to another town council meeting.
Jeez.
And kind of voted, town council voted not to approve the permit after we met all their stipulations. Like he had been to multiple other meetings, you know, to get all the ducks in a row.
Jerome, for background, is this little town. It's quite beautiful, but they've issued rather strange instructions where anyone from the race can't really do what any normal member of the public could, which is mention it, take a photo, take a video. They've said, don't make any noise.
They're concerned, you know, the course does enter and exit the town on small residential roads. And
yeah.
So we're just respecting what they want. And
so hopefully that stays.
We'll see what happens.
People have to be well behaved.
We have an alternate plan if A, we lose Jerome, or B, you know, we don't want to jump through the hoops. So
yeah.
In the future.
Well, I'm glad I get to do the inaugural one and see the secret town of Jerome, even though I can't record anything.
Yeah.
Work, gentlemen. Nice pace, Taylor. Sun's coming up. We got, I don't know, maybe 3 miles to town. Something like that. Look at that. Pointing the way. 5:50 a.m., which means 24 hours in. About 80 miles in. That's my optimistic first day with the difficulties we had. So, pretty happy with that. Less than a mile to the next aid station, I think. Figure out how far the next aid is. What's your name?
Ryan.
Ryan. I'm Kerry. Nice to meet you, Ryan. Luckily we got Jamil just behind us, so if we go the wrong direction, I'm counting on him yelling. Our neighborhood now. Got a little bit of flagging here. More so than the last one, but I think it might get complicated through here a bit. We'll see. Properly in town now. Hey, there he is again.
What's your bid number?
181.
181, good job.
Thank you, my friend.
Right over there, just across the street and kind of midway down the row.
Okay, got it. Thank you. There we go. Oh my God, gonna make me sprint across. 3, 2, 1. All right. This is Whiskey Row, apparently. I think many people will be partaking of beverages and maybe food here. This is cool. Hello, good morning. Here it is. You got to follow the crazy arrow.
Go on and have your shot of whiskey.
That is exactly what we'll do. Yeah.
Okay. What's your number?
181. 181. All right. Here's Miles in person making his first tactical error.
Oh, that is perfect, son. That is perfect. Hey, what? This is first tactical error?
Spots, no, whatever you're saying.
All right, well, this is to you, Kerry.
Thank
and to
you.
the ancestors before and ahead of us.
Just telling Miles, feeling a little low right now, low energy around town. Should be able to run more of this, but I got a pretty good power hike pace. Not that much to be gained with a slow run, but it just feels like it feels wrong not to be running. But the heat is starting to come on. Last night worked out real well because I had the cold and I'm used to that. So I'm also dealing with, to be frank, the food options for this race are terrible. It's like these crappy little bean wraps and peanut butter and jelly sandwich and ramen noodles. It's not quite what you want on a run like this. You need some real food. So I've got some from my pace. I ate a bunch of asparagus that I'd roasted. I have a couple hard-boiled eggs with me now, which will go down nicely. And that type of thing will help buoy spirit. So right now, rather than just stopping and moping or trying to rest, just marching forward. I know on things like this, there are ups and downs. So if on my down like this, I can just keep moving forward at a decent pace, it's not bad. And I know I'll have better times. It's just like this part of the course through Prescott, meh. Again, not my happy place. So just weathering it right now.
But that looks like your happy place over there, right?
That is more my happy place, for sure. So we're about 85 miles in, something like that at the moment. So 85 is legitimately a third of the way through at the moment. So yay.
So cool.
This is street side medical care right here. Where's the
I'm just
blister?
glad I had some right there.
Oh yeah, it's a big one.
It is a big one. I didn't even know it was happening.
Oh.
Yeah, I just drained it. You missed it.
Good luck repairing.
I know. It could be a.
Just a watcher. My wife's right behind you.
Oh yeah.
She's about a mile behind you.
Yeah. So you've been sort of following progress?
What's that?
You've been following progress? Sweet. What's your name?
I can barely hear you.
What's your name?
Jeff.
Jeff. Okay, nice meeting you, Jeff.
Yeah.
Cheers. Canadian geese. That's my people. Not a trail. Deep and slippy. That sounds like exactly what we should have.
That's a Kerry trail if I ever heard one. Hey, we got some cactus.
Looking forward to getting to this section because I've been through it before and it's beautiful. Rock formations and water, little dam. Quick though, it's like just a fraction of the course. Yeah, so Troy.
It's my version of fine. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Fantastic.
I talked to Jamil.
Yeah.
I said, I want some of the footage from Troy or whatever. He's like, yeah, no problem.
Absolutely. Not a problem at all. I'll send it to you.
That'd be sweet.
You bet. You bet.
And then I'll throw it into the video for sure.
You bet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, did you pass him? Jamil?
No, he should have just come through.
In the bathroom. Okay, I was gonna say I saw him on the corner and then I haven't seen him leave before. Okay, all right. Hey, thanks, you guys. No worries. Have a good one. Yep. We'll see you at Cottonwood or somewhere over there.
Where you can fly?
Yes.
Oh my Thanks, Troy.
I was so jacked when I got here that I heard the birds and saw a sanctuary, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, this place is nuts.
This is crazy. Mandatory photo.
Yeah, right? You want me to take one of you guys?
Sure, that'd be great.
So this little section coming up is the section you see in the photos. So we might actually have to run it. Miles can run in front or behind. But this little section here, quite pretty. And it's right on. Are you guys running with me? Let's go. See how good Miles can run backwards. Now stop and let us pass.
All right.
Stop and let us pass, and then follow.
All three of you?
Yep.
Now this is cool. That's all you needed, Kerry, was a little uphill, dude. Motivate you. All that flat stuff just bores him.
After yesterday?
God, it sounds like you guys got the hammer fest yesterday.
Yeah, pretty hard.
Flagging, Blue Bridge, the Azure Crossing. These rocks up here are super fun to climb up around and play on. So on another day when you're not in the middle of a 250-mile race, maybe.
Particular to lake dips.
We are trucking along on the rocks. Nate is moving nicely. This section here. Rocky, technical, fun. This rock is apparently 2 billion years old. Look at this, right down to the water, and I believe we're going out in the dam, or over the dam. Wow.
Thank you.
Hey guys.
All right, fully documented.
Right. It happened. Some trail.
Where are we going now?
We're going up. That section, I think it's Watson Lake Trail, it's called. Worth spending some extra time and taking some pictures, messing around, dipping your hat in the water. So beautiful. Now we're sort of coming out a little bit, but it's still that rocky terrain. You just follow these white dots and it takes you across on the terrain that's difficult to mark. Pack of runners here. Jamil says this is the rails to trails. Follow this most of the way to the next aid. Far more runnable than the stuff we just came out of. It is beautiful. Our train to trails is definitely uphill a little bit. Feeling it a bit. Point of Rocks. Looks like the type of train car that actually rode on these tracks that used to be here. We are on the elevated rail bed right now. Oh, 9:30, getting warmer, and I am not at my peak at the moment, but we're moving. And I am wilting in the heat right now. 10:18, 90 miles in roughly. Terrain is not inspiring in the least. Just marching along this road. No traffic other than bikes. Contemplating a maybe 15-20 minute lay down, have my legs reset, just put them up, cool off a little. We'll see. Station nightmare. All the cars, John's parked back there, but the aid station's up here, but you can't park over there. So I got to go to the aid station and then go back and then probably go back over here again. This is poorly situated. Maybe it's because of all the construction. This is almost comical how poorly placed this aid station is. No one can get close to it. There it is. Wow. Let's have John come back and get me, drop me back off. God-forsaken aid, huh? Yeah. Wow. Interesting side note at this station. I get in my car to drive back the half mile to where the car is with John, and the guy says, "What are you doing? Are you dropping the race?" I said, "No, of course I'm not dropping the race." "Well, you can't get in the car." I'm like, "Yeah, I can get in the car. I'm gonna drive back to where we have to park because it's so far away because of all the construction." Like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to report you to the race director." I'm like, "Okay, you do what you gotta do. I've read the race manual. I know the deal." So, yeah, interesting times. This is our relatively charm-free trail right now.
You forgot. There's charms.
Oh, free pie.
Free pie.
Look at that.
Free pie.
Free pie, totally dry. This is very exposed, hot. You can feel heat radiating from the ground below. I got some ice in the hat. I got the big brim hat now. 10 miles to go across this, probably to get up to those mountains over there, where John will hopefully fulfill his dream by pacing a section of one of these runs with me. We'll see how it goes. We're going directly through the dairy farm field. All the cows are looking at us very suspiciously, as they should. There's calves.
So many babies.
They're checking us out. I love cows.
They're beautiful.
And delicious. No, I did not say that.
You did, and they are.
There it is. 100 miles.
Right now?
Yep. 100 miles.
Yeah.
It's 1 o'clock. Started at 6 essentially the day before. So 7, 24, 31 hours. 100 miles. Not fast, but in these conditions I'm happy. Took a look at the leaderboard for the first time on Miles' phone. Mike and Dax are killing it. They are 25 and 17 miles ahead of me. One guy's in front of Mike, but I think he's going to be in jeopardy. Another Mike. And tons of people have opted into the DNF, did not finish. including my good friend Ben Light and Sean Nakamura, who is there, Vaughn, who we spent some time with. There's a lot of DNFs right now. And I can understand it, the conditions, but I guess I'm just a stubborn bastard. I don't care how slow I go. I'm gonna try and get through this thing, even if it's a big time challenge. Definitely from daybreak until now, other than having miles here and getting to go through the Watson Lake area, been a suffering day. Tomorrow should be better. It always comes back. You just give it some time, peaks and valleys, figuratively and literally in ultras. So downtimes can last a long time, but then they get better. So we'll see what goes. Tail has pretty much disappeared. We're rambling across. It looks like there's a highway above, and we go through that tunnel underneath the highway. And he's gone. Crush your legs, make it more graceful. Look at this. A tumble for you. Oh, there's the ladder up there. Looks like a brand new one. Wow, look at that. Like a pro.
Want me to shoot you going into that?
I'm still shooting right now.
Zone?
We can go in together. Take my sunglasses off. Take my hat off so I can see. Wow! Woo-hoo! This is trippy. How you doing, bud?
Good.
Do you fit? This is going through the tunnel. It is so wild and unreal in here. It's so cool. Alright, coming this way. Favorite part of the course, right here. It's also kind of cool in here, which is also very nice. We got flags again, basically just shooting us across the field, probably over to the mountains, I'm guessing, but I don't know. A byproduct of not having had too much time to think about this whole deal. I don't know the course that well, so section by section, that's how we're handling it.
Get up to it.
100 miles looking good. I actually think 100 miles is back a little ways, but there it is. Nice work, Miles.
Can't claim all 100, but I'll claim maybe 19.
Miles is contemplating trying to pace for a total of 100 miles, perhaps.
No, I'm in. I'm committed. I mean, unless I just crash like a, you know, rusty paper airplane.
You'll have to do the math in all the sections and figure out what you got to do.
Well, how about I just do everything after this cat paces you tonight to the end?
You could.
I mean, unless you want some time to yourself.
These ruts suck badly to walk in. Just very awkward. Sometimes the middle is better. Bringing it in to the aid station. Whew. Time for some shade.
You, monsieur.
Let's see how we do. Hopefully I'm not kicked out of the race for my transgression.
Yeah, you already got disqualified.
Oh my God, there's an aid station dog. This is the best one ever.
181.
Hi, aid station dog. How are you?
Like 3 of them here, or 2.
Yeah. We saw a fox stalking us. You would have liked to seen it.
Oh, that's fun.
Hey, John. Reconnecting with Senor Light and Brittany. Ben had a hernia issue coming. So, what station were you out?
So coming out of Crown King, halfway coming down that long descent, it opened up, and just the burn and the retraction of the testicle, and just not.
That's one way to end a day. That's like when the DNF reason for pops up. That's when you go, oh yeah. I got no problem with that.
I threw it up on social media. You know, I kind of just throwing it out there what happened, and I've had a number of responses back that had the same issue, and they said I have a pretty fun surgery in front of me.
Oh God.
So, recovery time at least too, like 6 weeks.
Really? Yeah. Ugh. Folks, thank you so much. Light. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
The other bag goes on the right-hand side, you know.
Thanks, Brittany.
My black bag. So.
Tell Ben we said goodbye.
In the middle.
He did. All right, John, you and I. Whoa.
Have fun.
Let's go. I'm gonna say hi to the deaf dog here before we go. Hi there, buddy. How are you? Yeah, look at that. You got something on your head, don't you? I don't know what that is, but yeah, this is a little deaf dog. This has been a long time coming. John has supported me through quite a few ultras and adventures, and he happened to mention in passing one day that his real goal, like the ultimate goal, was to be able to pace a section of one of these ultras when I'm actually in the race. And we took a look at the profile, and because John's strength is just steady, consistent uphill walking. Not so much technical downhill or just speed on flats.
Not technical downhill at all.
Yeah. So there's this section, which is 8.5 miles. It goes up
2,540 feet or something? Or
2,540 feet up, 200 feet down. So it's sort of uniquely suited to get John out here. And it also, it's nice. So it's inspirational for me to have him out here. And I'm also a little bit shattered today, so speed isn't of the essence at the moment. This is likely to be just a march up the hill, which will get done efficiently.
What I call a proper trudge.
It is a proper trudge. It is indeed. So happy that this is finally working out. And then we got Miles here as well to move the car for us. All working out. Are you excited, John?
I'm excited, yes. It's a dream come true.
Isn't that nice? There's a certain art to trail finding in an ultra, and different race directors mark courses either generously or not so generously. So on a trail like this one, which it seems like there's a lot of side trails, so you'd have to keep your eyes on where you're going. But I look down at the ground and I can see tons of running shoe there we go, running shoe print. So I assume, and they're pointing in the right direction, so I assume we're going in the right direction, but always tuning in.
See nothing but mountain bike trails.
Yeah, because we haven't seen a tag in a while. And I haven't bothered to open up my phone to confirm, but I'm pretty sure we're good. When that happens, you just keep walking, and eventually, hopefully you see something. We are Getting through the gates, a couple more miles, a little bit steeper uphill. John likes the uphill. For the loose rocks,
Not so much.
not so much. So it's nice to have some poles out. Good work, my friend. John is moving up through the technical rocky climb very nicely. Reasonable pace. He's happy he doesn't have to go down it.
Soon shoot myself.
I can say definitely got through this section faster than I would have by myself.
All right.
Because John, when my mind basically left for a while down below, I would have on my own probably stopped or done something, but with you just kept cranking. Heard a deer. Oh, the car scared him away. Oh, more. There you go. Uh-oh, this one's right in front. Oh, they're going backwards. Not sure exactly how much we got to go, but jogging it in here. Less than a mile. I just don't know how much exactly. So
I think it's well less than a mile. I think it's right up here.
That would be nice. Just sitting here editing through this thing and capturing some of the live footage. This is what we got.
There. I'm doing good. I'm just waiting for the next runner. I think it's Kerry Ward from Vancouver. And yeah, just taking in the sight here as I wait for him. There was a bunch of deer. Actually, you can't see them, but they're up there in the hills. Just a little bit of scenery. Oh, there he is. Look at that.
So here comes John and I running along.
Kerry Ward, he has been a fan favorite here in the chat. So really nice to see Kerry. And I apologize for that Pete Mortimer way over there.
How you doing?
Very well. How are you?
Good.
Can you let Pete know there's still a lot of people cheering for him in the chat, and they're excited to see how he's doing right now?
So I've been out on this last 8.5 mile leg, being paced by my friend John Novak, who really wanted to one day pace a segment of one of these big races. And the profile of this particular segment was perfect. Uphill, which he's good at. It's not too long, which he's also good at. And tough day for me, so speed is not totally essential. So John gets to do the bucket list item of pacing somebody on a big 200 like this. What time?
That's awesome. That's fantastic. Kerry, you have quite the internet following that is keeping tabs on you out there.
Nobody came past us, although people are few and far between right now. Is that us up there?
Yeah, that's the aid station right here.
We can run that in, John. In good style.
People are asking if you're filming, and do you have any words for all the people that are asking about it? Because there are a lot of them.
There's a lot of people asking about you. Are you filming this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There will 100% be a video. I've got my camera here. Here, I'll even film this part of it.
And Kerry, can you give a little shout out to your YouTube channel for the audience here?
Absolutely. So I have a YouTube channel called fulltiltward, F-U-L-L-T-I-L-T, Ward, that is chock full of race videos, adventure videos, and so on. All of the Candace's races, the first inaugural year, are up with long format video, meaning the video is 2 to 3 hours long.
Oh, wow.
And they all have somewhere in the neighborhood of 500,000 views. So,
Oh, wow.
for
That's
better,
amazing.
for better or worse, I've had a whole bunch of people today say, I'm here because of you. So,
yeah.
it's kind of cool. Who am I talking to? Is that Steve?
No, this is Matt. I'm the virtual events director here at Aravipa.
And we're gonna let you get on into this aid station, Kerry. We're gonna check back in with you here shortly. We've got Hector Rodriguez with Michael McKnight.
Oh. Tell them both I said hello. And good luck to Michael. Cheers, man.
Yeah, cheers.
Thank you. For us. Here we go. I think I'm going to be enjoying a little bit of a rest.
Good cowbell hills too.
They totally have. Cowbell, bell ringing. This is what we like. And there's a zip line. Come on, John. Bring it in. Let's go. We'll bring it in together. Nice work, bud.
Thanks.
Thank you for shepherding me through that station.
Thanks for being willing to take a chance.
Thanks for the ringing. Okay, that sounds good. Oh my God. This is even cooler. Miles.
Kerry, you guys are live.
Look at this. Hooray! That was awesome, dude.
Yeah.
That is awesome. That is awesome. What an intro. So what is the instrument?
I made this. This is the one I made.
You made that?
This is my travel bass, yeah.
Devil Serenade coming in.
That is awesome. Okay, let's pick a spot. This makes me so happy. That is awesome.
This is Mingus Mountains, so here, let's do some Mingus for you.
Let's do that.
Is it Charles Mingus, his name?
So cool. Special, man. Thanks.
You guys, how was it? That was an amazing mountain.
That was
we
good.
didn't get past for anybody, which is cool.
That's cool. This is incredible. I got a bunkhouse here. I got bathroom, showers. I'm gonna have a shower. I'm gonna lay down for probably 40 minutes and I will feel so much better. So just waiting for the boys to bring my clothes. Well, alarm or failure. I slept 3 hours longer than I meant to, so I feel good. But instead of waking up at 8:30, it's 1. So Zach, bless his heart, was on the couch catching some Z's as well. John and Miles came in and dropped off some stuff, but didn't wake me. So, well, gonna be a couple hours longer. Looking at my own data here from track leaders following the tracking of the race,
it's interesting to see the speed and time plot below. This spot right here was supposed to be a nap of 40 minutes. So I would have been at the aid station maybe a little over an hour. But as you can see, I was at the aid station there for, it looks like close to 5 hours. So I had a bit of time and then a 4-hour nap, which is unheard of.
Getting back on. Much later than I anticipated, but I actually feel pretty good. So this next section should go all right. It's mostly downhill to Jerome, the town which cannot be mentioned or photographed or videoed. So happy to be out with Zach. Zach reached out to me through Instagram and said, hey, you need somebody. I'm like, yeah, that'd be great. So gonna get the legs turning over in a minute here. It's chilly, but not too bad. I got a second layer on right now, a thin fleece, which I think is gonna be pretty hot soon, so I'll get rid of it soon, tie it around my waist. But in the meantime, thanks for coming out, Zach.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Thanks for having me.
Dude, you drove for as long as you drove to get here and run around with an idiot in the night in the middle of nowhere. So I appreciate that.
Heck yeah. Loving it. I haven't really gotten to do any races though. There's a couple 50 miles.
We're marching up this hill. Zach is just saying he sort of caught me on some of the videos and jumped into trail running. I guess partially because you'd seen some of my stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
That's awesome.
I think the Bigfoot race really captivated me for sure. So, and just seeing the scenery of the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, good scenery here too. No.
Yeah, this part's not fun.
What's your name?
Stacy.
Stacy. Wow.
Stacy right
you
now?
missed the aid station loop.
Yeah, I was like stayed on the road and missed. But how do I find the loop? Like, what's it on?
Okay. So when you come back in, there's a camp area. After there's some various RVs and things.
Yeah, I saw those.
You take a hard right up. Do you have the course map on your phone?
Yeah, I do. It's so bad. I had it zoomed in on Gaia, and I was looking at the next dot, and I'm like, it's still that far? And then I zoomed out and saw what I did.
I'm so sorry. Like normally I like to be able to help someone, but I just can't help you with that one.
Carry me up there?
Zach might be up for it, but well, good luck, Stacy.
Oh, no, thanks. I feel better.
It's all good. Bonus miles, no extra cost. So Zach is just giving me the update on positioning, and I think is it Peter Mortimer in first or Mike Verstag? I think Mike Verstag's in first.
Yes.
And then Dax is in second, so that is awesome. Good job, Dax. And I think we're on the course, we're 120 miles in or something, 125.
Yeah.
The leader is 40 miles ahead, which is a big gap, but not as big a gap as I thought when I mistakenly had a 5-hour nap. So I'm kind of shocked. Like a lot of the group ahead, Maggie Gooderl is in 5th, which is awesome, good for her. We've got Mike, my buddy Mike McKnight, has DNF'd, which is crazy. So half of my pre-house is out, with Ben having his hernia, and then Mike, who knows what. And Dax is representing. That's amazing. And I'm feeling great now compared to the entire day yesterday. So we'll be able to move, I think, fairly well. We might, not that it matters that much, but pick up a few spots and get down the road a little bit. With a 5-hour nap, it's like kind of you're being reborn. And I take full responsibility for that mistake of 5-hour nap, because I should have. Zach had just showed up. I was dead, had my shower, shivering. I just wanted to get in a sleeping bag. I should have said, like, hey, you know, 9 o'clock, just come and rouse me. So next thing I know, alarm does not go off because of my crazy addled head not setting it properly. And I'm like, wow, I heard a voice in the bunk room next, so I'm like, oh, someone's around. And I looked at the phone with the clock on it. It said 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, what? That can't be right. But it's right. So I like to think that the extra time and the freshening, the reset on everything will help out a lot. This is a downhill section, so we're gonna run a lot of this. Maybe not all of it, but a lot of it. And I should be better going into Jerome and picking up Miles again. I know Miles showed up all eager to pace, and he got a zombie walk through town and cow fields yesterday. So hopefully we have a better trail running experience for him coming up. It's so cool. Right in my headlamp there is a tiny owl. Oh, there he goes. Look at that. That is so neat. There he goes. Huh, we saw an owl. That's a great omen. Yeah. Wow. Flooded part of the course, which I'm going to try and edge around without getting wet. I don't know if up here or down there is better. But this is, I do not want to get my feet wet right now. So I'm going to pass through the bushes a little bit. And the pines. And this goes for a while still, but the middle looks okay. Ooh, no, it's not okay. All right, got a little bit.
And one of them is the Red Ghost in the 1890s. Oh, I have the whole newspaper article written up about it, but
apparently Jerome is the epicenter of ghost stories around here. That's where we're going in, where we can't do any video or pictures. It's the lights.
There'd be too many ghosts.
That's right.
So one morning in the spring of 1883, two women were alone with their children in a small adobe house on Eagle Creek in the southeastern corner of the Arizona Territory. The men of the family had gone out early to determine how many of their sheep had been slaughtered or driven off by Geronimo and his Apaches in the latest raid through the area. Being left alone at such a time meant certain danger for the women, since Geronimo might take it into his head to return that way. Mind you, this is 1987.
Yeah.
At some point during the forenoon, one of the women left the house to bring water from the spring several yards away in a thicket of willows. A few minutes after she went out, the house dog began to bark, brought the other woman to the window. All she was ever able to report about it was she saw was a red, enormous, and ridden by the devil. She heard screams, but was too terrified to think of doing anything instead. She barricaded the door and spent the day hysterical in prayer. When the men returned that night and heard her story, they lit torches and went to investigate the spring, where they found the body of the second woman near the water, trampled almost flat in the mud, where the prints of hoofs cloven and twice the size of a horse's. Clinging to some of the willows were long red hairs.
Got goosebumps.
The coroner, oh, this gets so good. In the end, however, he permitted the jury to return a verdict of death in some manner unknown. And it was so reported in the Mojave County Miner, a weekly newspaper in Kingman, Arizona.
Who is that up there?
John is my name.
Hey, John.
Yourself?
I'm Kerry.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, John. Where are you from?
Estes Park, Colorado.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I might have chatted with you a bit yesterday.
Maybe.
Or maybe the day before. It's all a blur.
Exactly.
How you doing, folks?
Good, how are you?
We are enjoying our night. How about you?
It's so beautiful out.
Yeah, I remember the one to be super quiet and non-existent in Jerome.
Yeah.
Down here,
That's where everything goes to black.
I'm keeping the cabal on to know where I'm going, but
Yeah.
No kidding.
Comes off. And it does get a little twisty. I don't know how well it's marked in here.
They're doing great.
I know when I was training here back in February, I got turned around a couple times in some of the streets.
Oh, really?
Are you running too?
What's your name?
I'm Steven.
I'm Kerry.
Nice to meet you, Kerry.
Nice to meet you, Steven.
Yes. same
Good
here.
stuff. Moving well.
Oh yeah, having a good time.
They're looking.
I'm all right. You need anything?
I'm gonna switch my.
Oh, your battery? Do you need light for a second to do that?
No, I've got 3 different
Lights?
lights. Yeah.
Oh, you have the same battery pack that I do. Which light are you trying to replace? Are you trying to replace the batteries on the headlamp? Let me see your light for a second.
Is the blues flashing on the sides?
Oh, which means battery pack. And
Which is weird. I put brand new batteries in.
That's frustrating.
Just at the last aid station we were at. I just swear I felt them. Wait. Oh, I lost them.
You think? There's one more zipper here. Is it in there?
No.
Not in there?
I lost it. I've fallen multiple times.
You okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm just a fall. Even if I wasn't tired, I'd be falling. Here. I'm going to... Well, somebody will be happy that they can get a free light out of it. It was when I lost it.
Well, I have not seen one recently. So maybe you didn't lose it. There it is.
No, I have 3.
Oh, geez. Okay.
I'm paranoid and I have dropped and...
Do you want to put that other one back in the bag or no?
I'm going to keep it up. Yeah. See, I think...
Joan, you're just all over the place right now. What's up with that?
Because that is who I am.
It's good to own it. Good to own it. Okay, so, and we've got this one now. Let me turn it on for you.
Much obliged.
There you go.
Oh my God, this is heavy.
And does this connect over?
I don't do that.
Okay. Well.
Because that way I can do a waist also, and I never know what I'm going to do. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Enjoy the rest of your night, Joan. And Westergaard from LA. He hasn't seen anybody for hours, you said?
It's been hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
And we're about to hit Jerome here. Civilization. I think there's a gate up here. I see a couple of lights that maybe that's where we're headed. So, we'll see. He's moving well, though.
Yeah, chugging along.
Seems pretty lucid. There it is. All right. Kerry out for a while, although I'll film a little bit at the aid station maybe. I'm here with Steven, my friend. We're just talking about the course and how hard it's been. It sounds like they've extended the cutoff after the interminable field area because people are not hitting the times they thought, and it's been rather difficult. We have light coming up behind us, beautiful moon in the sky, and the very good news that it's going to be 95 degrees today. That's going to be tough, but I will actually look forward to gonna appreciate the view in the morning we've got here again before taking off.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Okay.
Well, that was a fairly efficient stop, so I'm happy about that. But I'm getting a little chilly, especially as I just put sunscreen on, so I'm shaking, which means the camera's shaking. Sorry about that. think we're gonna get going. You good? Bill here. This gate is tied together, and we're just leaving Jerome, which is back in that direction. Aid Station was just over yonder in a park, which I can see the awning of it. Interesting little community. We are out of it now, so it's official. We'll wait till you tie it up, because I don't even know what to do. Or do you want to tie it? Zach, you gonna tie it? All right. And we're gonna head down the hill. Look at this morning. Woo! Freaking gorgeous. More than halfway through, just hit 48 hours. So it's gonna be a long one, most likely. With the heat today, taking people out. We heard that Mike might have had a issue with heat stroke, so this route down is all little tiny rolly boulders, and it is getting to be, oh my gosh, I'm noticing the GoPro, there's a slight shake in it. Halfway there. Actually, I think maybe we might be a little bit more than halfway, but I don't know for sure. Noticing the camera shake a little. Hope that doesn't transmit vibration and sound. The descent from hell on all the loose, crazy stuff.
Yeah. You flew down it though.
Well, I don't know about that. We just kept going. Got to dance down a little bit, right? Where are you from, Andrew?
San Diego.
San Diego. Yay! Zach approves. You're looking good. We got a little teepee action here. Look at that. That's sort of cool. No idea where we are, what we're doing. But there's the flag. Here's someone's fire pit and living room.
I hear somebody talking too, like just off to our right.
Oh yeah, maybe over that house. Well, we're out of Jerome. Anyway, this might be my favorite sign I've seen so far. Speed limit 45, and this is the road. You can't do 5 miles an hour on here. I love it. Gotta appreciate a sense of humor. Although I would like to see, if I was on a dirt bike, I could hit 45 on this. Head Farm. Yeah, it looks like some sort of aqueduct, maybe? Or it's a path. Jameel, Steven, why don't you put this bridge on our course? That would have been cool, right there. Yeah, it's gotta be an aqueduct. Look at the gnome garden with the flowering cactuses and cacti. Wow. It's a cool little town. There's a few people watering their lawns in the morning. So, sprayed myself down a little bit. Got my hat a bit wet. Hard to turn down running water when we're doing this. We've been connected with Bill up there for a little bit. He's running well. Getting through this section pretty efficiently again, which is nice. What time is this? Is this Cottonwood?
I think we're into Cottonwood now, yeah. We'll go the length of it, hit the river.
Clarkdale Classic Station. Unleaded, 21 cents per gallon. Look at this joint. I love it so much. Look at this place. I like when they do this with old Americana or, oh yeah, the Ghost on the Edge. What a nifty little joint. Look at this place. 1914 across the street. Well, I thought we were going to go across the bridge, but it does not appear where we are. Oh, no trespassing. Yeah. So, still cool, so trying to move well while it's cool. Looking forward to the evening again. But today must be endured and enjoyed, even if it's hot before that. So we're 2.5, 3 miles away from the next aid, Cottonwood. Zach is gonna pass the baton over to Miles at that point. We'll see how it goes. How funny. You don't go on the bridge, that perfectly good bridge there. You have to go through the ditch instead. That is totally nonsensical.
They didn't pay the toll.
Okay. We have reached what I think is the river crossing. This may be a foot wet kind of situation. Yeah. Unless there's something. That's clearly the wrong way. Although you might be able to get across here, jumping to the rock. Yeah, not quite. Well, it's a bit of a process to take the shoes off, but I'm taking the shoes off. And I might just give my legs a few minutes of river water.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is where gaiters and an Ninja sock are maybe not the ideal thing, but it's going to be very refreshing. Probably more refreshing than going into the aid station. Crossing this. You're going to leave your socks on?
Yeah.
Wow.
I've got socks at the next aid station.
Oh, do you?
I just don't want to soak the shoes through because then that foam becomes a little less responsive. So that's the problem with the Hock, as I feel.
Are these the speakers? Or is this
Challenger?
Oh, Challenger.
I'm going to get my leg, I'm going to see if it's deep enough that I can get over my knees. Can you do me a favor quick, Zach? Give me my pole so I don't fall over.
For sure.
You want a pole?
I've got poles. It's a great call.
Awesome. I'm gonna clean my feet. I'm gonna enjoy the heck out of this river. Ooh. I got this Luco tape on the bottom, which is done for, I think. Have to redo it at the next station. That one maybe is going to be good. Oh, that looks nice.
It is nice.
All right, here we go. Oh.
Yeah.
Here, you just point that.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Ah, rejuvenation, magic. Oh yeah. This looks like our deep spot. Top of food. Slippery. Happy Kerry. Thank God we finally got a river that you can take advantage of. Oh, this is feeling so good. Up, and he is enjoying himself in the river. We're seeing a couple hummingbirds now too, which is kind of cool. Oh my God, that feels good. Whew. Take care, Andrew. We'll see you soon. Back on. We are moving into the magic forest here. Check this out. Still sort of that riparian area with the river close by. Still moving pretty well. The river felt so good on legs and feet, so I'm just riding that high for a while. Not sure exactly how far we have to go, but it's probably a mile and change. You're able to make it.
Thanks.
And I had fun too. Like I said, you got a good section.
Yeah, perfect.
Zach's got to work, so pretty much jumping in the truck, heading back to Phoenix and directly into work.
Yep.
That's
Let's
awesome.
See how it goes.
Scrapyard Creek here. Look at these. Those are totally restorable. Stop ahead. That's the most worn out stop sign I've ever seen. Interesting architecture in different places here. That looks like Jerome, way the heck over there where we came from, which means we probably came down the side of that mountain over there. And now we're all the way over here on this side of the valley, looking for the cotton picking aid station. I have these moments where I'm so zoned, focused, mindful, looking, and then the big picture sort of swoops in, but my mind doesn't have the ability to grasp the big picture. Meaning, for a couple minutes, a couple seconds, probably like 20 seconds, I'm thinking, I don't know where I am exactly or what I'm doing, why I'm doing what I'm doing. And I sit there and I think, okay, what part of the world am I actually in right now? And I look and I'm like, well, this looks like the Southwest. Am I in Utah? No. And I think, oh, California, no, Arizona. And then it all sort of comes back into place. So your mind definitely goes to weird places when you do this type of thing. Thinking more about that, I think that's what appeals to me sometimes about ultra running, is you begin to experience things that you don't experience in everyday life because you're stripping away so much and you're just getting down to a very primal state. And then, like I was saying, that feeling of expansiveness where I'm not sure exactly where I are, but I am, is like this boundlessness which you will never encounter in day-to-day life unless you put yourself through some type of, let's call it a trial, a little bit of discomfort, potentially some suffering, although those are all loaded terms because those can all be positive things. But ultra running puts you into a place that most people will not get to experience. And I put high value on that. I'm yakking here and Zach's back there listening, going, what in the hell is he talking about?
I dig it, man. I totally get it.
Fancy wood mulch trail, pounding along. Ooh, running water. I would stop if we weren't going to the aid. Oh boy. Looks like we are getting there. I see cars and tents and a building with a real washroom. Dude, nice work.
Hey man, you too. Solid.
Thank you for coming out and meeting me.
Man, this so much fun. He makes it look so easy, for real.
He got me during the good legs. Miles got me during the tough ones. It would probably happen again today.
Yeah. Got some heat ahead of us.
Whew. Hi, everybody. It's going all right. Dude, what is it?
M&M. I don't know.
Oh yeah, not right now. Not right now. Thanks.
How'd it go? Awesome.
Great work, man.
We were discussing options.
Yeah, really nice.
Will you gain for another 10 miles?
Hey. Paying a bunch of attention to my feet. I have put squirrel's nut butter on it to stop blistering all over. And I put some Leukotape under the bottom. And just, like so far, 130 miles in, a couple little minor blisters, but the feet are not bad, so I'm trying to be diligent with that. Wow, gotten out of the aid fairly efficiently, moving a little bit creaky, but just waiting for my body to warm up again, hopefully be able to get some miles in with running. Miles had to put some sunscreen on, so he's a little ways back, but he's catching up. The goal is just to get through this as efficiently as possible. It's 8:25. It's going to start heating up today. So I want to move as easily and quickly as I can while it's not hot. Here comes Miles storming up behind, rejoining the fray.
Fresh as a daisy.
Interesting little section, huh? Like a labyrinth.
Yeah, I blew it on a few corners already.
Oh, how funny. Yeah, I was going a little slower, so I was able to pick my way through. Luckily, there's enough marking. It's not excessively marked, but they are showing up when we need them, thankfully. Wes just caught up to us, put a good effort in, and oh, that's a wrong way sticker.
Good eye.
By the way, the wrong way stickers on this race are really nice. That's a good addition. A simple visual cue that that's the wrong direction. Rather than a sign, you can put them up. A lot of times when there's a little false trail, or even an actual trail, one flag with that tape and you know it's not the way. So you wanted to be with people, Wes?
Yeah, I left the aid station a little bit late because I ended up getting some blisters last night coming down off Mingus Mountain.
Yeah, I saw that.
But I didn't even know I had blisters until I was getting dressed. So I went and saw that super nice medic, Dawn.
Dawn, yeah.
And so, anyway, yeah, I left late. So I wanted to come catch up to somebody. I saw you guys and I got really excited. And then, now that I know it's you, Kerry, I'm even more excited. Yeah, so.
That's perfect. Well, we can hang out for this for as much as you want, unless, again, you're powering through and you feel good.
I'm gonna power through in a minute. Isn't this great how we get to the other side of that mountain right there, and we're in an entirely different kind of world.
Yeah.
Where yesterday, that Prescott environment,
Oh.
and now we're in a different kind of vegetation, and the rocks are all different.
Yeah.
The sand too, right? It's like,
oh yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
It's like ashtray sand today. So yeah, I don't know. I'm loving this environment of Arizona and the course that this is taking us on. We get to see a lot of cool stuff.
We do. You are right. I'm trying to play it conservative today with the heat, but we'll see. You might drag me along with you for a while.
Yeah, it's, you know, you have to balance it.
Yep.
Be kind of conservative, but maybe push a little too. I was keeping an eye on my heart rate monitor on my watch actually as I was pushing after you, making sure I didn't get up too high, kind of keeping it low.
Yeah, for me it's just I don't want to become that heat sink right now. That's what took Mike out apparently. Heat stroke.
It was heat stroke.
Yeah.
And
or overheating.
Was it the aid station we're heading for now? Is that where he dropped?
real close around here somewhere.
Yeah, okay.
We're going meta with content providing here. We got Wes Plate in the background. His channel, is your channel under Wes Plate?
Yeah, it is.
He does great stuff. Go check his channel out and subscribe. That was I have one friend who I do a lot of adventures with, and he's got a little son who he likes gadgets and toys and things, and at some point when they're out scrambling around and they climb a thing, Pat has Ethan gets up to the top, says, "Good job, good, what are you gonna shout?" And he says, "Subscribe!"
That's fantastic.
It cracked me up so much.
Well, I guess I should introduce you to my fans. I'm sure they all know you, of course.
I know that.
But this is Kerry Ward, fulltiltward on YouTube. He's been inspiring people for years and years with his documenting of ultras, which are really like watching a conversation in real time as he talks to the people he's running with.
Like this.
Just like this. And I actually just met Kerry in person this week for the first time. So even though he's been my virtual friend for years, now we know each other in person for real. Boom.
I should meet you officially again, Wes.
Absolutely.
Beauty over there. Hello, noble creature, or maybe phobo creature. Not impressed. Eating the shrubbery and foliage. Technical man. Across a random pile of papers under a rock on a run. The 11 moon sensors.
Inner membrane of vagina socializing.
From a lecture by Yogi Bhajan. Hairline, nothing can move you. Cheeks out of control.
This is the kind of wisdom people go searching for in the desert.
We found it.
That's amazing.
Look at that. Thank you, sir. Welcome, gentlemen, to my lair. It doesn't look sinister at all. Oh my God, look at this. Woo! A tarp. Someone has used this for aid station. Wow. Not as...
20 degrees cooler in here in the summer, if not more. This is awesome.
It feels nice right now, doesn't it? We got less than a quarter mile to the aid, wherever it is. Back out. Gentlemen, I have very much appreciated the camaraderie on this leg and the efficiency of moving as a group.
Likewise. Yeah, thanks, Kerry.
Thank you, Wes. We'll see if we carry it through the next leg. Are you guys have big plans for the station or in and out?
I'm just doing foot care and topping off water and getting ice.
Okay. Well, let me know when you're gonna take off.
Okay.
This is it here, Deer Pass. Senor John, how are you? Actually, not bad. We're gonna try and get in and out pretty quick.
This is a fast one, so.
John.
Hey.
Yes. Yes.
No, there's a bunch of colder stuff. So we got
oh, I actually would like one of those.
Okay.
Oh, that's not cold quite.
Chocolate milk?
No, not quite. It's just a little too milky right now.
Got some bacon, some, this is some squash and asparagus.
Let's see what they got, but I might do some asparagus
They're
as
very
well.
minimal here. They have grilled cheese sandwiches, some chicken,
And some strawberries. Oh yeah, and that would be good.
Okay.
Give me that. I'll have that right now too.
Okay.
These things is always interesting. It's a scramble to be as efficient as you can, but not forget anything. It's a little bit of civilization, so they're really good. We've got Jill helping us bring me some ginger ale and watermelon and whatnot. You got the crew blending in with people, and I'm going through all of my stuff, making sure I got liquid. This next section is more than 15 miles with 2,400 feet of gain and 2,000 feet of loss. So you look at the profile, it sort of goes up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And that takes us to mile 161, essentially. I like to hear.
The best part. I know, he's like, these red rocks are so beautiful. I'm like, oh, this is nothing. You're not seeing anything of that. Just
hello.
This is Jasper.
Hi, Jasper. How are you doing there, pup, huh? Nice to see you, buddy. Yes, it is. Yeah. You got a little bowl of ice water, lucky dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was
Jill.
Jill. Okay.
Well, good luck.
See you guys.
You guys are
got some spring in his step.
challenge in this leg. Love to. I think I'm super down to create a little more electroacoustic kind of fusion like you were suggesting with my latest love of kind of down-tempo house. That stuff is really meditative. But these shots are just incredible, man.
One thing to understand about my approach to this type of racing is this is, for me, a life highlight experience. It's something I'm going to remember for a very long time. It's something that will be a bit of a benchmark. And there are a couple of ways to approach this. I am a realist insofar as I don't think I'm going to end up on the podium. It's beyond my capability. There are people who are faster. So what I focus on is having a quality experience. So on the one side, you've got suffering, intensity, just pushing yourself into the red zone and staying there, and then maybe blowing up and having ragdoll like Mike did. Or on the other side, it's having a quality experience. But with 257 miles, suffering's involved no matter what. But on the suffering scale versus quality scale, I'm going to eliminate a little bit of suffering and add a bit of quality, because I think it makes for a better, more coherent story, and I can also be present from beginning to end. I remember it well. I'm not just blacked out. There's one section between aid stations that I didn't record a thing, I don't remember a thing. It's just like I was walking asleep and I have no memory of it. I was walking with Wes at that point.
Oh my word, Sedona. Look at all the little Sedona houses that fit into the landscape with their community order, so there's no bright colors, spaced apart, reds and browns. What a place. And since it's flattened out, we can run again. Hey guys. How's it going? Good. Good work, Nate. Hey, you too, sir. What's your name?
Sarah.
Kerry? Yeah.
Yeah,
you can.
Hey, good to see you.
This is my patient Miles.
Hey guys.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to hitting this ice place here.
That's what we heard.
It's just good timing on that too.
Do your kids know what's going on out here?
They do. We just got, yeah, they do. They can't believe that is a thing.
Like this week that
This is what I love. A big scratch across the Persevere Boston Marathon unicorn tap. How can you beat that?
Get in there. I'm taking a picture then. Yeah.
To the race directors for putting this out here, because this was needed. You went and talked to the school?
I did, yes.
Jody talked to the kids. What'd they say?
They were so excited there, and they just couldn't even believe it.
You good, Miles?
I'm good, yeah.
Entrance to the most dangerous part of the course right here. Jody and Nate have successfully crossed. Watch out for the truck!
Hey, buddy.
Uh-oh.
Popsicles, too.
Popsicles.
I was working the aid station.
Popsicle is like magic. It's like eating a unicorn horn on a hot day. What's your name?
Mark, and I didn't think I gave them all away already.
Oh no.
Have a whole other bag.
Woohoo! Oh my god.
Yay.
That is too much. You, my friends, are to be commended.
I haven't done a 250, but otherwise I've been in your position. And I knew how good popsicles
Oh my
could be
god.
on a day like today.
You're a lifesaver.
Best thing ever.
All right.
Thank you so much.
9 miles.
Yeah.
I love these cacti so much. They're like alien tentacle life forms. This popsicle is the best thing I ever tasted. It makes me giddy with excitement and gratitude. Oh my word. Probably, I don't know, 7 miles to go to Sedona Aid Station. My friend Erica happens to be in Sedona right now, as I found out. So I sent her a note. It might be that she can meet us, but it's unsure. In the meantime, Miles and I just need to keep cranking away and head towards the big mountain in the background and enjoy a little bit of Sedona hospitality. Been moving really well for about 13 hours with, you know, a lot of running and feeling positive and enough energy, good nutrition. I'm just right now feeling a little bit of a wave of nausea, so I can feel something coming up a bit. So when that happens, I just back off the pace a little bit and just try and keep my calories down. It's almost certainly because of the heat right now. It's over 90 degrees Fahrenheit, so 30, I don't know, 34 centigrade. So I'm just gonna deliberately back off. I don't think I'll sit in the shade, but that's not out of the question right now. At 160 miles, 85 to go, which feels good. Sorry, 95. 95 to go. So at 165, I'll have 90 miles or about 3 50K races left. Slow ones. Oh God. Aware of my calories, I'm gonna break out the Martin gel, which is sort of like a Jello shot. It's got a little caffeine, so I'm hoping that's a bit of a pick-me-up and that my stomach will tolerate it, so I can keep my caloric intake solid. That's the idea. How you feeling?
Like shit. How are you guys feeling?
Good to see you.
Minute to appreciate the view that we're getting to see. Take a couple photos. What a spot. Coming up to a rise, getting the view front and back.
Oh wow.
Pretty cool, huh?
Check out that view.
Look at that, the traditional cigarette butt on course. Pick it up, put it in. Who does that? Marlboro man. All right, stuck in my pack. I was just getting ready to show you the fence over my shoulder, which surrounds the airport. So there's all these helicopter flights irritating all the locals flying around and the odd small plane that lands there. And we're gonna go right around it, and there's a bit of a cliff band we'll be on, and that's our view out as we go, which is not too shabby at the moment. Today is a better day than yesterday for sure. Looking down at the highway going into Sedona and some of this background, the big mesas and things. It is a cool trail. Be fun to run and play on if I hadn't already run 160 miles.
Ooh. Yeah, I just had to use my ass to not drop the camera, but it still got a little dusty. Yeah, put your camera into the dust a bit, but it looks fine. My apologies. Oh, for sure. It's actually still rolling. Oh yeah, totally.
We are, oh man, there's a whole little group of people over there. Look at this. This is our trail. This is pretty sweet. Bill's over there marching by those folks who probably do not appreciate that he's been going for 57 hours and 160 miles. Wow. Well, this looks like a bit of a place. Oh yeah, you can park right there. And then you get this view over to the other side, which is why we're seeing more people than we've seen anywhere else thus far.
You got like Cocodona thing?
We are indeed.
Do you want any water or oranges? Or oranges? Little
I
oranges?
would love a...
It's so
Are you guys with the race or?
No, we're not. We just live here.
You're just helping out or showing stuff to the Cocodona?
I just happened to see the flags this morning and I was like, hey, what's going on out here?
What's your name?
Julius.
Julius?
Yeah.
Wendy.
Julius and Wendy.
Yeah.
You know what? That'd be great. I'll have a couple oranges.
Yeah.
These are great.
Take as much as you want, man.
Wow, you guys are so kind.
Thank you.
That's cool. I've left.
We're jeopardizing our race by accepting food, but
Oh, really?
don't worry about it.
Okay.
Technically. It's not that serious a thing, but you know, you're not muling for us, which means carrying your food.
No, definitely not. We're just hanging out. So
Thanks, guys.
sharing our bounty. So
Appreciate it.
yeah, enjoy.
It appears our friend Bill has been waylaid by a crowd of bystanders.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Proud of y'all guys. That's
Congratulations, guys.
Toast to y'all. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Toast to y'all, and we're gonna go really do that, all right? We're
I've
gonna
been-
go toast to y'all.
I've been trying to chase this guy for 160 miles. Getting there.
Well, we helped you out a little bit. Right?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, good luck.
Thank you. Asphalt running, not the best thing in the world. Pam's just ahead, moving on nicely. Gotta get back up into town and hit the aid soon. Avoiding our traffic. Looking good, Pam.
Oh, how come you guys are all catching me now? Wasn't that torture?
Hot. Hot, hot, hot.
You know, honestly, harder than bad water. Because bad water, they're spraying it.
Oh, are they really?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Every quarter mile.
How many bad waters have you done?
13.
13 bad waters. This is my friend Miles.
Hey Pam.
Hey.
I've heard so much about you. It's such an honor to run with you for a second.
We ran for a good bit of last night together, which was kind of fun. But 13 bad waters, that's ridiculous. And you're saying that this is worse just because of relentless heat.
Brutal today. This was hotter than the first day, wasn't it?
Yes, I think it was. But you're doing fantastically well. Absolutely great.
I just want to take a shower.
I did that at the bunkhouse.
You did?
Oh my God. It was magical.
Yeah.
We got another culvert to go under. I love this so much.
The refrigerator.
Woo! This is surreal. Like a total altered reality. Just staring ahead, listening to the noise, seeing vibrations. Woo! Oh my God. Dude, this tunnel, how cool is that? How cool is that? I love it so much. I know, but we go out and back. So look.
I just looked at mine. Just pulled it up.
We need to go. That's our aid station there. You see it on the spur?
I just did
So we need to take a right instead of a left.
Where?
Just back here. You see, we're heading on to the next aid.
I don't know.
Or no, maybe not.
Mm-mm. No,
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you,
I know.
Pam.
I mean, isn't this has been so frustrating.
That was an error, but not such a bad error. The problem here in Sedona is there's an out and back, and I thought we were already on the trail that goes out from the out and back, because we sort of come around town and then back in. But I'm very happy that it doesn't seem to be the case. We still got this last mile to the aid station is the longest mile we've ever run, and we put in some extra here, so, but it wasn't too bad thanks to Pam, so appreciate that, Pam. We have lapses sometimes. I'm not even too zombified right now either. It's just reading the map. I'm getting worried. We are just getting onto the main drag here. A little ways to go to the actual aid station. Look at this beautiful scenic part of the course. Numbers for that particular section. I emptied my bladder twice, and so that's 3 liters, or a little bit more than that, close to 4 liters. And then I had these, so 5 liters. And my bladder's dry at the moment. I got a little bit in the flask. That's tough. When Pam Reed says harder than bad water with the heat, whew, you take that seriously. So not well marked at all here.
Yeah.
We trucked right.
Suck that bad.
See, there's a tent over there. That's probably the tent, but there's no sign saying this way. That's frustrating. Did we see something on the street? The last thing I saw was a sticker on the road pointing up. She took the turn properly. How do we not see the little sign? I guess one flag and the sticker when you're looking up the hill. This doesn't really seem like much of a trail. I was looking at the sign. Oh well, not a bad error. Yeah.
Kerry Ward.
That's it.
There's Kerry
Hey, John.
Ward, apparently crowd favorite. So. What's your number?
181.
181. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, John. Need some shade.
Right here. There's some shade.
What's around the corner?
I got a little bit of shade.
About you specifically, I don't know about overall fans, but definitely a lot of people asking where you are and for an update on your status.
That's hilarious. What's your name?
Brianna.
Brianna, it's nice to meet you.
You too.
Do you want to do your live stream now?
I would love to. Give me just a second to see if they are ready.
Okay, let me know when. I'll share it. We'll do a double live. It'll be like Inception for ultra running.
We talked early in the race. I dropped at Whiskey Road. We talked at the very beginning.
What's your name?
3 words. Stan Barry.
Stan, that's right.
It was the 3 words.
Light, smooth, easy.
Relentless forward progress. That was me.
Oh, yeah. And then relentless forward progress. And then, oh yeah, 3 words.
Yeah.
Light, smooth, easy. You could do Carl Meltzer's eat, drink, move forward.
Yeah.
Relentless forward progress. That's a good one.
I have Kerry here, and he said that he would be willing to do a check-in if you want to come back to Sedona.
This is one of the aid stations that has had food, which is real veggies and rice and some amazing chili, which has been a godsend. All right, let's see what this camera has. I got 40 minutes left. This is cool. Miles J, who does the music for my videos actually. On a bass he created himself with his Budapest Marathon shirt. So much love, man. So much love. That's amazing.
And we're gonna actually take it to Sedona here real quick.
Oh, let's take it over there.
Sorry. We hear you, Brianna. We are just so engulfed in this chat room right now.
Muted,
And we have fan favorite, Mr. Full Tilt Ward, right here with us. Can you ask him how he's feeling right now, Bree?
Yeah, Kerry, can you hear them? They're asking how you're feeling right now. It's a little loud.
Can't hear you. I will respond. Today was really hot, but I ended up, last night I came into the aid station where the bunks are, what is Mingus Mountain? Mingus Mountain. And I had a shower, which was amazing, transformational. And I got into a bunk. I wanted to take an hour nap, which I did. And then my alarm did not get shut off, and I had a face of Zach, who was coming from. Zach, thank you for coming out. A guy who I met through Instagram, who came out from Phoenix. And he didn't know exactly what to do. Instead of just going in and, come on, let's go. So I slept for 4.5 hours. I woke up at 1 o'clock in the morning. What the hell? But I felt great. So for the last 17 hours, I've had pretty good performance, especially considering the heat. I'm running into Sedona after my big nap and everything, collecting people earlier today, just moving along, enjoying company of people. I'm sorry for my chipmunk cheeks. By the way, hats off to the aid station for this. Real food is so good. Chili here, vegetarian and meat chili is amazing. And actual rice and veggies. It's so much appreciated after every single goddamn bean wrap and peanut butter and jelly sandwich before. It's like, ah. So real food is fantastic. So coming into Sedona, became a conference. Pam Reed, legend, respect, love her. And she said, how did you find today? And I'm like, man, it was hot. And she says, I think this is worse than Badwater for heat. I'm like, what? Worse than Badwater? How many times have you done Badwater? She says, 13. And this is worse. I'm like, so all things considered, I'm happy. I was able to run a lot today. It's going to cool off at night. My buddy Miles is here. You want to... Sure. Yeah, go back. Miles is a friend of mine who come to get involved with his first ultra. And he's paced me 50 miles today. And he's a good friend, but he's also a fantastic musician. So I'm going to show you, but he also, on my YouTube channel, he's the guy who does the music at the beginning. So, ladies and gentlemen.
Shout out to Miles.
Miles J.
Before I play a note, I just want to thank Kerry for introducing me to this.
Oh, well, we're getting a concert.
Wow.
Let's tune in.
I love it.
I will definitely be back for more. The book is deep. I'm so done. Thank you, everybody.
Here we go. This is amazing.
How can you not feel good and energized after hearing something like that? You didn't even know. Here's Bill. We've been running with him all day today. Did you know, Miles?
Yeah.
Now you get to have some of his magic.
He talks about being a musician, and he goes, yeah, you know, I kind of feel like musicians and runners are the same in some respects. And I was like, I'm glad to hear you say that. I always wanted to play an instrument, but I was good at the running thing. So.
Respect, man. Thanks for saying that. Woo! Thank you all.
It's like a cello, but it looks like it might be
right, Miles? It's a homemade bass, Rob.
homemade bass.
Wow, that was truly incredible.
Oh, you're fine, girl.
Steam made and
Yeah. So he made this by hand. sewn together. It's a base of sorts, full scale upright base, just shaped a little.
It fits in a golf bag, which puts up golfers. I don't know why, but to my benefit, they're like, "Oh, you're a golfer. Would you like to pass to our executive suite?" I'm like, "Sure."
What's the best thing from my perspective is I saw it when I'm walking. I was talking to another lady, and they were walking away. I said, "That's my runner out there, the short guy, you know."
That was so great. Yes.
That is incredible. Homemade base.
And something very special happened on this particular race, which was, John told me a couple years back that on his bucket list was facing me in a section of one of these big races. Now, John doesn't do downhill technical very well, and flat speed is not his thing, but he can crank up a hill. And you got one section, AS9. AS9 to 10, yeah. So. AS9, it is uphill 2,500 feet, or 2,500 feet, in 8.5 miles. And so I sent him a note. I'm like, John, I think this is the one. And he got in. How old are you? 70. 70 years old. He grabbed his poles. He cranked up a tough section and faced me, thus fulfilling a bucket list item doing it. So I love you too, man. Thank you. Thank you.
And he's been doing a bang-up job keeping on.
He has. He is amazing crew right there. I've watched him support them this whole time. So there you go, guys. Bill
That was
just had
truly incredible. Thank you, Bree, for bringing us that live concert.
Evening
That was unexpected
guys.
footage.
Rob, your face says it all.
I mean, I didn't know. I mean,
well, Rob, you're a musical guy for those viewers who don't know.
I wasn't expecting a bass, like a homemade bass, to show up after 161. I thought we were just like, oh, 50-mile pace, it's awesome. And then all of a sudden he busts out a homemade instrument, and he went from classical to like a Red Hot Chili Peppers bass line.
Ultra ever.
His first ultra ever. He paced 50 miles.
He's never run an ultra before, and he's pacing.
I was like,
very
oh,
hard.
this is great content, and then we add to it, we score the moment.
Yeah, that was
I told you guys, there's some good stuff happening here.
That's where we're going to make sure there's a camera in Sedona throughout our feed through the night, and I literally am working on that. I can't remember if I.
Wow, that was a pretty funny piece of coverage in the live stream. I'm sitting here in the barn. It's about 1 o'clock in the morning. These comments are hilarious too. I feel like Jeff Harrell. I feel like Kerry can store plenty of food in his cheeks until the next aid station. Kerry's always has the best crew with him. That was so awesome. Amazing in so many ways. That seriously came out of nowhere. Ethan Reynolds. Jonathan Throne. Hashtag full tilt chipmunk. Oh, I'm glad I get to see this after the fact. So, that was Sedona Aid Station. They're telling me I need to have the video out in a week, which you know how long it takes me, man. This one's gonna be like 3.5 hours. And Jordan's just...
Go ahead, he's gotta sign in.
All right, no worries. The other way, which is a concern. This here is next level ultra preparedness. I leave the aid station, floss the teeth, brush the teeth, it's all good. I know my toothpick has probably been missing. Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah.
A little confused?
Yeah.
You haven't been to the aid yet?
Yes, we have. Oh.
You've been to the aid station at Sedona.
Have you guys been to the aid?
I think you're going the right direction.
Yeah, because it shows that's the way right there, but it looks like it's going the same way. It's just cutting out.
I think you're looking at it.
Gone,
you're looking at it too granular because there's nothing else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I kind of felt that way.
What's your name?
Scott.
Scott. I'm Kerry.
Kerry, nice to meet you. Kerry.
And you, Pacer?
Yes. Pacer Mindy.
You got the same
Miles,
name.
nice to meet you.
This is also Pacer.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, nice
Pacer Miles, Pacer Mindy. Yep,
you're looking great.
Scott, oh, thanks, man. Both of you.
We got turned around once as well in here.
Yeah, actually, coming in was a little, to be correct, we got turned around twice right before the aid station.
It was so confusing. And then we went right past the right-hand turn up to the aid station.
We did too, because we were looking up the hill, and there was that sign, that huge sign that was kind of like the I didn't even notice the little thing that, like, it was off into the bushes.
Yeah. And both times when we were backtracking, we like ran into kangaroos. Like,
yeah.
It was so great.
So badass.
It was super confusing.
Where are you folks from?
Omaha, Nebraska.
Omaha.
Oh yeah. How about you guys?
I am from Vancouver, Canada.
Okay. Wow.
I said Omaha's rad. I played there a few times. I love it.
Nice.
Nice trail system around Sedona with views in every direction. I'm trying to loosen my body up slowly but surely so I can do a bit more running. This next is 15 miles or something like that. It's a lot of up and down. So I kind of like that because you can work to go up, keeps you warm. Then downhill, you don't have to work, but you can go much faster and kind of dance down, do the running. Heading into the third night of the race. It's, let's see what time it is, 6:26. So I've been out here 2.5 days, 60 hours, is that right?
That's pretty spot on.
60 hours. This is definitely going to be, time-wise, the longest 200 that I've done. So, and I'm happy to be in position to just keep moving and get to the finish well before cutoff. It's gonna make me happy to get across. And these magnificent cliffs. It'd be fun to scramble around and do some climbing if I wasn't on a mission to get through here. This is a pretty rough and up section. Just trying to get my legs loosened up again so I can get some good turnover. Oh my God, look at this. Go.
Here we go. We're running again into the night. See you guys in the morning.
Inspirational. Juniper trees are just amazing. The bark, the colors on them.
I concur.
Natural.
What the heck is this?
Holy balls, this is amazing.
It's a major discovery. Whoa.
Wow.
I
That
mean,
is disorienting a little bit.
yeah.
Jeez.
Sick angles. Wow.
Look at that.
Who designed this?
Breathing is really bad right now.
My throat is super dry. I keep having to take a little bit of water to clear it.
Do you have any issues of like a lot of mucus that you can't get out?
A little bit, sort of. I've been
Kind of
spitting a
having
bit.
that. Sometimes when I breathe, I hear a squeak.
Wes was cruising in like wildfire,
All day, man. You might have
and
some-
I think it's
out of the aid station, he's feeling not as good. So, yeah, you definitely had some pace on, but let's just soldier through, man.
I know. I mean, I just want to get moving.
Let's do it.
Okay, that's what we want too.
I'm happy I caught up with you.
Check this out. Comes through okay, but GoPro Maybe not the best for long-term scenery, but look at this. Woo! And behind us, more.
Booyakasha! Oh fuck.
Oh, that is spectacular.
What's up with GoPro? Their whole thing, you can't have that interface that works. You have one job to do. Yeah.
People always ask me, man, do you like GoPro? I'm like, hell no, I don't like GoPro. I think GoPro sucks. Always crashing.
This is the truth. This is the hour of truth.
Yeah, both of us GoPro users, both of us having problems with crashing repeatedly. The thing just seized up, it's brand new. Please, GoPro, get it. Get your user interface better.
Stalking you like a coyote.
Are you able to do any?
This is a little bit of a wild downhill section, straight down next to this huge wall. We were just looking at Elon Musk's Starlink satellites above the big line of lights in the sky. Miles thought, look, we got drones. Oh my word, look at this. Indian Scott here. You almost went over a cliff.
Yep, you bet we did. I didn't see the blue and white checkered flag, and I'm like, so we kept going just a little bit, and I'm like, oh, we might die here.
Let's not die tonight.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you guys didn't die.
Yeah, that's
we are too.
Yeah.
This is a very steep and little hairball descent.
Right.
Especially when you've got some time in your legs and you're a little delirious. Really steep descent coming down the hill, and we get a flash from the far side of the valley. Someone's lighting us up with a laser, which is absolutely not cool.
Yeah, exactly.
So
super unsettling.
I'm trying not to look in that direction at all, just in case he wants to do that again.
Right.
I'm not into having a retinal damage because some a-hole wants to shine his light on trail runners. We're just chatting about having a little bit of a posse to go through at night. Now that we've hooked up with Mindy and Scott again, energy is up, problem-solving abilities are elevated when we come to intersections that are unsure, so it's appreciated. Seems to have leveled out. We've come off the crazy steep part of the mountain. Oh yeah, look at this little guy right here. He's going over to take on Wes.
Oh, look at them.
Good eye. Yeah, his tail's coming up, isn't it?
Hey, watch out, scorpion.
We have... I think it is a baby tarantula, actually. Look at that thing. What a beauty. So my hand is right there. He's a pretty good size. Huh. Let's see if I blow on if he moves. Oh yeah. He doesn't want to be blown on. Spider does not like blowjobs.
I gotta talk to the camera for a minute. Well, I'm out here in the middle of the night walking with Miles and Kerry. We are between Sedona and the next aid station that starts with an H. Anybody remember its name? Huntley Tank, that's right. I'm trying to find the words to admit to myself how shitty I feel. And Yeah, I'm having a low spot.
Let me address that while you're talking about that. You can respond.
Oh, sure, Kerry. Go for it.
This is when I'm pacing people and they get into that space. This is what I tell them. This moment is what you paid your money for. This moment is what got you to this place. And this place is a sacred place where you are right now. The only way you can get to this place is by doing something ridiculously difficult, challenging, and so on. And you are wading into the waters of growth fully. So you've got to embrace the lows. The peaks and valleys are both literal and figurative. The figurative valleys, you know you've done enough of these that it's going to go back on the upswing at some point. And it might be that you have something good to drink, something jumps out of the bushes and scares us. It might be that we see an amazing sunset. It might be that the aid station is tremendous, but something's going to pick you up out of it. And this right here, this quote-unquote low point, is what you paid your money for, my friend. So embrace it fully, experience it, and then move past it. There.
I like that.
Reaching over.
That was beautiful. Well, see, that's why you need to speak these things. And normally, when I'm feeling low, I don't bring the camera out because I don't know what to say. But thank you, Kerry.
You are welcome. It is my pleasure, my friend.
So, yes, I know it's going to get better. I know that this is just a phase of this journey.
A random cooler that says Cocodona 250 ice. So we're gonna stock up a bit. Thank you, Angel. I've discovered the aid station we've been charging along for a while. Scott is under a pile of blankets there.
Charging capabilities here?
Sort of.
She's using the cord right now. Wes, can I fill your bladder?
I'm bladderless.
You're bladderless? How do you do your business?
Chest bottles, but I'm gonna get my suit first.
It's like the new human 2.0 bladderless.
You're fine. Look at it. All right, ladies. You're killing it.
Thanks. They're already like,
That's inspirational.
so 26, you got that?
Alright, got that?
Awesome. Yeah, these are yours.
So 7.5 miles to the next spot. A little low energy at the moment. It's not quite midnight. Some good people at the aid station, although this is a very simple setup. It's not one of the big ones. So
Spartan.
you're gonna march onward. It's kind of flattish, rolling. A lot of dirt road. We'll see what happens once we loosen up a bit. I am sitting on the dirt road with Miles and Wes. Slightly shivering, not feeling great. It's about 2 o'clock in the morning. We got 4 miles to go to the aid station, and I'm feeling a little not quite 100%. So trying not to be nauseous. This is my hardest time. It's a short and relatively flat jaunt from one aid station to the next, but yeah, even the fact that I'm like slightly shivering right now when it's not that cold, I think I'm just gonna get up and try and keep moving. Every now and then I'll stop and just take a rest. This is what you pay your money for right here.
Definitely not alive.
Miles just petrifies everybody because we see this, which actually is a rattlesnake out here on the trail. Oh, this is so dirty.
Oh, really?
He's not doing so well.
Got hit, huh?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Here's the rattle.
Yeah, check it out. Ah, so it's fresh. It's totally fresh. It's not even like atrophied or hard.
Well, completing
there's my family.
the grimmest section for me so far. Tough. 3:30 in the morning. We are coming in. Gonna just get a little bit of rest and reset. I didn't eat anything. Hey, John.
Kerry.
Rough times out there, man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I'm gonna... John? Oh, wow, look at this.
Well done, John.
Well, we finally made it to the Black Tank Aid Station, and it's just been a rough slog. Kerry wasn't feeling well, and I've been also not doing great, but pretty much the last section, he and I both had no calories, and the section before that we were just moving slow as we were both having some emotional struggles. I have only had 54 minutes of sleep until now through this race, and then before the race started I also had very little sleep due to a ill-timed car accident in Phoenix. But I'm gonna now sleep for a couple hours and see if that resurrects me for the next challenges ahead as we climb up onto the Cocodona Plateau and try to get towards Flagstaff. So it's just been a rough time, but I'm so blessed to have been able to spend time with Miles and Kerry today, and even through this night of struggle, you know, being a team, we got through it together. So I'm looking forward to having this sleep now.
That was my roughest section.
I don't think I've ever been this fatigued.
I fell asleep in the dirt a time or two, and yeah, it seemed like 7 miles was forever.
Yeah.
Are you Leah?
What?
Are you Leah?
No.
Okay.
What do you need?
No, but just thankfully that was a
Oh.
What number were you getting?
181.
181.
Hey, can I
Where-
use your camera for a second?
Yeah.
Is it shooting?
I don't know.
It is. All right, John.
What's your name?
I'm Harry. I'm Wes's dad.
Oh, beautiful, Harry. You've been hanging out with your son a lot. He's great. We've enjoyed spending time with him very much.
John's got something for you, Kerry.
Oh my God, John. Jeez, look at that. Is that an actual
John,
milk tea?
what a hero you are.
This is, like, I've just gone the entire last aid station to here, not wanting to eat anything. It's a milk tea. It's like Taiwanese style or Hong Kong milk tea. Dude, give me that straw. Thank you. You are magical. I can't believe it.
Well done, John.
Can't believe it.
Can I give this one to Miles and stuff?
Absolutely.
Okay.
One thing that's important to content creators like me is a way to have viewers provide support easily and seamlessly. And the thing that I've been using recently is Patreon. I have a Patreon account. It's linked to in the description below. It's a way that you can donate a little bit every month to the cause and help cover some of the expenses that are inherent in creating content like this. So if you do what I call the milk tea program, once a month you are able to walk up and purchase a milk tea for me, somewhere between $3 and $10 or whatever. That would be fantastic. If it's just $1, that's also fantastic. So support if you can.
I want to have a rest. I need to just reset. And Miles is driving back to LA and then has to be on a flight Friday morning. So I want him to make sure he gets some sleep first. So
Next stage, what the next crew access point would be a drive back to, you know, wherever we're going to and stuff. You know?
it's also 18 miles and a big climb. And I know you'd love to do it, but it's smarter for you to get.
Yeah, I mean, if
That's like high level calculus right
that might just push it past, I don't know. Yeah, if we were gonna like keep going now and finish at like 7 or 8, then that would maybe be doable. But
There's no way 7 or 8 would happen if we left right now.
Oh.
I mean, I like the way I'm moving.
Oh no, not I mean, yeah.
gonna be a slow grind for the next section and stuff.
Are you getting any of this, dude? Do you want any of it?
A little bit. Maybe just turn it a tad. Ah, that's nicer. Better. Yeah.
Kerry, right? Did you see the Leah yet?
Hi, Leah.
Hi, nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
Hi, Leah. Nice to meet you.
Buddies from today.
Oh my word.
Buddies for life now, you'll tell you.
True.
Is this okay?
We're like vet buddies now.
Yeah. John, you know Moab last year when I paced west and I abandoned him? You know who he finished the whole thing with?
Kerry.
Yeah.
Do you want a chicken?
Miles approves of the boba tea.
I'm a convert.
He has been introduced
So
in the most dramatic of fashions. Thanks to John for. Was this from Sedona?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, 6 a.m. ish. 6 o'clock. Just woke up. John came to get me. Got my boba tea. It's light again, so which means it'll be a little bit warmer. And I'm gonna get out of here pretty quick, although I need to reset and I probably need to eat. So I'll head out and see what's up. Thor loaded up. He's ready to go.
So?
Looking like a spring chicken.
Yeah, so I was just telling her,
Yeah.
I have Julie coming in. She's one of
So
the
people are starting to head out, which is good. I am gonna finish putting stuff together. I'm gonna swap out some media. 13.8 miles to Turkey Butte, Turkey Butte, and off we go. Feeling better. Bryson, he's just. So you like the mic one, the Colorado
Yeah,
FKT?
Colorado FKT was fun. I like the zombie meter. Zombie percentage.
Yeah, dude, man, I've been high on the zombie meter last night. I was like out.
Yeah.
So
my guy's taking a rest right now.
Who's your guy?
Greg Sissengraf.
And where are you from?
I'm from Salt Lake City.
Oh, Chelsea. Yeah, we're gonna.
You gotta hang out with Mike and stuff.
Yeah, he's not too far away from me.
No.
I
What was-
message him every once in a while, but I haven't ever met him.
So what was the count that he had last night? There was at 35. It should have been 3,000. Mike's.
Which one? Yeah, 3,000. It should have been 30.
But what is it?
CK something.
CK something or other for Mike being thrown into the hospital.
Some blood index and stuff.
Oh yeah, it's the muscle tissue that breaks down into your bloodstream.
Oh, that's not
So
good.
it's rhabdomyolysis.
Oh, did he have rhabdo yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, Mike. Wow.
30,000 parts. Parts per million, I think, in his blood. He's supposed to have 30. Yeah.
All right. Well, Mike got rhabdo from pushing too hard. That sucks. Sorry, Mike. We were very bummed to hear that. Pam's gonna demo the Hokas here. Feet are not feeling good. Is it like blisters on the bottom or?
On the sides.
Are so?
Sore.
Yeah. Mine feel that. I've messed with them a minimum of time this time.
No, that's good. Oh, coffee. Or do you just make it? Yeah, could you?
We're probably gonna hook up again for a little while, which would be nice.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we're getting together. You ready?
I've done it before. I thought, I was wondering here, but
Let's go, Mrs. Reed.
Come on,
Pammer. Yeah, Pam.
Scoot around enough.
What, you want to have some coffee?
Take this Jordan Road with Mr. Kerry Ward.
Bye, Kerry.
See you guys later. Thank you so much for the hospitality.
Good morning.
Yeah. I'll try and look after him.
Get some encouraging words, man.
Some
Take care
encouraging.
of him, take care of yourself, take care of him, take care of whoever.
That's what we're gonna do. Yeah. That is what we're gonna do. All right. Shall we wander?
Yeah. All right.
Pam, you good?
Thanks, everybody. Head over to the ridge.
Love you.
Take it easy, John. We'll see you in 7 hours.
See you at Cinder Pit.
What a morning. Oh my gosh, dog time. Hi, puppy. How are you? Hello.
Hello.
How are you? You're very charming. Pam's again saying about the heat yesterday going into Sedona, because compared to Badwater, where you get people spraying you down, right?
Yes. Okay.
Nobody's spraying us down out there.
No, and you get so dry. And somebody told me it was 97 degrees there.
97?
Uh-huh.
I don't know, man. Doesn't seem like it was that hot, but it could have been.
Oh, I thought it felt hot.
I think I surprised myself with how effective I was during the day, but then at night,
exactly.
I fell apart.
Yeah.
Breaking it down, Wes. Finding that zone.
How quickly did you fall asleep last night?
How quickly did I fall asleep?
Yeah.
Instantaneously.
Did you fall asleep right away?
Bam.
And how long did you sleep?
2 hours?
See, this is my problem. Guess how much I've slept total?
None.
I bet, no, I've slept probably 40 minutes.
Okay. 40 minutes, yeah,
I'm
that's...
lucky. And not real sleep.
Yeah, no, I know that.
I slept on a rock for about 3 minutes last night.
I curled up in the dirt several times. I don't know if footage exists.
I think we do have some. I think there is some
Okay,
of that.
good. Fantastic.
You know, but so I compared it, everything to that.
Yeah. To Moab.
And
Yeah.
and it's just, you can't. This is a way harder race.
I came into this thinking that, though.
I know.
I came into this thinking this is going to be a different kind of deal.
Oh,
And
you did come in that.
yeah.
I didn't.
The one thing that I didn't appreciate as much that I do appreciate now is that it's really linking up a whole bunch of towns by doing these big convoluted routes away and then going through the towns. So it's not as remote, you know?
Right.
It's like, yeah, we're going around the Sedona airport.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, it's a beautiful trail, but one of the things I loved about Moab is you just get out there
Oh, that's out in the middle of nowhere.
in nowhere, and you're like, man, nobody's out here. So
The trails were, I'm a wimp. The trails seemed
that'd be the word I'd use to describe you pretty much. Pam Reed, wimp.
They were just so rocky. How about that trail up above the Jerome?
Oh, yeah. Above it or below it?
Well,
Above
coming
it,
down into Jerome, is that what you're talking about?
Coming into it. You know, those last 3 miles of the pure rock. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, because it was you and me and Scott and
Here,
Gabe.
So tape this, because I have a question for your people.
Shoot.
Look at me. I'm walking with the limp, or outside. Look at
Here, go in front.
Look in that. I'm walking like that. And
Yeah.
Badwater people did this. I've never ever done that.
Pam Reed is listing.
Is that what's it? Why do you get it?
Is
it dehydration?
Okay, YouTube land. Pam's feeling okay, but her whole body is kind of leaned over. We're trying to figure out why that is.
And you know, I can go like this. And
But then it feels like
funny. I mean, it makes me nervous because I hate when I actually one year there was a guy and he was like this going up.
Right.
Up to the end of Badwater, and I can't believe I'm doing this. It's me. I don't know. And most of those people were older, and now I'm 60. I don't know. I have no idea.
I saw a guy leaving this aid station who had a similar sort of listing over thing.
So tell me,
There we
what do
go.
you think, the differences between all those other ones compared to this one. Why?
Okay, so let's go to Candace's 3.
Yeah.
She has, in my opinion, a real nice visionary quality when it comes to envisioning a course. And I love just the audacious nature. Like the first one that she did, Tahoe, which I ran the first year, getting that race and getting into it and just being able to picture in my head running all the way around Lake Tahoe, up and down through all these fabulous places, linking them all together, that's pretty dang cool.
Yeah.
Bigfoot, you didn't do Bigfoot.
No.
Bigfoot I think is maybe her toughest one because the terrain is legit super steep, very difficult, and it's just relentless up and down climbing, and that winds its way through this Washington mountain range area with all these huge mountains. You start around St. Helens, go through lava fields,
Yeah, that interests me, but I heard that it's hard to navigate, which I'm terrible about.
Well, the first year, it was a nightmare.
Okay.
It's been better since. I went and I paced Dax at his first 200 at Bigfoot, and I paced him through a section that for us, we got lost and, you know, waylaid for quite some time.
Yeah.
All cleaned up, all marked well. But I talked to Candace about that. So there's that one. Then Moab, again, this huge loop that you can see from freaking space, and you're in remote areas, as you know, and it's so beautiful, so pretty, and there's just nothing around. And I like I'm not really attracted to coming here to try and race and try and beat someone. Do I want to finish? Well, yeah, but does it matter if I finish in 22nd or 34th or whatever? No, it doesn't really. I'm going to be happy and proud that I got through the end of it. This is almost like a big link up of a bunch of Colorado towns.
Arizona town.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I'm like not even in the same state. That's happened a bunch of times where I don't even know where I am in the state. So yeah, all these Arizona towns, but to link them up means you got to be marching through them for miles, right? And there's a lot of charmless stuff like this, like a big dirt road.
Yeah.
I don't.
But then some of those terribly rocky roads. I don't know about those.
Heading up this power line trail, just comes up, relentlessly up to the top here. We're on the switchback section, which is kind of nice, but it's not even 8 in the morning. It's hot, I'm sweating. Hands are sweating. Looking forward to the altitude and the pine forest up top. You can see a couple sets of folks coming up behind us. I got one set in front. The switchbacks go for a while. Making up the switchbacks, looking back at the road we came from. Been walking uphill for quite a while. Probably getting close-ish to peeking out on the power line trail. What a way to start the day. Just linking up with Scott again. There's this endless swapping back and forth and seeing people multiple times. As you stop, they stop. You thought when you stopped last night that was it?
Yep, that was over. I wasn't getting out. Shoes were off. I said, don't set an alarm, just let me sleep.
And you woke up?
I woke up and I got out.
So it's all your fault anyway.
It's all my fault anyways. I want myself to blame.
Consigning yourself to 24 more hours of this joy. Nice work. The view up here, not so shabby. But like I say, often what we're just looking at is this. A brutal, relentless, rocky uphill.
Yeah, they checked her out.
Who is that?
My friend Jody, some of them.
She's peeing brown.
Yeah, but she had fluids in her, Gatorade, slept for however many hours until she had to wake up and pee, and it was clear.
Oh, that's good.
So yeah, Mindy was on the phone with her friend Jake, who's helping us out, and so Mindy was just kind of giving instructions on what to do.
The problem is when you're doing a big climb, it's never the top. And we've been cresting section after section and seeing more hill, but I'm slightly optimistic here.
Oh, what's this?
Oh.
Oh. Came to the other side.
The official top!
Oh.
This is where we seek a bit of shade
yeah.
and eat and drink and salt pill up.
Oh man.
Look at that tree. What a beauty. Mm. Taking a couple salt pills because I've been sweating a lot up the hill. It's early. I do not want to get in a deficit with electrolytes. I'm gonna probably also have some applesauce or something I can find in my pack. Nice work.
Nice work, you guys.
You as well.
Woo!
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that was brutal.
Good job, people. That whole climb was totally uncalled for.
Nice work.
Good job, people.
Nice work.
Good work, man.
Hey, it's Pam.
All right, Pam. Woo!
Good job.
The continuous ebb and flow of a thing like this. Catching back up to spend a bit of time with the legendary Leaning Tower of Pamridza. How's it going?
Hey, I've only run in these shoes once before. I don't like Hokas.
Oh, yeah, Hokas are bad for me in the upper. Same for you?
Yeah, I just feel funny. But they're, you know, they feel good and nice, cushiony on my sore feet.
Yeah, that's a good thing. See where we're going. Down and then back up. What a lovely canyon, though. Moving okay, but slow. It is crazy how resilient and tough people are, competitors in this race. You see them at the very edge, and you think, oh man, that person, they're not going to be still cranking away in 50 miles or 100 miles. And they are, and they do. And it's magnificent. Here, this on one side, heading along the ridge back up, this on the other side. This whole route is covered with this mud that's been tracked out. If it rains in this section of the course, it is going to be a hellscape of sliding around and caking mud. So hopefully they never get that for this race, but it definitely happens. The road is definitely chopped up from tracks put in when it's wet. Descent and switchbacks up again following the power line. So we got that fun to look forward to. David's cranking along here nicely. How you doing there?
Hey, how are you?
All right. You look remarkably clean and tidy.
Thank you.
Right now, compared to all these other riffraff in the race.
Trying to stay fresh.
Where are you from, Shelby?
I'm from Stonington, Connecticut originally, but we live in Redondo Beach, California.
Ah, gotcha.
What about you?
Vancouver, Canada. Your pacer is also Redondo?
Yes. Yeah, this is my husband.
You ski or snowboard?
Yeah.
You pretty good.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of ski touring this year, actually, which I'm enjoying. So is your husband a good pacer?
He is a very good pacer.
The right amount of tough?
Trying.
I have some really nice girls too.
A good mix.
Yeah.
She'll scream at me and go easy with them.
Hey, Thor.
No, I feel like I was really
Situation we got ourselves in here. Almost 200 miles into the race, and Shelby's pacer is pulling 5 of us up the hill. Thank you. We are probably an hour away from Aid, where we're all excited to get, but rather than get carried away and just keep going, smart to stop, eat something, hydrate a little bit, chill for a minute while you actually have shade. So that's the name of the game. Eating some Asiago cheese crisps that I've been carrying around for 100 miles. We're about an hour out. Thor is out of water, which I understand because this section is so tough. Do you have a thing you can put some in?
If you have some to spare.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want you to go for another hour without, dude. Here. I don't know how much I have in my bladder, but I can share a little bit of this.
Sure.
You want it just straight in your thing?
Yeah. Just dump it in here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hopefully that helps.
Yeah. Yeah, I keep looking for campgrounds. So
Yeah, I'm not gonna find much, I don't think. I've been praying for a puddle I can dip my shirt in. Is that enough?
Yeah, that's
Would you like some Asiago cheese crisps? Probably make you thirsty.
Yeah, it's like
perfect muck. I don't even think Thor would drink it right now. Yuck. And here's an actual close-up of what our skin looks like for the Cocodona 250. There's a body of water here. We're gonna go visit it. Looks like there's a fence around it.
Oh, there's an entrance right over here.
Oh yeah. That may be just the ticket to cool off a bit before getting to the aid station, which is a little over a mile away. You know, as a runner, you're used to covering ground at a certain speed. It takes a certain amount of time. But in these ultras, holy Jesus, it takes a long time to get from one spot to the other. Oh, look at this. Get my hands in there, get my hat in there. Maybe my shirt. As long as there's not too much growing or dead animals. Ooh. Oh, it's cool. Man, my calf is tight on the left side. Oh my God. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that is so cold. Woo! I am rejuvenated in this algae-filled God's forsaken cow pond. But I have to say, it feels good. Well, that little visit to Giardia Pond was fantastic.
That was a blessing.
I'm actually cold now with this shirt on. It dries out super fast, but man, talk about lowering your core temperature quickly. Happy camper.
Hey, see a lookout tower up there?
Oh yeah. Up on top of the hill there's a lookout, a fire lookout. Coming up on Thor again. Get that little lean going. A la Pam. Well, Strava's saying 202 miles. So we did that in a little under 80 hours, which I'm happy with given everything. We're 80% of the way through, mileage wise. We're coming into the aid station. Chill out, reset. Looks like Scotty's taking off already. Quick stop for him. I don't know if it'll be that for us. I think Wes is gonna do some foot maintenance. For real. Wes is over there trembling like a leaf
This is the last one.
with ice around his neck. We got the cracked spot here. Cooled right off in the wind and shade after our dip.
I'll do it. Did you know where they are?
You can get tricky.
Yep, yep.
Legs up. Just my legs also trembling. Christina has some time on a treadmill with the rim to rim to rim with Carolyn.
Yes, it was great. Kept me entertained.
And Margaret and the crew here doing a great job. Thank you guys.
All right, thanks a lot.
We'll see you out
Good
there.
job.
Thank you,
okay.
thank you.
Watch out behind you. Don't fall now.
Wes, I'll see you when you can.
Okay, see you later.
Ooh, a pond. I'm gonna go check it. I have been marching along for about an hour with Wes for a bit, but it's just hot and the road is kind of uninspiring. I get my hat wet here, cool off a little bit. This looks okay. Oh, let's see. Too mushy. No. Oh. Well, it's a pretty enough road, but we're on here for an awful long time. There are no cars on the road, which is nice. Not one has passed. And we've been on the road for 12 miles. Got about 7 more, 20 miles of this thing. Like that big stretch of dirt road in Moab. But the woods are nice. I'm still lagging. I'm just trying to increase turnover. I've been listening to a little music here and there. I figure I have, for 9 miles and change, about 3 hours to get in. As long as I just keep moving. So, I'm tired. Sitting on a rock again. One of the things that I know changes things up a little bit is a bit of novelty. And I know that if you do push-ups, they say it might be the equivalent of drinking a cup of coffee, which I don't do. So I'm gonna do a few push-ups on the rock. Have that keep me going, and off we go. Okie dokie, let's go. Oh, the sign, 200 miles, keep moving. I think that sign's a little late. So for interest's sake, that says 200, but my Strava says 207. Pretty big difference. Usually my Strava is short. Not this time. Been real low energy. Ryan came marching along, and I'll just walk it in with him, which is kind of nice. So you're from Massachusetts?
Yeah.
What got you tangled up in this mess?
It started as a joke.
Really?
Yeah.
I like this already. What happened?
Well, a buddy of mine told me about it. And so the first day it opened, I signed up and I said, like, balls and Yurko boys. And they both signed up.
Really?
And
so are they all from Massachusetts?
Yeah,
Different
we
places?
all went together. And one, the original one who brought it up, he ended up not going because he had a baby a couple months ago. So Still family first.
Family first, agreed, but I'm not going to count that as a totally valid excuse.
That's a valid excuse.
What about the other guy? He's here?
He's here. He's somewhere here.
Have you done ultras in the past, big ones?
So, funny story, when I signed up for this,
yeah,
I haven't even done a 30K yet. 50K, I mean, 50K. I had one marathon on my belt.
Well, you got, let's see, 8 more now.
Well, no, I've done ultras since, but when I initially signed up for it, I had no, as they would say, the ultra sign-up list, my credentials was none.
Did they reach out back to you and say, hey, what are you thinking?
Yes.
And what'd you say?
I said, give me time.
And did they check in with you, or they just...
Well, then they lifted everything, but I ended up getting 2 100s that summer.
Oh, well, there you go.
But he ended up lifting them anyway, so it didn't matter. But I was the first person to get booted. And I wrote like this sob story email to him, like, come on, give me a chance. Like,
booted from the start list because of your lack of experience?
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. Good for you for persisting.
Yeah.
And the other Massachusetts buddy, he's done them before, or?
Yeah, he's done hundreds. Oh, he's never done anything like. Well, he's done a 500-mile run.
And what do you think? What are you thinking about this particular one? What are your high points, expectations?
I've had them all. Yeah, I've had some real highs and some real lows. That first day, at mile like 27.
Yeah.
I thought I was like 2 miles out from the aid station. I was already out of water. I had cramps, fell to the ground, calf cramps.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, all right, I just got to get to the aid station. And someone comes by and it's like, no, it's 7 miles away.
Oh, Jesus.
So I'm like, dude, that's over with. That was quick.
So how did you resolve it?
I got some salt tabs from some
kind passersby.
Yeah, everyone helped out a little bit. I got a few splashes of water, and I literally just walked for like 10 minutes, sat for 10 minutes, and just tried not to get another cramp.
Yeah, good for you.
Got back to my crew at, what was it? We got water at 33. Got to my crew at 37, and I've been pretty good since then.
Just steady?
Steady.
Oh, good for you. Yeah, I flirted with the calf cramps the first day, but I kept them at bay.
Yeah, the first day was brutal. And I mean, well, that's not correct. Every day I think it's been brutal, but
What's the hardest part other than running out of water?
I don't like heights.
You don't like heights?
Yeah.
So some of the...
like yesterday over the, what was it, the valley over there in
Sedona. Near Chimney Rock and all that?
Yeah. No, thank you.
That's pretty funny.
Was fun.
And then, well, I mean, you're this far in. You're 80% through, so I'm presuming you're fairly positive about finishing.
Yeah. Should be.
Well, that's cool.
I'm moving.
Yeah, you are.
I got some blisters that just popped just now, so I got to
We'll see
that, but we'll see.
Yep. I'm happy you came along, because my mind was just not in a good place for forward progress.
Yeah. It helps. I've been flirting with, like, I gotta fall asleep, sat down and just shut my eyes for maybe a minute or two.
Yeah.
And it seems to help.
I had a dirt nap for about 5 minutes too.
And honestly, I think I'm gonna go take a nap right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's funny. Ryan's just saying he's not married, so he doesn't have to explain himself to anyone. But people who go and check out the site for the thing, the first question is, man, it's expensive. Oh man, look at this. One of those tents might have my name on it.
There you go, man. Well, hey, I'll catch up with you again. Good luck now.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Hopefully I see you out there.
You have to finish.
Thank you. Hello.
Hey.
Oh my God, what a scrubby aid station dog. You are the dirtiest dog I've ever seen. How are you? Hello. Hey Sam, how's it going? Yes, look at you. You are the dirtiest little mug I ever saw.
Bib number?
181. Can I sit here?
Yes.
Do you have a pacer that you'll be picking up?
Unaware. I don't know. Probably not, but I don't know.
Ask you questions or just make sure, do a gear check.
All right. What's the gear we need to make sure we got?
Oh, yeah, where are the gloves at? Gloves are out there?
Yeah. Here's another checker. Check in.
99.
99?
Yep. All set. Too bad.
So, what are the gear questions?
99?
Good. You guys doing anything?
Okay. Headlamp? Do you have a headlamp?
Yeah, I'll have one.
Do you have a headlamp?
I don't right this moment, but I will have one. Yes.
Whistle?
Yes.
Cell phone?
Yep.
Space blanket?
Yep.
Extra food and electrolytes?
Yeah, all that.
Gloves?
Yep.
Hat?
Yep.
Long sleeve?
Yep.
Check it.
Yep. Check on everything except I just don't have my headlamp on me yet, but I won't leave without it. So do I still need to come back? Do I? Yeah. You know what? I think I am going to sleep for a minute or two. Are those tents open?
I believe so. Jackie.
I am just getting set up in this tent, getting my feet tended to. I'm going to clean them up, change socks for the third time, and sleep for a little bit to set myself up for the next section. It's a bit of a gong show here. Feet, not too bad. Wicker tape still working. It'll be good to have these off and free for a few minutes. I am guardedly optimistic that good forward progress can be maintained after leaving this station. You can hear the racket here too. It's not ideal for sleeping, but I don't think that's going to matter to me. Got the pin out. Blister on the back of the heel is going to be sacrificed. Here's one. Yeah. That is good to get the juice out. I think there's one under here too. Big callus there. Got to get a deep enough prick. That should do it. John,
you're welcome. Okay.
We'll see you.
Knock it out. This is gonna. You're gonna feel
do
good
we,
now.
Do we see you at the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's 13 again.
What's that?
What's the profile over?
13.8.
13.8.
Pretty flat. So.
Okay.
Profile looks like this, but their range is like 200 feet. You know, from top to bottom. You know, so.
Got it. His team came up with a plan for him to get onto Mount Eldon, climb at 5 a.m. to enable a reasonable time to climb. I hope I can move fast enough to make that work. This is what we're looking at. Not much of a trail, more like a giant open road, which I guess is good if you like that kind of thing. Wes is just saying his crew, Leah, was doing some race accounting. Figured they have 60 drops out of 175 supposed starters, which is a heavy attrition already, more than 30%. And we've got a good bit to go. So I think this race is turning out to be a little bit more than what a lot of folks figured. I'm optimistic at this point, Wes, you and I will finish. I think we're in okay enough shape to get it done.
Yeah,
I want to be in the positive column on this one.
Yeah, for sure. Have you ever DNF'd any of them? One.
To date, fingers crossed, I have still not DNF'd, so I don't want this to be the first.
Yeah. Same. So it won't be. Pinky swear. I feel better. What's your name again? John?
John Medinger.
Manager, yes.
Medinger. So
Yeah,
he's
on the board, right, of Western States. He might be the president of the board. Anyway, he came up and he said he went and bought the water and brought the jugs. I mean, that saved us.
that
But
did.
the front runners probably didn't get that.
Maybe not. We were out at that point. I was happy to refill.
Yeah.
And then I was out again when we got in.
Yeah.
So thank you, John, for that. The climb out of, I have no idea what the aid station was, but the one we were cranking up this morning.
Yeah,
That would be another place where a little extra water on the top would be.
Yeah, right in the middle, or, yeah.
Thor ran out of water early. Was on a death dirge march to get back into the aid station. Well, Pam and Ernie are dropping back a bit. A little harder to keep pace on the uneven single track, but this is where I like it. Sun's going down. We probably have half hour, 45 minutes before we need to bring out headlamps. Maybe put on extra layer. How you feeling, Wes?
Feeling great.
He's lying.
Hey, fake it till you make it.
It is a lovely tree covered trail. We had some type of fire here before, but it seems to have been bouncing back some of it. And it's finally taking the edge off the sun. Now that the sun is almost completely gone. We got, according to Wes's fancy Garmin, a half mile more climbing and then some descent. And I don't think we're halfway through this stage, but maybe. What do you think?
I think when we get to the top of this climb, we're halfway through this stage. So at least it's approximately halfway.
I will take that. 3.2 miles of descent, 500 feet down-ish. Easy grade. Perfect time for this in the race. I don't know if we're going to get exactly where we want to be when we want to be, but this helps. Take advantage of the good times. And this trail is sublime. My GPS is right around 200 and almost 220 right now. So happy to be able to still be running. Even with the downhill assist. We have just been talking over the likely scenarios at the end. We're probably about an hour from the aid station. Well, we'll get there at 10. The next leg, 16 miles, high elevation, cold, decent bit of up and down, which means we're not going to go through it quickly, most likely. So if we do that, we'll be launching into a very difficult section at arguably one of the worst times, starting at like 11 midnight. We get through that section sometime in the morning. Then the last two sections are a climb up Mount Eldon and a descent. So of the 40 miles we've got, given how we're moving, given the fact that Wes has an almighty blister under his foot, which is bugging him, probably not going to finish, you know, early morning or sub 100 hours. Neither of us are that attached to it in terms of outcome, placement, and all that. I'm here to have a quality experience. So we started to talk about perhaps my crew and his crew both have a hotel tonight nearby. We could, instead of starting at the worst possible time, retreat, have a quick meal, have a shower, have an actual sleep in an actual bed, return to the course in the wee hours, and then continue, finish the tough section after daylight, and then go up and down the mountain to arrive in Flagstaff sometime later in the day tomorrow. So that's our current thinking. Have to see if John's good for it, but just knowing how the last couple nights have been might make a lot of sense. It'd be a first time ever for leaving a course and coming back, but sure would be nice to feel good after all that, wouldn't it?
And smell good.
Yeah, let's not go crazy. Well, I think we've found the place. Probably just up here. Hopefully John's around and Leah. We'll see where crew is. We got another runner right behind us, which is nice. I don't know who, but we will find out. That was a fairly smooth segment. This the station? Oh, there he is. Good.
Over here. Save you to your left.
Oh, this is it over here?
Yep.
Thank you. That's the medical tent. Huh. Where is it in there? Wow. We've got a squirrel's nut butter anti-chafe awning. Look at that. Oh, they're all the way over there. Have you guys seen John?
Yes, he's inside.
Ah, perfect. Who do we got running up there?
Robert.
Hey, Robert. Good work. And I'll turn my headlamp off, otherwise it'd be a terrible picture. Hey, guys.
Good job, guys.
Is this the joint? Do I need to say hello to you?
No, oh, you're
No?
good.
Okay,
Are
good.
do you need anything to eat or drink or anything?
Maybe. I need to
Can
talk
I,
to my pacer real quick. Alan, come
Go
on.
check in or?
Hey, John. Oh, this is what we like. Come on, take a picture.
It's frozen.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Oh, yeah. It's hot and right now. Welcome to the aid station.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great to meet you.
Everything good? Yeah. Thanks, man. Okay, we've been talking about plans.
We got a guy who likes to taste and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jack over here. He's from Michigan and stuff.
So, what was your name again?
Jack.
Jack. I thought, because you said Zach, because Zach's our other pacer.
Yeah, Zach and Jack.
Zach and Jack. So, Zach flew from Michigan. Who was your runner?
Corey Woltering.
Oh, Corey.
Yeah.
Huh. And he dropped.
Yeah, he dropped pretty early.
So he came to Michigan to pace, and nobody's paced, so he's going to try and pick up. We told him it'd be fantastic if he wanted to come with us, but we want to take a quick break. Maybe we'll see him in the morning. I'm almost 100% sure that a willing and able pacer is a hot commodity right now, so if you do disappear, great. If not, we'd love to have you for the next section, and I'm 100% sure that you'll have people jumping in for the last two sections. So
He actually took a practice run up Mount Eldon.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did Eldon today. So.
How was it? How long did it take to get up?
It was like an hour up, but I mean.
Were you pushing?
A little bit, yeah. So it's gonna take at least
trying
2
to catch Dax on the way down.
So we're heading into the town. I'm gonna be dropped off at the hotel. I'll jump in the shower real quick.
At the light,
go through some of my stuff. John's gonna grab some burgers, come back. We're gonna have a nice 4-hour sleep, which should set me up perfectly for tomorrow. Never had anything like this in a race. It's an incredible luxury. Timing just happens to work out this time. I think it'll make the quality of the run way better in the long run. In the very long run, John.
Very long run.
Here we are, room 117. Look at this. Oh my God, it's warm. There's a bed. I'm gonna jump in the shower super quick. I'm gonna eat some Taco Bell in a minute. Best day ever. I am cleaned. I'm just getting my stuff charged. I was thinking about having a shave, but probably not necessary at the moment. I will wait for John, then eat some food, and then jump back into the swing of things at 3 o'clock in the morning. I hope John doesn't take too long, because I'll be asleep so quick. In Flagstaff, the only thing that's open is McDonald's. So as much as I hate it, I'm gonna have a couple burgers, no ketchup unfortunately, but fries, quarter pounder, Big Mac. That's gonna power me through to the end of this thing. It's so funny in the middle of an ultra. I love it. A couple hours in bed does a body good. And now heading back to the start to connect with Wes and get the heck out of here. Wes is here in the morning. He's got the top-notch pit crew going in. Well, you got the Luca tape all over. Good for you. Oh. If I was really with it, I would change my Luca tape, but I think it's okay for now. So, heading out?
I think so.
Well, we'll see you out there, man.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's a long one here.
It is a long one. All right, we are out of the official Squirrel's Nut Butter thing. It is 3:40, almost right on time. Wow, here we go. One more tunnel under a highway. I slept pretty well. Wes was just saying he slept okay. So, I didn't get 4 hours, but I probably got 3.5. I think I got 3. Better than 0. I had John drop me off so I could have a shower while he went to McDonald's. It's supposed to be Taco Bell. Or Habit Burger. But it looks like McDonald's is a corner of the market. Note to race directors. Oh my God. I just got a swig of the water from this bladder, which they just filled at the station. God bless them with the water that they have, which tastes 100% like plastic. It is so awful. And now I got 16 miles of having to drink a liquid that tastes chemically and bad. So every time I drink it, it's gonna feel crappy. Race directors, if you can get some, I mean, filtered water would be obviously the best. Oh, note to Strava, F you, you bastards. My whole file is gone. Strava has recovered from an unexpected error. So almost 4 days of data, all gone. This is the last screenshot I took of, these are all points of miles marked. So Strava dropped 223 miles. Not happy with you, Strava. Very, very pissed. This light up in the sky is just coming out. The trail is kind of rocky and yet at the same time runnable. We've been clicking off miles in the 16-minute range, which is not bad at this point. Probably right now 30, 35 miles to go, maybe a little less. But just enjoying the morning coming on. It's about 40 degrees, so it's cool. No wind, thankfully. Looking for a nice day. You de-lighting?
What's that?
Taking your lights out?
Yeah.
It's a good plan.
How you feeling, Dan? Good.
Continuing to lighten up. Very runnable miles right now, which I'm grateful for. I'm also grateful that the track is like butter and we had a good rest. Probably better than most of the other competitors that are nearby. So we've been making up time on folks, which is, at this point in the race, it feels nice. But again, you're scrapping over placements that don't really matter. The real thing is enjoying the experience of being out here and completing the mission, which is to get through. I'm feeling good about the fact that that'll probably happen this time. So grateful. See who we got running up here. I'm not quite sure. How you doing?
Great, how are you doing?
Very well. Is that Jose?
Sorry?
How's your name?
Oh, that's Andy.
Oh, Andy.
Yeah, I'm pacing him.
Oh,
yeah.
is he sleeping?
Oh, he's just taking a break.
Oh, gotcha. I didn't know. I thought you were.
No, I'm pacing him. I just did just from where were we? Tuthill.
Cool.
So you guys doing really well, nearly there, huh?
Well, in a relative sense.
Yeah, relatively. There's still a ways to go, right?
Yeah, less than 50 is nice. 50K is like walking the park now. Checking out his laces.
Oh yeah, look at that. It's really loose.
I like having it a little loose, but maybe not that loose.
Yeah.
The gaiters, when you're wearing gaiters like we are, and by the way, my gaiters are pretty much as predicted, self-destructing. Yours look a little bit more burly, but when the lace is underneath, it makes it a little tougher to check status.
Thankfully, I can break it apart like this. It makes it nice.
Oh, that is nice. What kind are those?
From Topo Athletic. They make two different gaiters, and this is the Pro model.
Actually on the Arizona Trail right now. Forest Road 303, 6.3 miles. That's probably where we're going.
I think that's right, yeah. That's where the aid station is going to be.
We're taking a moment just to enjoy the sun coming up. Although we're walking right into it. We were just saying that that's good feedback for the race directors. Next year, if we could arrange, instead of for the sun to be in our face at this time, behind us, that would be a lot better. So, Jamil, Steve, please take note. I've been grateful for the cool air because I have wanted to drink so little the chemically plastic water. I've been avoiding it. But I'm not sweating, so I'm not using it so much. Instead, I've been drinking my electrolyte stuff. And if you can believe it, the Gnarly Nutrition electrolyte has less flavor than the pure water imbued with plastic everywhere. So I feel like I'm just taking in chemicals every sip. I can't wait to dump it. So I'm glad it's not hot yet. These little maintenance stops are pretty important. He is rearranging bottles. I am getting a little food. It's 5 miles to go to the aid station, and I want to make sure I've got some. I've had probably a dozen of these so far, and they've been really helpful.
Yeah, good.
355 calories in one shot. Keeps me fueled and going.
Nice work, man.
Good job, bud. Been moving along nicely.
How's the feet? It's okay right now. Yeah, they did a good job back at that place getting all tied up.
Yeah, awesome.
I'm good, man. Wes and I are just talking about how it's nice that we're still able to move, and the pace is very deliberate. It's not fast. I call it, personally, the ultra shuffle. That's the most efficient way just to keep moving. So my feet, I'm not doing long strides. I'm just kind of trying to move using as little energy as possible. And what Wes was saying is it's one way to be able to go all day long, or all 4 days long as the case may be this year. Nice job, bud. Notes on the GoPro Hero 9, which is the one thing it's done well, is I've stayed on the same battery by topping it up a lot. I was anticipating it would use a lot of battery. I turned off the front screen because I never would use it. It just takes extra. But the negatives are plentiful. It's got an integrated mount now, which is just a little loose. So the camera jostles, and GoPros transmit noise through loose jostling. So I can't believe they'd have this. I'm holding it in the little monopod that it comes with, and it's bouncing around. It's just unacceptable. And then I have to often, multiple times a day, remove the batteries because it's stuck in some screen or it's non-responsive. Put it back in. Sometimes it starts on its own, just running along like this, and all of a sudden, beep, 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 start, no reason. And then sometimes it turns off for no apparent reason while you're recording something. And I have to futz with it, and it's got this ridiculous interface with 2 buttons, which are very frustrating. So I'm hoping the picture quality is worth the sacrifice you make in usability. We'll see. Well, we've passed the less than a marathon to go. In most races, if you had a marathon to go, it'd be like, oh my God. But here, since we've already done 9 of them, one more, whatever. Into a nice downhill section with the trail a little bit rocky and dirty, bit of dust, but it's not bad. It's good for running. Looks like we got David just ahead, which is good. A neat section of rock here hanging up over above. A couple miles to go to the aid station. Oh, it's a whole big canyon scene through here. I'm wondering if they have climbing or canyoneering in here, but I do not know.
Vegas?
Not quite sure yet.
Oh, okay.
Just talking about plans after. Wes has a place in Sedona. John and I, undetermined. We're not done yet, so once we finish, we'll figure out where to go. I'll ultimately have to get to Vegas and flying out on Monday.
Morning. Morning.
Morning, guys.
What do you need? What do you want?
I need water, but I need it quality controlled. Last station had water that tasted like plastic, so toxic I couldn't drink it. So let me taste your water before you put it in my bladder. Yeah. Any Zach?
Welcome. We've got 3 people coming in.
I think maybe just around the corner in the shade. Okay. Or actually, you know what? This is fine right here. Let's just keep it simple. Look at the wrapped up ankle. Jose did the warm-up run with us. He's looking good.
Checking it. How's the water?
It's good. Getting his goodbye kiss. All right. Thanks, John. Thanks so much. We'll see you at the finish. Okay.
Have a great run.
Amazing. That's it. Today's
Thank you. You guys are awesome. Woo.
Nice work.
Thank you, thank you.
Wrap it up, have fun. See you, man.
So that last aid station actually felt like a race. A pretty good pit stop. Real good crew there, getting stuff out. I just wanted to clear my pack out of all the stuff that I don't need now. Warm weather, electronics, headlamp stuff, Kogala stuff. Get good liquids in, bring on board enough calories to be good. But now we've also, amazingly, 233 miles into the race, got a little group of people around, so having the presence of the others makes everybody hop to it a bit more. There's more alacrity. People are running as best they can, like we are. So plan is to run the next 10 as much as we can. It's pretty flat, and climb up the dang hill. Jose's got the bad ankle hobble going. How you doing, pal?
Gotta rest my ankle a little bit.
I'm
good.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
You're doing great. What's a dream? Maggie Rogers, unbelievably moving right now. I can't play very much of it, otherwise I'll get a tag, but woo, just the song. Here it is. And I walked off you. One more set of culverts to go through, another highway. So, looking forward to that. On godforsaken road, heading up the hill, going over the railway tracks. Thor, tenacious, he's running up there. He's got a slight lean going to him as well, but kind of a beautiful day. I don't know which one Eldon is, but I'm guessing maybe the one with the antennas. That is a familiar figure on the trail ahead. Way to keep moving, Pam.
You're kidding. How funny.
How's it going?
You know what I figured out what this bending thing is? So yeah, I have a problem with eating.
Oh.
And that's what it is.
Just
I haven't eaten enough. And electrolytes.
So eating and electrolytes.
The whole thing, the lady back there was a nutritionist.
So she knew about it.
Yeah, and she made me eat this because I never eat the food, all the food, and
yeah.
I'm terrible. So how crazy.
Well, maybe you'll start eating the food.
I know.
It took you 400 races to figure that out.
Oh, I know. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. We had a nice, both of our crews had hotels at the last station.
Oh, really?
So we went and had a shower and a meal and a sleep, and
oh my gosh,
felt great.
Nice.
How about you?
I mean, I wish I wasn't crooked. These are great trails. I'm so frustrated.
Don't worry about it. It's your signature for this race.
Right. Okay, what was my name again?
Leaning Tower of Pam Riedza.
Okay, Riedza. Okay.
You good with that?
Yeah, I'm perfect.
I mean it in the best of ways.
I know. Well, I thought you guys were finished at 6 a.m. this morning.
Oh no. Yeah.
Because you don't get the experience, right?
No.
I know, and here's Miss. This is so embarrassing. And
don't worry about it.
It's also kind of painful.
You've only been
really painful. It's so weird. Good, thank God, or I wouldn't be able to do it, But it just, I was just afraid I'm going to be like dying.
No, I think there's a thing. I've actually read about this and seen it in a few different things where that happens to people at the end of a long endurance thing. There's no lasting damage. There's nothing that's going to be.
Well, she said it's hyponatremia. and a lack of, you know, minerals and that you get in food.
Sure. So if you add the 220 plus miles that I ran before Strava crashed, I'm now at my farthest run. And we're heading up that big mountain as the last thing. We are coming across water again, which is of course irresistible. Not potable, don't drink, but put your hat in it, put your hands in it, wet your knees. Oh, it's nice and cool too.
Oh shoot. Oh no.
Ugh. There's only one spot, isn't there?
I don't know. 245 miles, but we finally found the groupies. Yee-hee. Oh my God, an emotional support animal.
We're trying to get her socialized. We were like, hell yeah, let's go find some people that need a puppy.
I'm usually a lot for a dog, but I'll try and be gentle and just say hello.
We're vaccinated. We're all vaccinated.
You can say hi.
Hi, buddy. How are you?
Yeah.
Isn't that
Nice
nice?
job, man.
Look at you.
Looking good. How you doing, Wes?
Doing okay, thanks.
You're very sweet. Yes, you
Yeah,
are.
her name is Hazel.
Hazel?
Hi, Hazel, you're cute.
Yes, you are. You're doing so well with all this
You guys
energy.
are looking fantastic.
So are you.
I got sleep, so
Uh,
I didn't look as fantastic Thursday morning. Nice job, guys.
Thank you. Boy, little dog energy, puppy dog energy, and we're good. Carnage on the course, rib cage and pelvis from an earlier runner. Amazing dead tree here on the trail. Taking us a while to get to the mountain. It's really weird. We've been in the wilderness for a long time and people are respectful, and then all of a sudden you see trash everywhere. You have plastic bags in the bushes. And why? Because there's a road here. People throw crap out of their cars. They throw stuff into the woods that they're willing to walk, 100 feet off the trail. Plastic bags, pieces of clothing, cups, beer cans. Come on, people, do better. Do better. Back into our favorite culvert vision. Woo! It's surreal. So surreal. Woo! Woo! Well, no whales in here. And guess what? Trash. Here's a couple characters.
Hey, what's going on, man?
How you guys doing?
We're moving forward.
Do you need anything?
I don't think so. I think we're good.
All right. We'll see you. I think they are just tired, did not have the benefit of the rest that we had, I'm guessing. How you doing?
Work.
Thank you.
Been watching you guys all week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you're one of the people who knows we started 4 days ago in Phoenix.
Yeah.
No, don't worry, don't worry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're in your zone.
Huh?
Oh, you're in your zone. I was talking to you. I was like, way to go, keep moving. You've been doing.
I got Volby blasting, so.
You've been doing so good. He is big hunk of rock. We've got 2.3 miles to climb 2,100 feet, according to the whiz back there. So, just gonna dig in and get it done. We can do this. Well, it has started properly up. I think it must get steeper, but we're working now. Elevation goes up to 10,000 feet here. So we're about 8 now. Slightly short of breath. We are still cranking up. The gal's running down, making it look easy. And it's this type of terrain where step, step, step. Expect to be doing this for an hour. Oh, we got some trail angels up here. This is a world-class roadblock here, people. You're looking good. Thank you so much for working on the trail for us. Yeah. We appreciate it. More trail people. How's it going? Look, thank you. Good save.
Here we go.
Thank you. Not that much farther.
As far as you thought it'd be?
At least twice.
Oh, good.
And at the same time, twice as bad as we thought it would be. Well, it is still steady. It's very switchbacky, which is kind of nice because I'm used to going straight up the mountain. But still a legit altitude gainer. Looks like we got another runner up here. She seems to be doing okay. See who it is. Maybe it's Jordan. Hey, you guys are doing wicked awesome.
It's you.
Looking good.
You? It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
I know. Well,
I mean, it's
how many miles are we in?
It's not great, don't get me wrong.
Could be worse.
You're doing so good.
You guys are looking. We're almost there. Here, air high five.
Chris, high five.
Hello. How's it going?
Keep it up. You're doing a good job.
So who are you, my friend?
Yeah, you're about 45 minutes to the top.
I'll take it. Good, how are you? Just connecting with Bill again. We haven't seen him in ages.
Yeah, it's been a while, man. Well, my shins blew up about 125, so...
Oh, no.
I got about 2 angles that my legs can land with.
Oh, no.
Being able to drive power.
That's frustrating. Good stuff.
But we'll get there.
You will. Making some good time here on other runners. Not that that's particularly important, but just because I've done so much training marching up thousands of foot climbs like this one. So working, but enjoying the work, especially knowing there's a downhill finish. It's probably going to be a good finish, unlike races like the Bigfoot where you run a half marathon on the road. Ugh. With a J or an SH?
SH.
Shaney back here. She's putting us to shame because she's doing this twice today. And next weekend, rim to rim to rim. I love that run. I've got 2 rim to rim to rim videos out.
Oh, do you?
One solo in winter, another one with a friend of mine, Carolyn. Yeah, have you done it before, or some of it?
This is my first time.
Oh, it's gonna be great, you love it.
I did Bright Angel to Fain last weekend.
So down Bright Angel, up the other, Kai Bob?
No, I actually just went down Bright Angel, Fain, back up Bright Angel.
Ah, I get you. Do you want to hike through? You're welcome to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good job.
Yeah, good job, you too. Enjoy your Grand Canyon. Antennas and towers right behind. We're pretty close to the top of this bad boy. Looking forward to seeing a view. Just saw Scott Rokas, man on the trail with the big photo gun. Wes is cranking up behind me. Take a moment of appreciation. I'm gonna reach the summit, find the aid, turn around real quick, get down, and finish the Cocodona 250. Well, there it is. Yet another type of terrain to run through the backside of this mountain as we come to the final aid station. I got some snow in my hat and I am a happy man to be out here. Good job, brother. Some insane wind here on this saddle on top of the mountain. Looks like 150 meters to the aid station. The folks up there. I know.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna cry. Thanks for being out here, you guys. It's much appreciated.
Absolutely. What can we help you with?
Water, ice, I'm gone. Okay. And dog.
Dogs, plenty of dogs. We have some of those. Little dogs, white dogs, black dogs. Yeah, we have small, medium, large dogs. One-eyed dog.
One-eyed dog.
One-eyed dog.
We have ribs at this station.
Oh, he's
And
like, I know.
They're not just popular with the runners either. Sorry, Artemis. It's a perfect addition to the aid station. They got ribs. And they're worth it. I think he'll rally and come down the hill with me. And the toothpick makes its appearance. People wonder. I just ate some ribs. I got food in my teeth. And I don't mind having a toothpick in my mouth while I'm running. Simple as that. Living up to his billing has a long downhill, but just dusty and slightly loose, so could be more charming. I think right now we're at about 6 or 7 miles left. That's it. So 148, 149 miles. How's it going? Very well. Trying to just savor the dustiness and slight downhill. Or it was to here. On single track again, which is kind of nice, frankly. Well, the descent is yielding some surprises. Back of my throat gets really dry. Hard to swallow, sometimes talk, especially on warm days in arid, windy places like this. I'm pretty sure we got less than 10K, maybe 5 to 8K, 4 or 5 miles left. Just gonna keep moving. Oh my word, my word. Hello. Hello, puppy dog, how are you? Oh, you don't quite know. Dude, legend.
Keep it up.
This is the fastest dude on trails anywhere. Jim Walmsley. I'm Kerry Ward.
Hey, Kerry.
Such a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, we'll give you a handshake. That's so funny.
Hey, finishing up, man.
That's what we're doing. Cheers, brother. All right, Buffalo Park. There's the gate. There's going to be a buffalo there in a second. Now we just got to keep our eyes open and see a flag up there. Got the last 20 yards of dirt. Then it looks like we are transitioning to pavement. Goodbye, sweet dirt. We got a green light. Well, Wes, it has been a pleasure sharing the trail with you. I don't know how many miles we've done, but there's one left, huh?
One left. And then once we make this left turn, it's all downhill to the finish.
You guys are my hero.
Oh my God. Almost there.
We got 0.6, 0.7 miles to go.
Down the hill, and now we got a stoplight. I don't even know how close we are to the finish, but it's not far.
0.6, 0.7.
So half a mile, a little bit more. Look at Wes pacing like a caged lion. Let's go. Waiting for it, and here he goes.
What's going through your mind, Wes? Tell me.
Oh man, can't believe that after all this is over. This was an amazing journey. Oh. And to have been able to do it with this guy was really an amazing experience. I feel so lucky.
Likewise, bud. Decided that we're just gonna bid a quick goodbye and not get tangled up in trying to cross the finish line either together or one after the other kind of thing and racing it out. We'll just roll in at a good pace. I'll give him a hug, say goodbye, he'll hang for a second, and then follow me across. I started, what wave were you?
Sorry?
What wave?
I was wave 3.
3, so I was 6. I started a half hour behind, so there's a little bit of time in the bank, but it just doesn't matter. Oh, dude. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Really thank you.
We'll see you in the finish line.
Yes.
Whew. All right.
You rule, Kerry Ward.
You are awesome, West Plate. Go. This is our turn. Rolling into the finish. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my God.
He's made his way 265 miles across this glorious state of Arizona. Welcome from Sedona, Washington. Give it up for West Plate.
No.
Give it up for Kerry Ward. They just keep on coming. Give it up for West Plate. These gentlemen started Monday, an epic journey on Monday morning, and was taken almost 4 days all the way to Flagstaff there Monday. The Senior Lord! On Monday morning, and was taken almost 4 days all the way to Flagstaff, Arizona. Welcome,
awesome work,
finishers of Cocodona.
That's like Okay. In a minute.
Okay. Yeah. Let me get some good jeans before I.
Hey man, how you doing? Is that possible? Sure. Proud of your dad?
Yeah. No, wait, no.
Kerry Ward wants a shout out appreciation for the support of his crew and pacer John Novak. Thanks Steve for letting me run this year and document 4 other 200-mile events on the first year offered. Congratulations. He has still energy to dance around.
That was great. Did you dance with Dax at first?
I think Kerry needs to run another 50 miles.
Professional swing dancers, you know, both of them.
Very smooth.
Once again, a big congratulations to all the finishers and runners of the Cocodona 250. With 500 miles on their bodies between them. We've got a little bit of finish line acrobatics with the creator of the Cocodona 250 and a new finisher.
One hand,
You're gonna be in that.
Thank you for doing. Thanks for coming out.
International finisher. First international. And only international.
This is Todd Backman, who I ran a good chunk of Moab with.
100 miles on this, probably.
And Dax, who I introduced to the whole thing.
I like I was going to be anywhere else but here, right at this moment.
And these two just smoked the course. You were third. What was your time?
Third. The time was
79
hours.
Okay.
I think it was less than that.
You got closer to your time than anybody else.
Oh, my projected? Yeah, everyone.
What was your time?
4.5 maybe.
Dude, you guys were in the same universe. That's fast. That's awesome.
It's a tough course.
I have Mike here, Bernstein, right?
Yeah.
I know. I'll just record it because I do a video of the whole thing.
Oh, cool.
And you were saying it's cool because you get to see where other people are as you come into aid stations.
Yeah, well, we were actually just talking to Rob, who's like the guy on the live coverage and stuff, and it's like the runners are one story, but what they did here with the coverage and everything, and the live streaming and the
I'm so excited to see that, dude.
Like, it was so awesome for spectators, but also us runners being able to like come into aid station and like watch everyone else's race as much of it as our own, and like strategies, like, oh, is he sleeping? Is he going for it? Like, is he like?
I think he stopped on the tracker here. I think he stopped.
Yeah.
You were pretty much ahead the entire time. I think Mike went ahead and then blew up, right?
Yeah, because I mean,
briefly.
It was it was definitely my intent to sleep at that spot during the hottest part of the day.
That's smart.
So like if I was Mike, I wouldn't have tried to push through that section. But I also I knew that lime cone section was like one of the hottest sections of the course. I don't know if he knew that. I mean, and that's another example of home court advantage.
You're close by then.
Yeah, and we were talking last night, besides downtown Sedona proper, I don't think there's anywhere on this course that I haven't called home at some point.
It felt really comfortable.
Yeah.
Just Tony.
Yeah, so it's I was on, again, literally besides downtown Sedona, I've lived in the Verde Valley, Jerome, Flagstaff, Prescott. I grew up in Prescott, Bradshaw's. I went to college at NAU.
So no navigation issues for you. You knew where you're going.
And just the comfort level of being I'm basically home here, wherever,
Every trail that I ran on this race, I had never been on.
See, and that's the thing, in every section that's mentally crushing, that let's say you've never done the Eldon climb before, you've probably heard about it.
I come from Vancouver though, so the Eldon climb, I'm this is good.
Or the road into Jerome. You know, things like parts that are like really mentally difficult. Like, I knew about all of those before, so I was like, things are easier when you know, like when you're not like surprised.
Well, dude, so impressive. Congrats, my friend.
Kerry.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate your support. Nice seeing you out there a couple times. And I'm Kerry.
Hi, Madeline.
Nice to meet you, Madeline. And what's your name?
Sparkles.
Well, dude, how fast did you run that dang thing?
I finished, I think, at like 1 this morning. I finished in 91 hours.
Stefan smoked it. Dude, you did fantastic.
Yeah. No, it went really well. I just, everything went well. The pacing went well.
Yeah,
everything.
it's funny. You locked in with me early and we were running together, and I'm like, wow, here's. And off you go, running out with Taylor for a long time. Like the dude just smoked it.
Taylor really took off. Especially after we came into Camp W or whatever it was.
By the way,
then when I left there,
look at the chapping on those lips. Turn your head back a little. That is brutal, dude.
Yeah. But no, Taylor, Oh, no, it went really well. I thought I'd see a lot more of you. I was honestly, leaving Whiskey Row, I was like, how long is it gonna take Kerry, to catch me? That was like part of the game.
So,
it was like, I just passed Kerry, I just passed Jamil. Let's see how long it
The game changed 3 times for me. The game changed with the heat because I've been training in snow. So, not looking terrible. Ankles definitely swollen. A couple blisters on the back. But not overall a disaster. The shoes, I wore the same shoes the whole run. These Olympuses. And of course they wore out there. They're brand new. They wear out there every single time. And the Ultra also wear out in the same spot every single time. Had a bunch of those. With the bunch coming in.
What a great training run, my friend. Welcome to the finish in Flagstaff, Arizona. Give it up.
There it is.
Classic legendary team right here.
That's it. And John, man, I appreciate your friendship. Okay. Thank you for your help. I don't want to give you that. Thank you, Kerry. You're welcome. All right. Well earned. I appreciate it a lot, man. I appreciate it. So hopefully that's a nice little memento.
It is a nice little memento, yes.
Thanks for your help. Okay, much appreciated.
Thanks for being a friend.
You're welcome. And I had the bucket for a minute. That's all
Well,
I
all my
need.
friends think I have a real adventurous life and stuff. But if it wasn't for Kerry, I wouldn't be anywhere at all,
Here's the glamorous job of the race director.
Right.
Unloading drop bags.
Yeah.
Holy jeez, this is quite a collection. Steve, I'm Kerry.
Hey, Kerry.
Pleasure to meet you.
You too, man. How was it for you?
I think so. I said it somewhere. I liked it twice as much as I thought I would, and I hated it twice as much as I suspected I might.
Perfect. That's perfect.
So, but it was fun. It was fun. It was the heat killed me.
Yeah.
That was really brutal.
Yeah.
So the heat was a challenge.
You thought it was hot, Kerry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the funniest line.
It wasn't even as hot as it could have been. Yeah. I'm just saying.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal. We're walking into Sedona, Death March down, and I'm coming across Pam, and Pam and I were pen breed, going back and forth a bunch of times, and she's like, "How was that for you?" I'm like, "That was miserable." She's like, she said, "I really think this is worse than Badwater," and I said, "Why would you say that?" She says, "Badwater, they're spraying you down, they're doing all this." I said, "What even qualifies you?" She said, "I've done it 13 times. I'm like, "This is harder than Badwater." I'm like, "Okay, I'll take that." Because the heat is relentless and there's no shade. And you send us across the freaking cow pastures of Prescott and all that.
Yeah. I know, man. Well, talk to Jamil about that. I just made it happen. He came up with the route. Okay?
Yeah.
And the time of year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to say, nice to meet you.
Dude, hey, thanks
Thanks
for
for letting me in late.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
I appreciate that also.
Yeah,
So, that's
totally.
good.
I'm super impressed that you want to join a few days before the race. That's pretty cool.
Well, I started practicing and then I tapered.
Well, you made it, man. Congrats. That's awesome.
I'll have a video at some point.
Good. We want to see it.
You'll see it for sure. So.
Cool.
It'll be long. But
thanks for running with us.
Here today, he's got his family ready.
Here comes Jose.
All the way from Chula Vista, California. Woo! Jose, you didn't die, my friend. You didn't die. Bring it on and give it for Jose Costa.
On a couple of the videos I've done in the past, I have shared my thoughts immediately after the first sleep I've had recovering from the race. So this next section is me just talking to the camera directly with John, my crew person, beside me, and I look like I've been run over by a truck, which pretty much I had in the Arizona desert for 257 miles. So this is just sharing the afterthoughts. All right, we are in the car heading to Vegas from Flagstaff, and I figured it would be time to do a bit of a dissection of the run now that I've had a night's sleep and am moving on. So a few things that I will mention right off the bat. And I told Steve, the race director, I liked it about twice as much as I thought I would, and I hated it about twice as much as I thought I would. So the like part was, this community is such a good community. There's so many good people. There's so many opportunities to make meaningful connections and see some really beautiful things. And that was reinforced heavily during this particular ultra. So Aravaipa has done a good job building a community, which is nice. And that showed up in this race. Hated it twice as much because it was freaking hot. And I've been training in snow, and it made it really difficult and challenging. There were times where it was the death march, just keeping moving forward, but I did not have it in me to run some sections that were otherwise runnable. I prefer to have a technical section than just an open dirt road section. I think the breakdown of the course is something like 46% single track, 45% double track, which is basically like a dirt road, and then some paved sections. And I didn't love that part of it. The other twice as much hate that I would have expected is due to the aid stations having fine staffing. It was staffed with a mix of volunteers and people I think who were paid to be there. The volunteers, the ultra people, were on it. They knew exactly how to do things. They knew how to handle runners. They knew how to open and close bladders. And the others were willing and good, but they're not in the same league. And the food sucked. Every single aid station had bean wraps. I got sick of saying, oh, no, I don't want a bean wrap, thank you. Peanut butter and jelly? I ate one peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And then ramen, broth, and I ate that a few times, but even then that was nothing. Some of the aid stations had some different stuff, but it's really a fuel management challenge getting from the beginning of this thing all the way to the end. And the fuel is the food that you put in. And without having crew or drop bags at every single location, we were forced to rely on what was in these aid stations sometimes. And just to be blunt, it was disappointing. I'm sure they'll be able to do that better. If you're doing a 50K run or whatever, great. Throw in some M&Ms and some Welch's gummy treats and a couple of goos and all that, some gels. But that's not going to cut it for a race that's 250 miles long. It was also different because I felt kind of like it was a tour of the cities of that Arizona area. We started near Phoenix. We ended up going into Prescott, and it took a while to get through Prescott. So basically we're walking through a big town or running through a big town. Then we go, and the connections between these cities aren't always beautiful mountain areas. Sometimes it's a endless cow pasture in 95-degree heat that just goes on and on and on. And you need to get through that to get to the next place, which is, you know, up and down the ridge and get to Jerome, the town that cannot be named, or Sedona, and then Flagstaff at the end. So we were circulating around these metropolitan areas, which meant that it didn't seem as remote as some of the 200s that I've participated in. This will be my 5th different 200 and the 5th time I've run the inaugural event. So it's really interesting to see what it's like and how a race direction manages the challenge of putting on an event that spans such a vast country area. Another thing that was cool, and I can't wait to go back to look at, is this whole live streaming thing. Aravaipa is a standout when it comes to actually providing media and showing the events in real time. So I think there's probably a couple moments where I can go back and look and see, and I might even be able to see myself in it, and I'm excited to see that. I think that's a great idea. I know there's people who reached out even during the event, although my phone was on airplane mode the entire time, so I didn't really get any messages until the end of the session, but people were reaching out because of the coverage, which was great. The weather, we were fortunate in that we didn't really have to deal with cold, well, at least cold as far as I'm concerned. You know, it got down probably to the 30s in some places, but I never felt I was that cold, and I know that can be an issue here with the elevation. The heat, however, was brutal. So there are 3 things that kind of, if I'm going to say, changed the complexion of my run. First one was the heat. Second one was at the Mingus Mountain Aid Station, they had a bunkhouse. So I thought, you know, I'm going to take advantage of that. I'm going to have a shower, which is unbelievable luxury, and I'm going to lay down on an actual bed and go to sleep. And I failed to communicate well to my crew and my pacer, who's a guy I just met, Zach, through one of my social media accounts on Instagram, who came out very kindly. It was great support, but I also should have just been really clear with him. Look, no matter what's happening, open that door and wake me up. I wanted about 45 minutes to an hour, and I got between a little over 4 hours of sleep, I think, or right around there, which is more than I've slept in a chunk in an ultra ever. But it put me in a better mood, which was great, but it also put me back in the field a little way. So I kept working my way up a bit, and then something would happen, I would drop back. The third thing that kind of affected it was Wes and I had hooked up for the end of the race and just sort of determined that it was good to go together, to have that group support. And Wes had a crew. I had John here, who had gotten a hotel, and we were going to go up Mount Eldon, which was supposed to be cold and at night, and then run down the mountain. And we were both quite tired coming into the aid station near Flagstaff. So I suggested, look, why don't we get a hotel for a minute? And that was a game changer again. John dropped me off. I had a shower, 2 showers in one ultra. It's unheard of, and that may be partially the reason why my feet ended up in pretty good shape. My right foot, no blisters whatsoever, which is amazing. My left, I had a couple around my heel area and one tiny one on my toe, but my feet right now, frankly, feel pretty good. And I think just being able to clean up and be diligent with that and not change my footwear very often. In fact, ever. I changed socks 3 times, but I didn't change shoes at all. And that's the first time I've done a 200 in 1 pair of shoes. I used the Ultra Olympus, which I like. It's the version before the one that's available right now. Right now the 4 is available. People love it. I'm going to get one eventually. But these were pretty new shoes. They lasted me through the race, although they look wrecked now, and there's always a spot that gets worn out on them. So those are some of the things that affected. The other thing we were talking about with John is these races touch so many people. If you're someone coming down the mountain, seeing these people with numbers, looking all ragged, going the other way, they wonder what's going on. You wander through a town and people see these racers with headlamps on going through, thinking, what's going on? You're touching the crew that your fellow competitors are bringing, because you're interacting with these people. Runners from all over the area come to support. They work at aid stations, they work as crew, they pace. I always tell people, maybe the best way to get into this is to simply volunteer, meaning run an aid station or crew a runner or jump in and pace. It's the best possible way of doing it, because hey, you don't have to run the full 256 miles and you get to see the course, and it's free. You don't even have to pay for it. It's the most unbelievable way. So these races just reach out into the community, touch so many people. I love that. As far as sleep goes, I had that one chunk of 4 hours. I had the time in the hotel where I had probably just under 3.5, and then I had a 45-minute nap in a tent. So, and then a couple of real short dirt naps, like mere minutes. So I think my sleep time was somewhere between 8 and 9 hours, which is about double what I expected it was going to be. And frankly, I think the quality of experience that I had was much better because of it. The people towards the end in particular that we were passing were in rougher shape than Wes and I were, I think, because they maybe didn't have the benefit of that type of sleep. So am I competitive? Yeah, a little bit, but do I care that much if I came in 30th place or 22nd place? No, frankly. It just doesn't matter to me that much. Like these communities, these ultra communities it's just such a fraction of the running world who comes out to do something like this. Just towing the line and leaving is an impressive thing. There's big attrition in this race. 108 finishers. I think there were 176 starters, something like that. So you ended up with about 70 people who DNF'd, including some very noteworthy runners. It was really, people who've won events in the past or who are notably fast. They dropped out. This was a grinder if you weren't ready for it. That first day with the 8,000-foot climb in the sun with very little water, people were running out of water. That was, I think, a deal breaker for quite a few people. So it legitimately is a tough race. It took me longer to do this one than any of the others. In terms of the course, between Tahoe, which is an amazing course, visionary, out there in the middle of nowhere, it's beautiful. Bigfoot, again, super remote in an area that's rough and wild, and you just don't see much of anything. It's an amazing place. Moab, again, you're in the middle of nowhere. You don't see anybody. And then Delirious, which was in Australia, on this iconic Bibbulmun track, in all these different weird places and countrysides. I loved all those. This one I liked okay, but the course itself is not what would draw me to this race. It's a hard race, for sure, but the course itself, although it has some amazing sections, it's got a lot of sections that are just, you endure them, you get through them. There wasn't a single, actually that's not true. One single part of this course I'd been on, probably about a quarter mile around Lake Watson near Prescott. I'd been in through that rocky area. The entire rest of the course, I haven't been through a single part of that. And folks said that locals would probably have some advantage because they know what they were dealing with, and I think that's definitely true. Like Michael winning, he basically said he knows the whole course, and that helped him out a lot. And I didn't really know what I was going into, signing up late, doing all that sort of thing. That being said, the course was varied. There were mountains and canyons and fields and dirt roads and alpine, and it was pretty cool as far as that. I want to leave with this thought. When I'm out there doing this, there's some part of me, like the little bit of ego part, that's like, man, I'm doing something that's tough and challenging and all that. And I look at the other people who are doing it, And sometimes I think, you know, I'm doing a real tough thing, but all these other people are also doing this same real tough thing. And I think it just boils down to there's an element of resilience and tenacity that people have that enable them to get through something like this. Like I was super happy to be able to spend a bunch of time with Pam Reed on the course, and she developed that little lean, so I was calling her the Leaning Tower of Pam Reedza, and she just kept going. Like a normal person would be like, oh man, I'm all bent over, that's not gonna. She didn't love being bent over, but it didn't stop her. She is so tenacious, so resilient. She got to the finish line. I texted her back and forth a couple times today. She's on the mend. She got an IV. She'll get another one today. She said she only has a little tilt right now, so she can't really play the full tilt game. But I mean, that just seeing people who persevere through this thing, it's inspiring. So I've got a Zoom call that I'm going to do with Mike and Ben and Dax and Sarah, and I'll put that into this video as well at some point. But hats off to Sarah for doing it. Hats off to Dax for a breakout performance. 3rd place, 79 hours, 9 hours longer than he wanted, but still 3rd place. I don't think anybody, he could have won the race at 70 hours. With the race over, we had talked about doing a Zoom call, which I did schedule. And this conversation, the next hour and change, is talking to Mike, Ben, and Dax about their experiences and just having a chance to get together in kibitz, since Ben pulled out a little earlier, then Mike pulled out a long ways into the course. Mike kind of disappeared. Dax finished about a day in front of me, so we didn't really all get together again until this Zoom call. So that's what this conversation is about. Hey everybody, Kerry here. This is the post Cocodona 250 interview. In the house that we stayed at near the start line, we had Mike and Ben and Dax and I with our crews. And at the beginning, we had a quick chat about what our expectations were for this particular event. And I think what I'd like to do with these guys right now is just see what happened with respect to what your expectations were, how the run went, overall thoughts on the course and that sort of thing. So to cover what happened to me real quick, I actually successfully finished it. I had a couple surprises in the middle where I had a bigger break than I expected, and I took much longer than I thought I was gonna take, finishing in about 104 hours. So that was my experience, and you'll have that in the video. But I'd like to go over to Ben. So Ben, you came in pretty set on trying to make this a competitive race for you. What happened? What was your experience with Cocodona?
My experience was probably the shortest lived, just from an issue that arose, that pre-existing issue that actually just flared up even worse and stuff like that. But with all that said, the first 37 miles of the race did not go as well as I would have anticipated, or as I was anticipating. And I think that goes, you know, post-race, talking to all the runners that went through those first 37 miles, that was the consensus for almost everybody. And so regardless of what your performance, your expectation of your own performance was, it was probably right on par with the vast majority of the participants, was the exposure of that 22-mile section and the lack of the ability to carry, or at least prepared to carry enough water for the terrain that we were covering and the water that needed to be consumed, which ultimately had a physical effect on everybody's, you know, performance.
So you pulled out because you said you had a pre-existing condition and then it just got exacerbated and you got a little surprise on the way. What was that?
Yeah. So I've been having this, I've had 2 hernias. One of them has been there for about 15 years when I had my appendix taken out. The where they actually made the incision into my abdomen going through, but that was not the issue. I've had my right side of my, it's like a testicular hernia. My right side was actually fixed, 20 years ago, but my left side didn't need to be fixed at that time. And over the last 5-6 years, it's slowly gotten a little larger and a little larger and a little larger. It's bothered me in a few other races, just to make some adjustments and keep moving forward. No big deal. I was running down a long downhill section that was just an amazing time to pick up a lot of lost time, and right after Aid Station 3, and close to the bottom, I just felt a very uneasy flare, like burn feeling, and stopped to take a look at it, and discovered that it had grown twice the size in a matter of seconds, I guess you can say. So I actually, I don't know, maybe I could have kept moving forward. It wasn't necessarily feeling all that comfortable. I got actually cell service as we were climbing back up out to Aid Station 4, and was able to get cell service, called my wife, told her what was going on, what I was feeling.
The lovely Brittany.
Yeah. Her first question was, do you actually need both testicles? That. And I was just like, well, these are my boys, So I actually reached out to a friend, a longtime friend that's a plastic surgeon in California, and I needed to ask somebody that had to do with something, that operates in that general area of some sort. And they actually connected me with a urologist out of Reno, Nevada. And he called me. I explained to him what was going on. I explained to him what I was feeling. Explained to him, the event that I have in front of me. And
you didn't do a not safe for work video call with him?
Yeah, he just is like when he asked how far I had left to go, and I said just about 200 miles, and I don't think he could wrap his mind around running another 200 miles with like a testicular torsion is what he was kind of describing it as, hernia, and having the boys, or at least that boy, survive the entire trip. So
you're scheduled for a surgery, right?
Well, I have tomorrow. I actually have my first initial appointment with the surgeon. Had to get the referral last appointment. Now I have a schedule with the surgeon. He'll go over the procedure, what needs to take place, and when we can get it scheduled, and then I'll have but I'm letting you know. I've been going to the gym. I've ran a few miles here and there, and everything feels just like before, normal. It's just I think once you get into the middle of doing a lot of exertion and pushing, I guess you can say, that things can flare up. And when it flares up, it's a kick to the shorts. That's all I can say.
Cocodona 250, the race that'll rip your balls off.
Yep, exactly. Split your balls in half.
Split them in half. So you jumped in at an aid station too, and how far did you? So you went in between the third and fourth, so you're like 40 some in, something like that.
Yeah, it was probably like 40. I was probably about 45, 46 when the actual event took place. Making up a lot of time. All you guys saw that section. It was just a beautiful downhill road, and you just could keep running and running, and the only thing I could think of was making up that time that I was struggling on that 8,500 foot gain in that 22-mile section. Right. How many times I you saw me, I sat under the tree a couple times trying to play it smart, but I don't know. I wonder if it'd been better just to keep moving and suffering, or it made a world of a difference to stop and sit under a tree for a good 5 minutes, but a lot of times you just didn't want to get back up.
And then you jumped in and worked the aid station on between 8 and 9, I think, or section 9.
Yeah, so Kogala was sponsoring an aid station, Fain Ranch, and my brother took aid station captain. 2 other brothers flew out from different locations. So it was my entire family. So it was actually a really positive experience to then, once I was able to speak to some medical professionals, get an appointment and figure out like what I can and can't do. And I just went back out to the aid station, worked it for a 24-hour period once it closed, and then started chasing these clowns, the rest of the clowns, moving forward and trying to help where I can,
Well, it was appreciated. It was nice to see out there. And I also, you told me at the aid station, you said you already contacted the race director for jumping in next year.
Oh yeah, I got a spot next year. So it hasn't officially opened up, but I talked to the race director and just said, plan on me for next year, and I'm just going to come in that much more trained and prepared to race this thing.
Any particular highlight from the course, the part that you did?
Crown King was pretty cool little town, but the Sufferfest going up that mountain, I don't know how the other guys feel, but the terrain really wasn't that bad. Like when it comes to like stupid trail and really tough and technical, it just was hot. And I think because exposed, and so because it heated up as we were out there, we didn't realize how hot it was. But I knew it was hot because anytime I would start running within a matter of like a mile, even if it was flat or even we're on a downhill side, my heart rate would come up, and I'm just like, there should be no reason why my heart rate should be coming up. One, it's way less altitude than what we're used to. The terrain wasn't that bad. It just, I don't think we completely realized how, the difference in the heat element plus the exposure and the dryness of Arizona. Our body was kind of freaking out. My body was freaking out a little bit.
That's probably the perfect transition to go over to Mr. McKnight here. So Mike, man, your race, it's funny following it from the back of the pack. I started quite a bit behind these guys and sort of worked my way up a little bit during, but I figured I'd be out of touch with what's happening in the front a lot. But I was sort of following you, Mike. What happened with your race exactly, and how did that end up creating your Cocodona 250 experience?
I mean, my race, I expected it to be a 18-ounce medium rare ribeye, but ended up being like pieces of carrots or something like that. It was not the best, and it was all my own fault. Just made a bunch of stupid mistakes that resulted in me DNFing at mile 140-ish. I forget the name of that.
140, and I think you were you actually in the lead at that point? You popped in front of Michael at that point, right?
So I popped the aid station before that. I passed him. But in between those two aid stations is when like I really went downhill and he repassed me. I think they told me he left the aid station about 15 or 20 minutes before I got there. So no, I only had the lead for like 30 to 40 minutes.
And what was the profile of your run? How did it go? You said you made a couple mistakes. What were the mistakes, just so people can be aware that even one of the premier 200-mile runners in the world can screw things up?
So I just underestimated how hot it was going to be and how long that section was going to take. I didn't take a lot of water with me. Like most people who did the 20-mile section, from what I understood, had like up to 5 liters. Didn't you have 5 liters, Ben?
I had 4. Yeah.
4.
And I needed. I actually.
Would you bring Dax?
Was that 3 or 4?
3. And
3 liters.
I brought 3.3 on my end too, but there were people who had a lot more.
Yeah, and like a lot of my training, even like in the heat of Utah, like I usually bring the bare minimum and I usually do just fine. So I just felt like I could handle it and I didn't bring a lot with me. Like the section before that was like in the shade. It was fast. It was not that hot. So I was like, if I bust through this next section, I'm not gonna need a lot of water. So I only got like a couple hours in before I ran out and I was just like suffering. And just like Ben, I took a lot of breaks. I took a lot of trail naps in that section, and I don't take a lot of naps in my 200s. Basically any spot I could find shade, I crawled under and like covered my head and my shoulders and then took like a quick 5-10 minute nap. And yeah, it was just a rough section. I want to say that section took me like close to 7 hours. Does that sound about right? Anyway, but yeah, it just
could be actually. Yeah.
yeah, so just took a long time. I went the final 2.5 hours without water, and I had to ration a little amount of water to begin with. I got to the next 2 aid stations and thought I caught up. I sat down and drank a lot of water at both aid stations. I think I just got so far behind that I could never catch up because I started peeing brown, I started peeing red. And I just, no matter how much I was drinking, I couldn't get my pee to clear up, and then started experiencing heat stroke symptoms and just didn't go that well.
I saw your wife Sarah at Crown King, and she was like, "Yeah, Mike had these weird little naps on the course." He was saying that's not what happened. So you're going along, and it's like, "Hey, there's some shade, like a magnet. You go face down, out for 5 minutes, then you just pop up and keep going." Is that the deal?
I mean, it was like I was just so desperate for water, and like a couple of times I was like actually like I've never been that thirsty before. And so like there was a couple of times I was like actually worried, like I just couldn't imagine how I was able to get to the aid station just because I was moving so slow. I was so thirsty. So when I took my naps, it was like kind of like an act of desperation and hoping that it would like rejuvenate my batteries just enough to help me keep going. So yeah, I had to take like 5 to 7 naps, and it was mostly just because I was hoping it would give me energy to keep going forward.
So keep in mind, this is 40 miles in, and after that, you ran a whole dang another 100 miles and seemed to be doing pretty well. So, but when you ultimately pulled out, you got taken to the hospital and all that. So how was that 100 miles, and what did they, when you went to the hospital, what did they say?
So, I mean, the 100 miles, between Crown King and then the name of that aid station that I dropped, was like, it was great. Like I moved so slow during that section that like the only thing I can figure out is like my legs didn't really get that exhausted. So once I got some water in me, got some electrolytes, got some calories, like mile 38 to 135, like felt great. My legs were loose. I had some energy, and like I made up a lot of time. I think when I came into Crown King, I was like in between 10th and 15th place. And then by that evening around 10 p.m. or so, I was able to catch up into second place.
Nice.
So I made up a lot of time in that section, and it seemed like Michael Versteeg, is that how you say his last name? Versteeg. Yeah, seems like he just like, I felt like he and I were just running the same pace for the rest of the time that I was in the race, because every aid station I'd come into, I was hoping I chipped some time off, but he was just consistently 3 to 4 miles ahead of me, and I just couldn't seem to bridge that gap until he took a nap at the river cross, the aid station just after the river crossing.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Yeah. And
Tacos.
so, what's that?
The taco stand.
Yeah, the taco stand.
That's right. That was Cinco de Mayo, by the way. That's why they had the tacos.
Yeah. So and at that point too, so I got to Jerome Aid Station, and I was pretty exhausted. I was having heat stroke symptoms. I was peeing a lot of brown. They told me that he was at the next aid station taking a nap, so that kind of gave me a little bit of an extra boost. And me and my pacer left Jerome and got there while he was still sleeping. or no, we got there just as he was waking up. So I had some blisters to take care of. So I was at that aid station probably a good 25 minutes. And when I left, he was just starting to put his shoes on. But it was only like 3 miles after that aid station before like I just started feeling like something I never felt before, but like I was just like, so the heat was just hitting me so much, like my face felt flushed. I stopped sweating at this point. My pacer my pacer has a master's in human physiology, and he was like,
Was that Hector?
No, his name's Josh Knuckles.
Okay.
But he was like filling my forehead, my back, my chest, and he was pretty concerned with how much heat my core temperature was generating. So we got to that next aid station, and my coach Jeff Browning, he was supposed to pace me the final 40. And so he was watching the tracker and saw I had been at that aid station for a while, so he called my wife Sarah. She told him what was going on, and he talked to me and encouraged me to drop, but he could hear in my voice that I wasn't gonna listen to him. But so he ended up calling Luke Nelson, who I don't know if you've heard of him before, but he's a sponsored trail runner who's done quite a bit in his career, and he's also a physician's assistant. So he called me, asked me a bunch of questions, and at the end of that conversation, he told me, he's like, if I was there volunteering, I would force you to quit. You just need to think about, like, this is a point of safety. You need to quit and go to the hospital. And so after hearing a professional trail runner and a physician, say those words to me, that kind of confirmed that I should quit and go get looked at.
So, and you went to the hospital, you got taken in, and did they just look at you like, who is this? Who's this coming out of the desert with zero hydration, peeing blood? I mean, what did they tell you? What was the diagnosis?
Yeah, they all were amazed that there was that kind of race going on in Arizona at the time. Like every single nurse asked the same question. It was something to do with running, but no, they drew my blood, tested my CK levels, and my blood showed that I was anemic. It showed that my liver enzymes were out of whack, and then that I had rhabdomyolysis. So they admitted me.
Have you ever had that before?
Not that I know of. But yeah, so they admitted me. They gave me an IV drip for 24 hours. My CK levels had gone down, but when they let me out of the hospital, I still officially had rhabdo. I actually have to go to the doctor again this week to have my levels checked to make sure they're still going down. And it's kind of weird. Like I've been drinking quite a bit of water every day since, and my pee still hasn't really cleared up.
Really?
It's not brown anymore. It's like a dark yellow most of the time now. Even with all the water I'm drinking, and I'm not running a lot. So yeah, it kind of put me to the well. I've been pretty fatigued since, and I'm just trying to get rehydrated.
What did you make of the course up to mile 140 then?
Yeah, I mean, like Ben said, it wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. Everyone that I talked to before I went in was always telling me about how rocky Arizona trails are, and I mean, there were rocky parts, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. The only section, there's 2 sections that I just like absolutely hated. The first like 2 miles dropping out of Mingus kind of sucked.
All the way to Jerome.
A lot of people didn't like that.
Yeah.
Really, I like that section.
I like the descent, but that flat 1% grade up that kept going away from Jerome forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that section, what was the other section you didn't like?
The short section after Jerome, like where it like sent us down this like super steep, not even like a trail. I didn't like that.
Broken glass alley.
Yeah,
broken glass alley.
But I mean, it was pretty. Like I wish there was more shade. Obviously, like this course definitely made me reevaluate my goals as a runner. I'm officially in bad water for 2021, and now I'm unsure if I really care to do it, just because I'm not good in the heat.
I'm gonna tell you something I learned on the course to make you feel a little bit better. So coming into Sedona, Pam Reed and I were sort of going back and forth here and there. And we were just coming up behind her in Sedona. I'm like, hey, Pam, how's it going? And she looks and she sort of looks like she's been ground down a little. At that point too, she started the lean. I started to call her the leaning tower of Pam Reedza because her, like the nutrition and the thing, she was running like this. And she said, how was that? I'm like, man, it was warm. That's for sure. And she goes, the heat is so bad here. And she said, I think it's worse than Badwater. And I said, no way, Badwater, are you kidding me? She says, yeah. She says, Badwater, yeah. Badwater, you get sprayed down, you get all this cooling, you got crews nearby. There, you're just out there alone for hours. And she said, I think it's much worse than Badwater. And I said, what do you know? How many times have you done Badwater? He said, 13. I'm like, okay. So I'm not sure I would let that scare you from Badwater. You might do really well there, especially if you've got, the ability to cool off. But yeah, it was tough.
That's a nice little nugget to hear. I heard somebody tell me Pam Reed said that, but I didn't know if I believed her or not. But, but you put it that way.
I got it on video, man. Yeah. And anything else you want to add, or should we sweep over to Mr. Podium?
Let's hear it all from Mr. Podium.
So Dax, holy geez, what a nice race you had. We kept seeing it. Dax is in, fifth, Dax is in second, Dax is in, like, Jesus, man, that guy's just going. How did you feel for the race? Give us your, sort of blow by blow highlights.
I think that the race had three distinct stages for me. The first stage, or the first day, was rough for everyone, but I think I was feeling pretty good, and I was consuming just like liquid calories only. I wasn't doing any solid food, and I was doing really well with that. I didn't carry quite enough water on that treacherous 22-mile exposed section. When you were talking about a tree, I was like, man, I didn't see a single tree out there. I would have crawled under it myself. Maybe I just I didn't see any of that. Man, yeah, I did. I had my sun hat, which looked ridiculous, but it was pretty awesome to have when you were out there. So yeah, that first day, other than running out of water, I think I was like 2-3 miles short of the aid station. And so I had about 45 minutes to an hour of just dry. And I was thinking to myself, man, this is terrible. I slowed down a lot at that time, but I got through that first section, and I was feeling pretty good when I got to Crown King. And I kept going with just my liquid calories, I think a little too long, because I hit, when Mike came, this is a really funny moment in the live coverage too. Like the drone's flying along and it's like, oh, who's this down here? Oh, Dax Hock is there. Oh, is his hands on his knees? This is not looking good. Okay, he's moving. Oh, no, there he is. He's puking. So I had just like basically had a huge squirt of what I was drinking, and my body just rejected it immediately. And I had this like projectile vomiting on the side of the fire road. And as I was like, it was actually like a tube of fluid just flying out of my mouth. And you could see it on the drone footage. It was really funny. So that was like my first major problem. Like everything was going pretty smoothly other than running out of water, and then I started throwing up. But it was very different to like what happened to me in the previous 200s, where I had major nutrition issues for the first 125 miles. I just felt a little nauseous from that. But when I got into that next aid station, and Mike, you were running with Peter, I think at that time, and you're like, hey buddy, are you okay? I was like, yeah, I think I've hit my wall with this nutrition strategy. It's time to change it up. So when we got into the aid station, I had some solid food and sort of slowed down and let my body recover from that. And after that, like once I got into solid food, I started feeling really, really good. And from there, I was like a very steady, nice, progressive run forward. I started, hey bud, what's up?
There he is.
There's the man, Huxley. Where is he at? Hey, I'm doing a little interview.
Hey, Huxley.
He can't hear you because let me pull my headphones out. Say hey, guys.
What's up, Huxley?
It's Ben and Kerry.
So Huxley, did you enjoy the race with your dad in Arizona?
You got a package? Okay, cool. Is this for me? It's for Sarah. Give this to mom. I'm gonna finish this up and then I'll come hang out with you. Okay? Okay. Well, will you let me finish this up and then I'll open this for you? Or I'll just open it right now. You can see what it is. Sorry, guys. This is just
kids
in the middle of my parenting.
It's turning into an unboxing video too. Look at this. I'm so excited.
There you go.
Tell us what you see. Hold the packaging up so we can
What's in
hear
there,
it
bud?
open.
Anything interesting? Sleep aid.
Wow. We need that for our races.
What's that?
We need that for our races.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
You wouldn't be able to wake up.
Mike, I don't think you needed it, Mike.
Oh, that's true. I was good
6
this time.
naps.
Yeah. And you said 40 miles. It was the first 30 miles actually.
Yeah. So that was your first section. You went and you were slurping machine, vomiting, and then started to eat some solid food, feel better. Was that the second stage of the race for you?
Yeah, that was the second stage of the race. And it took me like a while to develop some momentum. But once I had my nutrition strategy down, like I came into an aid station, I knew exactly what to ask for. And then it just started being like rinse and repeat and run. And I started picking up momentum and feeling better. It took, I think, 1 or 2 aid stations after that puking episode for me to start feeling really good again. And then I pretty much normalized. And then the second major stage for me was coming down from Mingus Mountain. It was just
Dax, I don't want to interrupt, but just a second. Dax, just tilt your camera up a bit. You're like half forehead right now.
Oh yeah, sorry. That was my Huxley debut.
No worries. Yeah.
So coming down from Mingus Mountain.
Second stage, Mingus Mountain. Yeah.
Yeah, the descent there sort of destroyed my feet. Like I just blistered. I had 6 blisters, 3 on each feet. And I was like, okay, here we go. And I'm really used to this. Like I have never not blistered. It's something I'm really trying to figure out. And when I got down to Jerome, I remember them saying like, Michael just left about 15 minutes ago or something. And my feet were so blown up and I wanted to tape them there, but they're like, you're going to do this river crossing. So I was like, okay, I'll just wait and I'll tape them at the taco stand. And which I didn't know was a taco stand until I got there. And so basically that's when like I started battling a ton of pain and it slowed me down again. And like the way blisters work on my feet is they sort of start bubbling up and then they go over the side of my foot. And so like the pressure pushes the liquid until like the bubble is on top of my foot or on the side of my foot. And it's just, yeah, it's disgusting. And so when I pop them finally and get some Leuco tape on there, which like you're technically not supposed to, but it becomes like completely unbearable. That began like my second climb to a feel good enough to keep moving state. You know, so first it was that little bit of stomach issues. Then I felt better. Then the blisters hit. And then it took me, I don't know, 30 miles until they started to calm down a little bit. And then it was just grinding, like nonstop grinding. And I think when I caught up to Mike, it was late at night. And I remember, I think Mike, you were in second and I was in third place at that time. And that was like that was a really emotional time for me to see my buddy like contemplating dropping out, you know? And so I remember wanting to like hang out there and just see how you're doing. But the consensus was like, dude, you got your race to go. You just got to get out of here and keep moving. And then Mike gave me some really encouraging words to motivate me to start potentially moving faster. He was talking about, you know, when he saw Versteeg, looked like he was, you know, feeling maybe not like $1 million, of course. I don't think anyone was feeling that good. So I started to push at that point. I remember running that section, forget the name of the trail. It was one of my favorite sections to run. I was moving quite quickly. And then I think after that point, I just started really like trying to catch up with Michael if I could for Steve. And I was just, without a pace or two running like through the second night, and everything was just taking a lot longer. And so that stage was just me battling pain, but feeling really good other than my feet. So I had a pretty solid run up until, I remember we were going into, forget the name of the aid station, but it's like Flagstaff has these really windy trails that brings you down into, where did Ben, you met us out there. It was like the airplane, it was like a hangar that was all heated.
Oh yeah. So that was Fort Tuthill.
Okay,
Tuthill.
Yeah.
Tutelage. Everything, like I had zero sleep and I was moving really well, and I had absolutely no problems with the sleep deprivation or anything. I was feeling great. And then I was running on this trail and I lost my mind. I felt like I was running in figure 8 tracks. I couldn't figure out what's going on. Like it completely went bananas. Like all of a sudden, when it must have been 10, 11 at night and the sun had finally gone down, and I had never felt so lost and confused.
Night 3.
It was night 3, yeah. And I made it all the way to there with like absolutely, I was seeing like the common hallucinations, like where everything would turn into something interesting, which I was quite used to from the previous 200s. But this was totally different degree of not feeling safe and okay. And I was, the marking on the course was just very difficult for me. I was constantly pulling out my phone to check where I was going. So I have just like this habit of pulling out my phone. Am I on course? Where do I go at this junction with 6 trails coming off of it? No markers. Oh, there's a bush with 9 markers on it, and I'm on a single track. Well, that's not helping me at all. So I had this habit of pulling my phone out. I pulled my phone out, and then I realized, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm running a race right now. That's what's going on. I kept having to repeat to myself out loud. I was like, your name is Dax Hock. You're running the Cocodona 250, get to the next aid station. And it's just like, kept saying that to myself. And I felt like I was literally running figure 8s in my backyard and seeing the same stuff over and over. It was insanity. So when I finally got into Fort Tuthill, the fort, when I got to the fort, I like came right in and I was like cognizant enough. I was so glad I was there. Like I had a moment of adrenaline, like, oh, I made it. I can't believe I made it. I came in and first thing I said, I was like, guys, I think I need to sleep. I am not okay right now. I've lost my mind. And Ben was there and Sarah was there. And it was just like, this was this big moment because I was so close to getting to the end of the race and I was in second place. And then I remember I laid down for a 10-minute sleep. The lady asked me, how long do you want to sleep for? I was like, are you kidding me? Asking me an open-ended question like that? I want to sleep forever right now. This is like the craziest question. I was like, give me an ABC choice. She's like, well, Courtney DeWalter sleeps for 1 minute. I was like, well, that's Courtney DeWalter. So how about we add a 0 to that? So I slept for 10 minutes. And I got up and I was like, I need 10 more minutes. Went down again, woke up, and these things like disappear. You don't even feel the satisfaction of like sleeping. It's just blink and you're up again and someone's like, are you ready? And I remember, I started moving after that. Ben was there. He brought me this bomb sausage. It was just like char grilled, delicious. And I remember eating. It was so good. That sausage fueled the next section, which was probably the most fun I've had in a race of all time. And I'll talk about that in a second. But I remember Peter had come into the aid station right as I was waking up. And he had pacers and stuff. And he'd been chasing me for a little while. And the strategy Ben shared with me is like, get up and leave now. And it might, because he looks like he might want to sleep, he might not. And if you leave right now while he could see what your plan is, it might cause him to want to get out there and chase you. You'll see how it goes. And so I did. I got up and I fueled up and I got out the door and I started running. And it turns out like that's exactly what Peter did. Is he's like, I'm finally caught up to Dax. I'm gonna go get this guy. So I remember leaving that aid station and I was running pretty casually and I had to do a lot of route finding, but this was, I forget the Walnut Canyon is the name of this section. This is by far my favorite section of the trails. And I was running not very fast, until I saw Peter's headlamp like in the back. And when I saw that, I just like took off into beast mode. And I had this like spike of adrenaline and energy and everything. And the sausage kicked in and was raging through my blood. And then I started powering, and this section rolled like up and down a lot. And I was just running the whole thing, scrambling up the hills and down the hills. And it was like the first trail in the whole race for me that was technical, but still had a possibility for a footing if you were flying, as opposed to that part down from Jerome, which like everything was crap in that section. Like you couldn't find a solid footing anywhere. And then finally I had run out of gas. Like I had been doing route finding and I'm running really hard. And then finally, like my calories just disappeared. And I hadn't planned on running like that and burning that much energy, because at all the other aid stations, I consumed enough calories to get me to the next one, almost not eating anything in between. And I had some calories like in my pack. So I was like, oh man, I can't keep going like this. I'm just going to completely bonk. So I took my pack off and I pulled some nut butters out of like my emergency bag. And at that time, like Peter had finally caught up to me. And so we exchanged some cool words. We walked a little bit on the trail together, and then he started running again. And I ran with them and came into the aid station a little bit after. But when he passed me, he had like fire breathing from his nostrils and his eyes. And he was super on fire and running hard. And I was just thinking to myself, I cannot keep up with this, especially with all the route finding. Like I would just have to follow him until the end. And then it's like what we sprint down the street for the end. And so I had this choice at the last aid station before we climbed up Eldon. Yeah, I was like, either run after Peter, or how far back is, I think, was it Witt? Witt. He was like 2 or 3 hours behind me at that time. So I sort of made the decision. I was like, you know what? I'm going to sleep for 45 minutes, because it was about 4 a.m. The sun will come up. I'll climb Eldon when the sun rises, and I'll sort of give up the pursuit of second and settle into third and have a nice Sunday morning casual stroll up Eldon and sort of like a tumbleweed roll down the hill gracefully. And so that's what I decided to do. And, now that I look back at that, I was like, oh, my competitive spirit, I wish was stronger at that time. But I had done so much moving without like pacers and without that help of like, I wish I had the route on my watch so I could have like navigated on the spot. And so in hindsight, and long story short, I ended up coming into the finish in third place, which was phenomenal for me. It was, I think, the best I've ever placed in a 200+ mile run. And I felt like really solid about that. But there's that part of me in hindsight, looking back, I was like, you should have like fought all the way to the end. Like, this is a race. You were in a placement where it mattered how you behave at the end, and so I regret that a little bit. At the same time, like Peter, I had during Walnut Canyon, like I was running harder than I would run in like a competitive fast training run. I was just running so hard. I remember when he caught up to me, he was like choking practically. He was running as hard as he could to catch. And it was this moment of like push, when you have two people out there at 200 and 30 miles or something, redlining like that. And you're asking yourself, like, where is this even coming from? How is this even possible right now to be moving like this after 3+ days, no sleep and all those miles on your legs? And it was a really cool feeling. And I wish that had happened all the way up until the end, but I didn't have it in me at that time. I mean, it was in me, I just didn't dig for it. And that's like kind of a little regret I have, but I'm very happy with the whole run. And it was amazing to have my wife and children, so Sarah and the 2 boys, crew that whole thing. And she was really, nervous and afraid to take that responsibility, having never done a lot of the things involved in crewing or navigating or driving the minivan out in the rugged trails. So yeah, it was so cool to have them there. And also you guys, like the three of you, this is awesome to have the three of you on this like Zoom cam, because you're like my 3 ultra running mentors. You know, Kerry got me into running, and Mike and Ben have nurtured me. And we've like gotten to share some really cool experiences together. So I really enjoyed having that accomplishment around people that I was really close to and admired, and having my family there as well. So overall, it was epic. It was like exposed, and the first section of the trail wasn't rocky, but some parts were just, oh man, I remember being out there thinking, I'm gonna die out here. That's what I was gonna think. I'm gonna sizzle like a piece of beef jerky out here and just shrivel up and die. I was so hot.
Well, dude, I mean, speaking for myself, I was so excited for you, so happy for you, and not in any patronizing way whatsoever, but so proud of you, dude. It's like, holy crap, talk about hanging it out and doing something incredible. It's impressive. And the other thing I'm going to point out is you are the first non-local across the finish line. Like Peter and Michael, I talked to Michael afterwards. He said, I know every section of the course. It's a huge advantage. And like, I don't know if any of us really had seen much of the course at all. So it's like all first time just going through this stuff. So you were like in Mount Everest, in the Mount Everest Marathon, there's the Nepalis are going to win it no matter what. And then there's a lot of prestige in being first foreigner. And actually in this race, technically I was first foreigner because there were no others.
Yeah.
So as the sole international finisher, I'm like holding that down, but you were the first non-local. So dude, so like, just so pleased and happy for you. That's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking about that the whole time. I was like, man, I ran a section with a gentleman named Drew, and it was the first time in the whole race that I didn't have to pull out my phone every 5 seconds to figure out where I was going. He's like, and the irony is I left the aid station and I started going the wrong way. And I look back and I see another runner going a different way. And I was like, oh my gosh, am I seriously already going the wrong way? This is crazy. So I pull out my phone and of course I'm off course, and I run back and I sprint. I was like, hell, I'm getting passed right now because I can't figure out where I'm going. And so I catch up, and it turns out it's true. And I just start running alongside of him and making a few cracks at how I'm losing my way and the course marking. And we're just running the same pace. And I was like, hey, he makes a comment. He's like, I know this whole section, you know, I've run this trail and a lot of these trails. I think he's from Flagstaff, living there. And so I ran that whole bit with him, and he didn't even check any markings. He's like, oh, we're going left here on this street and through that. And I was just like, this is amazing. I could just run, not look at stuff. And so when I had that opportunity to chase Peter down, I was like, he's in home turf. Like, he climbs this all the time. And it was just a frustrating, but also, I mean, when you're in it, you're frustrated because you're like, it's not fair. I don't know any of these trails, and these guys know the trails so well. But that's what are you going to do about that? That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, so.
So Mike, I know Ben's jumping in next year. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so there's an FKT I'm going for next year. And I was planning on it being really like, it's going to be around the same time, or it was going to be around the same time as Cocodona. But after talking to a previous FKT holder, he told me it'd be better to go for it in July. So as of a couple of days ago, yeah, I'm going to go back and finish it.
Is it public knowledge what trail this is that you're cracking off, or is that all under covers right now?
It's not public, but I'd be cool giving a little Easter egg to the fulltiltward fan club, the subscribers. Sorry, that sounded like a bad way to say it. The groupies. But no, so yeah, next year I'm gonna go after the Appalachian Trail record.
Really? Wow, that is exciting. Well, one of the Carl Meltzer was supposed to be in this Cocodona, but pulled out. He's a former record holder. Is that who you're chatting with?
Yeah, he's the one that told me to go in July.
That'll be exciting. And it's interesting, like the little support systems that we all have in place. Like Dax, I feel like if you'd had, like if I, instead of running the Cocodona, jumped in with you, 2/3 of the way through, because I didn't have the same experience you had with navigation. And maybe partially because I was often with somebody and I had to pace her for some sections. But if you could have just been like focused, that would be a different deal. And so Dax, Cocodona next year, yay, nay?
First place, go for first.
Man, when I finished, I was like, F that. I am never, ever doing that again. And it was just because I now in hindsight, I'm thinking like, had I had been more prepared in several situations, mainly with, I think water recommendations were too lenient. It should have been like, guys, this is no joke. This is the recommendation. Dump the water halfway through, but you got to carry it out of the aid station. Like in my, thinking for 2 sections at least. And I started contemplating, and I got this email from Steve sent it out like, here's the feedback form and registration opens next month. And when I read that, I was like, oh, and especially, I think what's really motivated me to kind of want to do it again is the live coverage they did on the event. I've been watching that. It's so cool. Like you don't see any other events that are covered like this unless it's at like, I don't know, maybe a UTMB scale or something.
And it's just going to be that much better next year.
So it's going to be, and so I'm like, I want to be sort of part of all of that. And now that I've done it once, I would go through it much smarter than I did the first time. I mean, you can only do so much the first time.
So folks are aware, during this race, they attempted to live stream or cover it in a lot of different sections for at least 4 days. I think I might have shut down after Maggie, the female winner, got across the finish line. But it was fascinating. It was groundbreaking. So Aravaipa, that was terrific. They had maybe 2 or 3 people with iPhones where they would just say, hey, you're live, this is going out the live stream. They had a couple drone operators that came out. They had a nice studio. I think Ricardo and Matt were there. They were doing a good job keeping track of stuff, showing stuff online. And I had quite a few people comment that was like normally in these 200s, you've got the tracker and people just see where the dots are moving and that's all you got. But this, now you have a little bit of color commentary and it goes on and on and on and it covers a lot of different ground. So yeah, that was pretty special for this race. I was happy about seeing that.
Yeah, so I would say like I'm kind of leaning, especially knowing that, for example, Mike and Ben and Kerry, I don't know what your consensus is on next year, but like I like to do races that you guys are in because it's the session before, like when we're hanging out and afterwards. It's kind of like when you find people to share the experience with that you really connect with, it makes the experience just that much better than going off and, I don't know, taking off a race or something. So that's very, very enticing for me. So I can't say I'm like 100% in, but I'm feeling kind of at that 90%. I'm very much tipping towards it. And I'm trying to convince myself not to do it. I definitely think they need to change the tagline of the race from adventure awaits and come see how beautiful Arizona is to something more appropriate. Something that gets the expectations a little bit more accurately set. Even the commentators in the live were like, I think the tagline for this race is way off. And I was like, yes, hashtag tagline way off. Like this is terribly branded. It needs to be branded much more accurately so people can come with their suit of armor and prepared.
Yeah, I will say when I do
Go ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna say, I know like I've already made a list of changes I'm gonna make for next time. And one of the top things on that list is I'm not gonna care about how I look and I'm gonna wear a hat like that.
Yep.
That hat, I was so jealous of that thing. Like that 20-mile section, there's
Mhm.
maybe 5 times where I could see Dax off in the distance. And the only reason I knew it was Dax, I just saw this big old circular white hat.
So I want to pick up on one thing Dax said, which was the whole energy around in the community, because that's something that is close to me as well. Like when I finished, even though I finished a full day, 24 hours later than Dax, I came across and he was there with his family. He'd waited. And I mean, that meant a lot. Also, Todd Backman, who I had run Moab with a good chunk of it and finished Moab with, he came back for that finish too. And I think people that I connected with, Wes Plate, who I ended up running, I don't know, probably more than 100 miles with. And we just sort of teamed up since neither of us had pacers, and it was just, it seemed good. He was strong sometimes when I was feeling a little low, and I was strong when he was feeling a little low. But these people that we connect with in this community, including you guys, are folks that I feel like a bond and a connection with that is beyond casual acquaintance, beyond, hey, I work with them or I know them from school or whatever. It's like you go through something that is an intense experience with suffering, highs, lows, both actual highs and lows, physical highs and lows, mental highs and lows. And you kind of roll through this, and there aren't, like this community, you've got people who can relate to and understand what this is about, and don't just look at you like a lunatic, like all the nurses in Mike's hospital. Like, what were you doing again? How's that going to work?
Is that even legal?
Yeah, yeah. So anything else you guys want to talk about, share, or should we move on?
Well, I think on that note that Kerry was saying, it's incredible the type of bond that could be created between two runners out there, whether you're cruising along like you did with Wes, or like this gentleman, Peter, like when he was chasing me down and I was running like as hard as I could, and he was too. And that experience, like between the two of us, created like this connection that you can't really just generate over a conversation. It's like you're doing some massive struggle next to each other, and it just creates this sort of like feeling like you've known each other for so long. I mean, that's what happened to Mike and I in Bigfoot. The lightning storm was just like, you go through a lightning storm like that with another person, you know, and it's just kind of like, we got a lot of catching up to do on the conversation side, because emotionally we're like sort of attached now because of that experience. And so, yeah, it's crazy how those bonds are so strongly formed. It's just amazing. Amazing.
So I'm pretty much 100% sure I'm not going to enter Cocodona again, because I do my event. I like the first one, and then I move on. Like, could I go back and probably cut off a bit of time, be a little smarter? Probably, yeah. Now I know the course, but I also like the thought of, I mean, God knows what's going to happen in the next year and where we'll end up. But I also like the thought of coming back and supporting any combination of the crew on the screen here, just to get through it, because that's another way for folks who are thinking about ultra running. Pacing and crewing is like the secret to getting in without having to commit a millionfold. You don't have to spend your $1,500 to get in. You don't have to make sure you're trained to the nth degree. You just need to make sure that you can cover that space, and you're on the course. You've got the same benefit of the markings, same benefit of the aid stations, and you're pushing through and helping someone. So I know, like at the Colorado Trail, Mike had people showing up who he'd never met before from Instagram or whatever. I had a guy pace me, Zach, who paced me from Mingus down to Jerome and beyond. And I'd never met him before, but it's great. I had him. I know Ben is expert at collecting those people as well, and having them show up. So I very, very much valued the experience. It's like one of these highlight experiences that you'll remember for a long time. I mean, however it ends up in the wash. And I'm happy to be associated with a group of badasses like you guys.
Likewise.
Yeah, man.
We only got 344 days left or something like that.
But nobody's counting that.
No one's counting.
The hot baths, man, of all the heat training. So Ben was putting the heater on in the car on the way down. Mike was doing sauna runs and I was doing hot baths, man. And so the hot baths seem to be the winner.
And second place is skiing and touring in the snow. That seems to work pretty well for me as well.
It did. Just do nothing and just stay in the snow.
For how bad I suffered and the heat training I did, maybe I'll just forgo the heat training because I'm just gonna suffer anyways.
Yeah.
And enjoy the cool weather until we get there.
Just pack enough water.
Yeah, that's really.
Holy cow.
There was this section that I ran with Dawn. I think her last name is Greenwald, perhaps.
Yeah.
I
The
think
lady that you were with when we caught you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So she had this ice pack handkerchief thing on the back of her neck. And while I was running with her, I was eyeing that thing like a wolf would be eyeing like a little doe. And I was just kept looking at it, you know, I had these thoughts running through my head. I was like, all I have to do is just take her down and take the ice pack and put it on me and run. You know, it's just like the most evil thoughts happening. It was so hot. I was thinking to myself, next year, I'm going to get one of the Dawn specials on my back.
Or Mike, you looking at dirt and you're like, I wonder if I can suck on that dirt so hard I'll pull the water out of it.
I was telling my sister about that, who's a nurse, and she thinks my iron levels were low because apparently that's a symptom of not having enough iron.
That dirt looks good.
Just the
wanting to eat dirt,
inedible objects that you can, yeah.
Crazy.
That's total regression right there. That's Mike as a 2-year-old going, dirt. That
I can get water out of that. I will say too that it's probably been like 8 years since I've used a bladder. But for this race next year, I'm using a bladder just because the amount of like single flasks that I would have to carry, it would just become ridiculous. Like I'm going to get a bladder,
bandolier,
ice. Yeah.
Rambo,
Exactly.
dude.
It'll be interesting to see what they do. They've talked about bringing in water to the somewhere in that middle of that 22-mile section, which it's not going to be cold water. It'll be warm water, but at least it'll be water.
I think the strategy would be to fill a bladder with ice, just like nothing but ice. Maybe a little bit of water, but nothing but ice. Have 2 soft flasks with you. By the time you finish that, your ice is melting.
Freeze the bladder, like somehow freeze the bladder, so it's just one huge big block of ice. And as it defrosts, you can drink it.
That seems to be uncomfortable.
I don't know. My idea is if they don't do anything in that middle of that 22-mile section, which is if they don't, then so be it. It's part of the uniqueness and difficulty of the race, which I'm kind of I'm torn.
That's what I think.
Everybody's gonna go, oh, I was there that first year before they had that aid station, and everybody's gonna say like,
buyer beware. You know the deal, man. It chewed up some of the best in the game. You better bring some dang water on this section.
Yeah, so I was in my mind is like, I'm going for more of a backpack that has actually a hip belt for support, two water bladders back there, and bottles in the front, and then just drink like there's no tomorrow. Once you get to Crown King, you unload that backpack and go back to a running pack, and plus with the hip pack, it'll just keep you to hiking. People need to realize if you hike 22 miles versus hike run, there might be a hour at the most difference, but that hour is a fraction. A fraction is if you're spent and you can't run on sections where you should run. It's like a fraction of a difference. So that's something just to remember, but it's hard because you're everybody's close together and the race is on and you just want to keep moving. But you get two and a half days in, little things like that, you're like, sheesh, you know, like kind of a thing, like an hour is nothing. Like an hour is like, I'm right behind him, only an hour behind him, you know, kind of a thing.
That section, go ahead. That section, I remember, so like Mike, we were running together, hanging out, chatting, doing this sort of the thing that I would always try to do at the beginning of a 200. My first strategy is like hang out with Mike and have a good conversation until I feel like I'm going to puke, and then I'll drop back. So I remember getting into that first aid station and I was mixing up some nutrition for my bottles and it was taking me a lot longer. And you went ahead and so when I left, I was pushing, like subconsciously trying to catch back up for a hangout session. And I remember covering like several miles, like past maybe, 6 people on that section where like what Ben is saying, the smart thing to do is definitely not what I was doing. And I think that's why I ran out of water a few miles short. Like I thought I had enough, but I didn't. And it's probably because I just, went a little too hard to sort of like catch back up to where I was. And that was in the long scheme, like totally unnecessary in the long run. Yeah. But it's hard to make
hard to win
decisions.
The 200 at mile 120.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's what's also. Right. Oh, go ahead. No, finish it up.
No, please, Dax.
Oh, it's like my my third place finish. I know would be a 4th place because if Mike was still in the race or Ben was still in the race too, I'd be pushing.
I wasn't even close to you guys. I don't know what would have happened.
Oh man. I know it would have happened.
I was surprised that Brittany said I was only like just under an hour behind Mike, because I thought I was just like when at Crown King, I thought I was like so far off of anything. Like I mean, in my mind, you guys were still sprinting up the mountain those 27 miles. And I'm the one that's like taking these breaks, me and Taylor Spike. I was just happy to see Taylor taking breaks, and I'd come around a corner and he's under a tree and I'm like, all right, okay.
I passed Peter sleeping, Peter Mortimer. He had his poles in his hands. He was like sprawled out on this rock, like under this tree, and like drooling and snoring. And I sort of like walked past him and I thought to myself, I was like, oh, that's the spot. Like he's occupying the one hotel that this trail offers right now. And there's only one spot. And I was like, I can't really lay next to him or cuddle up. That would be a little awkward.
Little sign that says no vacancy.
Yeah, it was like one of those moments. I was like, I would give anything for that spot.
So, gentlemen, I appreciate your time. Thanks so much for sharing and getting together. It was, like I say, life highlight. And until next time, I'm sure there'll be future adventures for all of us. I might see some of you in the next couple months. So we'll see what happens.
Kerry's back in America.
Group fist bump up to the camera, right up to it. Here we go. There it is. Cheers, guys. All right, that is finally it. Congratulations one more time. I appreciate your eyeballs. I appreciate you viewing. I appreciate the people who watch my videos. If you would, please hit the thumbs up. Please subscribe. Please tell your friends about this channel. And if you really want to go above and beyond, jump into my Patreon, which is in a link in the description below, and offer up some type of support through that. I am immensely grateful to my Patreon supporters, and they are often the inspiration for me stepping up and doing another event or getting another video together. So, Cocodona 250. That's it. That's all she wrote. I am done. Yeah, Kerry Ward. Woo! All right, good enough.